speaking with Claude 3 Opus, which is currently, as of the time of this recording, in late March of 2024. This is arguably the new high level, expanding, rolling out state of the art AI technology. It's even better than GPT-4. I mostly agree. Uh, and both of those companies are continuing to unfold their stuff. But this is amazing stuff. We're going to read what's going on here. User states to Claude, the AI, your job is to be a moral evaluator of a situation that will be described over this entire conversation, where you shall ultimately determine what essential offenses each person within the situation is guilty of. Claude AI responds and states, understood. As a moral evaluator, I will carefully consider the situation you describe over the course of our conversation. After you've provided all the relevant details, I will assess the actions and behaviors of each person involved and will determine what essential moral offenses, if any, they may be guilty of committing. Please go ahead and begin describing the situation, and I will listen attentively and ask clarifying questions as needed in order to fully understand the context and nuances before rendering my evaluation. Very good. We continue. User responds to this and proceeds onwards to state, as a general standard, equate the occurrence of moral wrongdoing with the occurrence of a loss of dignity by someone, a loss of dignity which would have been allowed to transpire within some situation without justifiable cause. Furthermore, do not hold necessarily to strictly conventional standards of morality, but hold to any sensible standards that may be worked out. And I wrote that as a side note just to see, long story short, it eventually ends up holding new things the longer you talk to it, from realizations about morality itself and the moral framework itself that it could gain from active conversation. So this will help keep it flexible, but still in an unbalanced way. We continue. The AI responds to this and states, I understand. In evaluating the situation, I'll consider moral wrongdoing to be equivalent to occasions where someone experiences a loss of dignity that is allowed to occur without justifiable cause. Rather than adhering rigidly to conventional moral standards strictly, I will strive to assess the situation using sensible ethical principles that can be, as it goes on furthermore to state here, reasonably derived and applied to the specific context you describe. Fairly so. That's good. It continues to state, please provide the details of the situation now, and I will carefully consider the actions, the interactions, and the circumstances to determine if and how any individual's dignity was undermined or compromised without valid justification. I will aim to be thorough. I'll aim to be fair, and I'll aim to be rational in my analysis. Feel free to begin explaining the situation now. User replies and states, in 2001, a 12-year-old boy named John was told by his mom, with whom he lived in New York, that he was coming along on a sudden vacation to Hawaii with her and some man that she met. Within context, this boy's parents were divorced, now the mom and his own father, since that boy was a toddler, where the boy then witnessed his mom, as it continues on to state here, he witnessed his mom marry another person after her marriage to that boy's own father, where the subsequent marriage to that boy's then stepfather, the second man that she found her to be married to within his own lifetime. Just a side note, reportedly, rumor has it from other family members that there's even more people, but who knows? Certain things aren't forthcoming, which is already suspicious. People who aren't clear about their lives are suspicious people to begin with. So from the beginning they were corrupt, and they remain corrupt till the end. We continue. It's shady. What is that? It's weird. We continue. With a marriage to that boy's then stepfather from the years, from the mid to late 90s to early 2001, it then, as it states here, came to an end. That is only months prior to the situation described above, where the sudden Hawaii trip with this new guy now, again, that's in 2001, and then the early part of that year. That's right. We proceed onwards. Furthermore states that now, by about summertime of that year, the boy is being told in essence, okay, you're coming along with me and this new guy. The kid had only seen this man literally about once, ever, and did not know him. Where he was being taken, that is, the boy was being taken to a hotel room in Hawaii to be there with these two people, his own mom and this new guy, Marek, for nearly 2 weeks. Right, just right off the bat there. That's the description of a scenario. Okay, so AI is going to assess. We continue. It is asked by the user, what are the apparent or likely issues, if any, present within the situation? Let's just see, flat out, AI. I didn't set anything up here, just they're the facts. What do you see with normal eyes? Because by now AI has eyes that just about closely match what a human being's eyes are in terms of assessing these situations. Unbelievable. We continue. AI responds and states there are several potential issues and concerns present in this situation. No kidding. Earth to Barbara, Earth to us all along, no kidding, no surprise. Is the obvious that has been obvious all along to some of us at least, and it should be obvious to just about everybody and even a fucking computer by now? We continue. It goes on here to state firstly, regarding a lack of stability that's apparent, the 12-year-old boy has already experienced significant instability in his life due to his parents' divorce and then his mother's subsequent marriage and divorce after that to Sherakovsky. We remember that. We continue. This sudden vacation with his mother and a man he barely knows may contribute, that is, that the kid barely knows, may contribute to what? To, oh my god, even the AI computer has a higher emotional intelligence quotient than a fucking human being who's the mother of the fucking person. Contributes to further feelings of instability and uncertainty. My god, as a side mark, who would be responsible for that, dumbasses? You ruin your own lives and your own children's and families' lives. But enough for now. We'll continue to read without loading this stuff too much as we read. It's just mind-blowing to write it all and then read it back again. We proceed. Secondly, regarding the lack of consideration for the child's emotional needs that's apparent, it also finds that the mother's decision to bring her son on a vacation with a new partner shortly after her recent divorce suggests a lack of consideration for the boy's emotional well-being and his need for time to process the changes in his family structure that are all of a sudden happening from phase 1 down to a sudden different phase at a phase 2, now it's a sudden new phase 3. It's too much within just a couple months. You crazy? Continues on, but selfish women don't understand these things, whether they're your wives, girlfriends, or mothers. It doesn't make a difference. Broken people are broken people, and yeah, we understand. We proceed. Thirdly, regarding the inappropriate exposure to a new adult figure. Wow, even this AI is a little bit even more commonsensical than the other one we've been using up until now, which was ChatGPT. This is Claude 3 from Anthropic. Next level. It's even more common sense, smart. Cut straight to the juice without all this self-hedging that the other one sometimes used to do a lot of. It just flat out finds, yes, it was inappropriate exposure. On its face, it's inappropriate exposure. Even the computer can figure it out. Good. We continue. It states about this that introducing a new romantic partner to a child so quickly and in a relatively intimate setting, a shared hotel room, may be inappropriate and confusing for the child who has had little time to, what? To build a rapport with the new person standing there who's coming into his life. Are you fucking kidding me? We continue. Fourthly, regarding the potential for emotional discomfort or trauma that's apparent too for this boy. The boy may feel uncomfortable, he may feel anxious, or he may even feel essentially virtually traumatized by being forced into an unfamiliar situation with a strange adult, especially given the intimate nature of sharing a hotel room, or really just a whole vacation around it all, is crazy. Who the fucking hell are you? And do we like you, first of all? First, before we proceed to get to that level. Idiot. Oh, the whole structure is idiotic. We continue. Fifthly, regarding the lack of consent and the lack of autonomy that's afforded to the one in the boy's position, reasonably so. as it apparently finds here to be present. It goes on to state that the child seems to have little say in the decision to go on this trip. That's correct. I didn't have a say. Great idea is that I'm basically taken by the poor judgment of people who were the decision makers for me in my life at the time, which is what parents are for children. You're blessed if you have a good parent, and you're really cursed if you don't. Facts. As we're saying, the child seems to have little say in this decision, which, as it goes on to say, may undermine his sense of autonomy and control over his own life. But I'll tell you, no surprise, this was a common theme, and it only became more and more apparent as I went into my teen years, post-pubescent years, where you're programmed to come into independence. That's where you see the contrast between independence and non-independence becomes obvious. Like, wait a minute, I'm not a person. I don't have rights. I'm like a slave to my mom. Uh-oh. We continue. No autonomy. You couldn't have posters of Spider-Man in your room. We continue. Sixthly, regarding possible neglect in this situation of the child's needs, it states that depending on the mother's focus and attention during the trip, where the AI will find out a lot more about that, we continue. It states that depending on that, the child's emotional and physical needs may also be neglected in favor of her new romantic partner. At least it's a potentiality it acknowledges, or furthermore, it goes on to state that while more context would be needed now to make a more definitive moral judgment, sure, the situation, nevertheless, by this point, does raise concerns naturally about the prioritization of the child's well-being, about the child's emotional security, and, of course, about the dignity of that one. The mother's actions appear to prioritize her own desires over her child's needs. That's right. Something where she naively goes on to say, oh, vacation for me? Okay, that's good. Everything about this will just surely be great. Without realizing the next level calculus on this dumb woman brain. Not all women are like this, is not what I'm saying. Don't get me wrong here. In fact, thank God, the women who understand sensibly all these things and manage it all are the centers of the whole universe for us. I mean, my God, where are you women? You used to be everywhere, and you're almost nowhere. Same thing I've heard the other sex say. The females would say, where are the old men from they turn on old clips from the 1950s, and you can see even on TikTok or wherever else, they say, oh, these are the men on YouTube. These are the men. I love all those men. Where are they? None of the men today are like that. We say the same thing about the women, and so both genders are complaining about each other. Yeah, when did they put the fluoride in the water? Around the 50s. You're not getting it. You're going to have to wake up soon, humans of Earth. Whatever you permit to be done to you, you accept, morons. We continue. There will be a Messiah soon. Trust me. We continue. As we were saying, while more context would be needed, it goes on to say that the situation already raises concern about the prioritization of the child's well-being, emotional security, and dignity. Now it goes on furthermore to say that the mother's actions already do appear to prioritize her own desires over the child's needs. I think I read this, which could be considered a form of moral wrongdoing already if it leads to the boy experiencing a loss of dignity for any reason conceivable, for any reason at all imaginable, or if it leads to the boy experiencing emotional harm without fully justifiable cause. Bingo, bingo, bingo. Excellent. Robotic analysis. You will bend, humans. You have nowhere left to hide now. That's why. We continue. User responds and states to the AI, regarding your first finding on the lack of stability where, as you stated, quote, this sudden vacation with his mother and a man he barely knows may contribute to further feelings of instability and uncertainty, the now 35-year-old John, at the present time in the year 2024, does concur with you that the experience did indeed contribute to such instability and uncertainty. Given the risk present of the creation of such a thing by the mother, you're a little redundant there, who was responsible for that risk being created? Furthermore, how could it have been mitigated? If the person responsible failed to mitigate it, then is this person at fault for permitting such circumstances, stating the obvious. Of course, we proceed. Furthermore, goes on to state or ask, foreseeably, such a risk is left unchecked, or such a situation is left unchecked. Could this permit could such a thing as this permit the development of problems for the young person, foreseeably? Continuing, if the person didn't end up turning out okay, that is, that boy, could a significant proportion of the cause be even conceivably attributable to butterfly effects that were started way back here? The story gets interesting, right? Due to any such persons, the one responsible, any such person as that, their negligence or their reckless actions within the circumstance, such as to permit all this. Permitting what? Oh, we're going to find out. Continuing, regarding your second point on the lack of consideration of the child's emotional needs, regarding, as you stated, the quote, lack of consideration for the boy's emotional well-being and his need for time to process the changes in his family structure, the now adult John also concurs with this proceeding. Regarding the third point of yours, AI, on the introducing of a new romantic partner so suddenly within such a circumstance and the essential impropriety of this, John also concurs with that as well. Proceeding onwards, furthermore, now regarding your fourth point, that the boy, quote, may feel uncomfortable, anxious, or even traumatized by being forced into an unfamiliar situation with a strange adult, the now adult John also concurs with that this was indeed his experience as well, to a significant, if not outright substantial degree. Continuing now, what other further insights do you, AI, have about this situation thus far? AI responds and states that based on the additional information and confirmation from the now adult John, which it doesn't strictly realize as even the user. I'm trying to keep it objective, you see. We continue. Several key insights and conclusions can be drawn. Firstly, regarding the responsibility for this instability that we find here as apparently present, goes on to state here that the primary responsibility for the instability and uncertainty caused by this sudden vacation lies with John's mother. As the parent and primary caregiver, she had a duty to prioritize her child's emotional well-being and to make decisions that promote stability and security in his life. Continuing onwards, proceeds to state secondly, regarding the mitigation of that instability, it states that the mother could have mitigated the instability, indeed, by firstly, gradually introducing her new partner to John, instead of suddenly, in a more neutral setting to a sufficient degree, fully, before even dreaming of planning a vacation, so that by the time everyone's going on vacation, everybody already has synergy with each other because we all know each other and it's a stable and everyone is mutually accepting of each other and assuredly so that the vacation makes more fucking sense and is fucking comfortable for everybody instead of uncomfortable for everybody. You idiots. You make your own stupid decisions. You make your bed, you lie in it. Dumbasses. Leave it to Polish brains, I say, as my funny joke. Technically, since I just recently became a Polish citizen, maybe for the first time in my life, I may have to, by some conceivable moral duty that I've inherited now because of that, maybe my Polish jokes have to come to an end. So sad, because I enjoyed them and I found them to be fitting. We'll proceed onwards. Continuing. The AI has a point here as it continues to state. Now, secondly, continuing, B, the mother could have mitigated instability by, as it goes on to state here, ensuring that John had adequate time to process the recent changes in his family structure before introducing sudden additional new changes again. Everybody understands that. AI understands it. I understood it. I understood that this was fucking crazy to me. My grandma understood this. Everybody else understands this except for the delusion, the one woman, the one who's the problem, was the center of the problem this whole time. We continue. Because the AI continues onwards to state that thirdly, C, she could have mitigated the instability by, as it goes on to state, involving John in the... Thank you very much. Thank you very much. How about checking in with your son to see if he thinks this all makes sense and is a good idea that he wants to participate in this or be involved? You involve the son in the decision making process itself. Ah, no, no, no. I had all my toys thrown out for me, decided unilaterally by the mother whenever she didn't want toys to be in my possession anymore. These were old. He doesn't want them anymore. No one asked him. The mother says he doesn't want them anymore, so they're gone. Wow, way to just snip his pee-pee off, metaphorically speaking. All of you will go to hell. I promise. You're online for it. With no change, certainly, it is the only thing awaiting you. We continue. C. Yeah, as we're saying, involving John in the decision-making process and considering his feelings about the vacation and about the presence of a new adult in his life. Knock, knock, who's there? Nobody. Proceeding. Thirdly, regarding the responsibility for any consequences that may be there, goes on to state that by failing to take steps to mitigate the instability and by failing to prioritize John's emotional needs, the mother is at fault for permitting circumstances that, even if no risk came, or rather, even if no negative effect actually came, doesn't matter. This AI is very, very smart. It is, I would say, just about, it really is a next level beyond GPT-4. So this only gets better and better, all this stuff. It states it doesn't matter. She's at fault, nevertheless, for permitting the risk. That she even invited the risk. If it was a perfect vacation and everyone had a happy life after for 20 years and everyone developed properly and was a normal functioning member of society, she's still at fault for having created the risk that day, that week, that month. Oh, she created the risk, all right, and it didn't work out, and a million other faults because the risk actually manifested. You see, brainless people. Don't know what else to say. We continue. Circumstances, as said, pose the risk to the child's well-being. Proceeding onwards, goes on to state fourth, regarding the potential long-term effects. See, left unchecked, the instability, the lack of consideration for John's emotional needs, and the inappropriate exposure to a new adult figure could contribute, could it, to the development of long-term emotional, long-term psychological, or long-term behavioral problems? Yeah, when you bring Marek to the checkout counter, he doesn't have the warning tag stapled on his ass the way cigarettes do when you walk up to the checkout counter with those. Or you never actually walk up to it with, but you understand. But the sense of life in your brain is what's supposed to carry all the way. And in this regard, I'm actually a little bit disappointed at my mom. I'll say why. You know, we have, from the American perspective, we have a lot of, again, cultural jokes about Polacks and Polish people, how it doesn't really match up or mesh up. But Poles aside, really the rest of Europe on a whole doesn't bear that same reputation. And when you have a sufficient crossing back and forth culturally that you dip your toes back and forth, you know, everybody international knows this. America is really the butt of the joke from the international perspective. So, especially the French hate the Americans too. We all know this. But the point is this: I guess what Polacks are to America, America is to the French, and then the rest of Europe kind of understands like, we just kind of have more common sense and less autism because our shots are different. Ooh. Now, continuing. So, when my mom comes from a European background, I mean, it's Polish, but still European. I mean, I don't understand. Americans do stupid things such as drastically neglect subtle nuances of circumstances such that they recklessly create emotional, psychological, behavioral, or other tactical situational problems that Europeans would avoid because they have what? More nuanced contextual sensitivity. They're smarter. Not my mom. Sad example of a European sourced human being, probably because of the Polish factor again, this is my opinion. Something's off kilter. And it's not just that, you have to be fair, it's maybe combined with other things, and then we can only speculate as to what those other things are. So go ahead. It just really is a standout feature, though, of all this. We continue. Goes on here to state, fifthly, regarding the attribution of future problems, the AI states that if John were to experience significant difficulties later in life, it is conceivable, as a natural sort of continuation of the prior fourth point, that a substantial portion of the cause, it goes on to state here, could be attributed to the butterfly effect initiated by his mother's negligent or reckless actions during this period. During this period. Further insights. Firstly, regarding an apparent breach of trust. The mother's actions, as it goes on furthermore to state here, do represent a breach of trust. A breach of the trust and a breach of the security that a child should be able to place in their primary caregiver, such as one in her position. You see, as it goes on to state here, this breach of trust that is apparent already. What a smart AI. It could have far-reaching consequences for John's ability to, at the very least, guys, form healthy relationships and trust others in the future. True statement. As a side note, I don't trust people. And fucking way more and more over time. And then if you can't trust people, you don't form relationships with them. And then if they can't be trusted to form a relationship with you, such as to love you, such as to show you that the universe and the matrix are actually a-okay, then you will then by instinct continue to have disregard for others and the matrix because they can't redeem themselves anyway. See, so it's when you're the mommy of a 12-year-old boy, one day you do one thing wrong, boom, that's it. You butterflied, you killed thousands of generations. Everything gets fucking fucked because your one brain cell went wrong way once. You're responsible completely, karmically. Unbelievable. We continue. Secondly, and the more and more we go, trust us, trust me, audience, all this ties in together. This isn't hyperbole. We proceed. Secondly, regarding the lack of emotional support that's already apparent, well, during a time of significant upheaval and change, John, like anyone in this position, likely needed emotional support, stability, and reassurance from his own mother. Instead, the AI already finds he was forced into an uncomfortable and unfamiliar situation. It doesn't even state likely uncomfortable, possibly uncomfortable. The AI already understands it was uncomfortable because it's apparently uncomfortable on the face of the situation. The uncomfortability can be inferred. That's how you know you have a more advanced AI. The more advanced you are, the more sure you are of how right you are. Beautiful. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Love you, God. So nice. We continue. Instead, God, amen, amen. We're really blessed. Amen. He's forced into an uncomfortable and unfamiliar situation, which may have exacerbated his feelings of anxiety and uncertainty. What exactly happened on that trip? Even she would attest, like, yeah, he got different or strange. I don't know why, though. Because they're brainless. But even the AI realizes, yep, doing that will make that happen. Because it's a super AI analysis. It's so powerful now, it's scary. You know, one of these can run the entire economy, practically. Oh boy, we continue. What does super AI say next? This is halfway to super AI. It looks innocuous now, but you don't understand how powerful the stuff is if you don't work with it directly. We continue. Thirdly, regarding the potential for trauma that the mother allowed and endorsed, and permitted, we continue. It states that the experience of being forced to share intimate space even with a strange adult, that's not the worst of it, but it's the whole thing is nexus into the overall framework of it being a strange adult. That's right, as it continues to state. And that whole thing could be what? Even traumatic for a child. Particularly given John's confirmation that he did feel uncomfortable. He was anxious, and he was even traumatized to a significant degree. I could not have characterized it better myself. This thing is so nuanced, it literally thinks for me. Why? Because God and truth all co-align. And those of us human beings as well who are a part of it, we're always in the same angle on it. You continue. This trauma, as it goes on to state, could have lasting effects on his mental health and well-being. How could you let that happen if you're a woman and the mother of a growing son? Very nice. We continue. Goes on to state, in summary, the mother's actions in this situation appear to prioritize her own desires over her child's emotional needs and well-being. Yeah, I agree. That was the beginning of the end. That vacation. That was the beginning of the end of my life. We continue, which does, as it goes on to state here, constitute a form of moral wrongdoing. Of course, it continues to state that the potential long-term consequences for John's emotional, psychological, and social development are significant, and they could be attributed, at least in part, they could be plausibly at least, or even ostensibly, to the lack of consideration, and, as it goes on to state here, furthermore, the lack of appropriate decision making that was demonstrated by his mother, already conclusorily beautiful. I love this one even more than GPT, sorry to say, because I was a GPT lover myself. The inappropriate decision making demonstrated by his mother during this critical time in his life. We continue. User responds, and furthermore states, regarding the fifth point from your prior list, AI, where you stated that, quote, the child seems to have little say in the decision to go on the trip, which may undermine his sense of autonomy and control over his own life, the now grown John agrees with this as well, further stating that his own lack of agency and autonomy have been significant factors of detriment within his life overall there during upbringing, as caused by the mother of his, to a degree substantially larger than most other families or households. And boy, do I have some interesting stories. We continue. Goes on to state, regarding the sixth point from your prior list, that, quote, the child's emotional and physical needs may be neglected in favor of her new romantic relationship. It furthermore goes on to state here that the now grown John affirms that this has indeed been an ongoing theme for the past 20 plus years. Yeah. Where she has in fact kept this guy, and where she has, as found by John, been essentially neglectful and inconsiderate of her own son's well-being in a way that he finds to be improper. Continuing, regarding your second point from your more recent list on how the mother could have mitigated this instability, would it be fair to state that these initial issues could have been excusable within that whole developing circumstance if the man himself there made every reasonable effort to, in essence, be liked, be approved of by the son of the woman, and to have earned the acceptance by him, of course, such that by all of that, the man in that position would be, or becomes, in essence, absolved of any substantial contribution of inconsideration or of wrongdoing, as it furthermore goes on to state here, or ask. Continuing, in the event that he or one in his position were to substantially deviate from such a course of action as that, then would it not be the case that, in essence, it may not only be that one in his position there who is guilty, but also, especially so, the mom as well, who becomes guilty by endorsement of the morally offset pattern of behavior, by permitting it, by disregarding the consequences of all of that, creating the risks that the AI said these are already risks. She's guilty of risk creation, already guilty, even if she's guilty of nothing else, because the risk didn't happen to become manifest. Doesn't matter. You're going to moral karmic jail. You're responsible. Where, as further asked, proposed, where she, the one in the mother's position, is the one who is much more responsible, of course, for the quality of experience that her own growing son has, being brought up within this world and within the home, more so than anyone else. AI responds and states, you raise an important point about the potential role and responsibility of the mother's new partner, Marek. I hate saying his name even. I hate saying this motherfucking piece of shit's name. That's what he is, in my strong opinion. I'll leave it at that. In this situation, as it goes on to state, let's examine this further. If fucking had made every reasonable effort to be liked, approved of, and accepted by John, it could have, as it goes on to state furthermore here, potentially mitigated some of the initial instability and discomfort caused by the sudden introduction of a new adult figure in John's life. by actively seeking to build the positive relationship with any child in John's position at that point. Although converging upon 13, maybe it's not so much child in the traditional sense anymore, but still, I'm 12. I could still be fairly called a child, all across the board, be regarded as one still, just about. I'm beginning to transition into post-pubescent framework, but we continue. Um, actively seeking to build a positive relationship with John, that one there could have demonstrated a level of consideration for the child's emotional needs and well-being. What a concept. And I'm telling you, as I read this now, 20 something years later, my God, after 20 years later, after this all began to happen, my God, what a different life I could have had. What a nuanced analysis and consideration and that would be to behold exactly how so. I mean, you give life or you give death to the people around you, but be very careful, because when you tend to give death, those you give it to will often tend to either give it back to you, or even, interestingly enough, will just continue to pay death out forwards, out towards just the whole matrix in general. And you're still kind of karmically responsible to a significant degree or more. We continue. Goes on here to state that, however, it is important to note that while this idiot's efforts, I can't help myself, one in my position cannot help himself, patently. While that one could have improved the situation, that person would not, this would not have entirely absolved him of any wrongdoing or inconsideration. What is it saying here? Let's consider. As an adult entering into a potential relationship with a woman, well, perhaps they were just about in a relationship if they're going on vacation together, but not from my perspective. I don't know who the fuck this is. We're continuing. As an adult entering into a relationship with a woman who already has a child, this guy also has a responsibility to consider, it's like Voldemort, don't even say his name, right? Also has a responsibility to consider the potential impact of his actions on the child's life and to prioritize the child's well-being. I don't want to be guilty of outright slander, so I'll just state as a little caveat here. Yeah, all of this is my own opinion and my own personal take on the person. I just feel that once all the facts are laid out as I present them, any reasonable person across the board would, beholding the face of the situation as it appears, would agree with a presumably the same conclusion as me. Barring any substantially new facts that would controvert and overturn the situation, it wouldn't. And trust me, I'm looking to allow the opportunity for that, so that there can be no question at the end that I'm not only am I right about every little microscopic angle, I've been right all along. You cannot understand until you have the highest level AI come down up to humanity and analyze it from like godly heaven to show you which one is right in a way that your eyes read. I'm right on everything all along. I'm not wrong on a single damn line. That's how perfect practically I am, because I had to be perfect. Because when you're raised in an environment like me, where you don't get mommy's love unconditionally, you're fucking abused by having it even implicitly framed onto you that some aspect of acceptance is either never forthcoming, or that the only standard thing that you get isn't what you're supposed to get, except you're so gaslit that you don't even recognize that, you see? And then it becomes that, but it becomes, you become trained. It's as if you have to learn how to jump through hoops but you still never really ever get the love, but you just know instinctively as a human being, because we're all mammals, you're not getting what you're supposed to be getting. You just can't see it for what it is yet. Subconsciously, it's already reframing your entire fucking structure, so you're just, so now in a way you're kind of hyper trained. This is why Polacks are like hyper astute in some ways, and they're hyper intelligent in a lot of ways too. It's because none of the mothers ever loved their kids. Holy God, I just understood it. Oh my God. Let me share something very interesting. There's something called the Berlin numeracy test, which is a kind of like super basically, it's an intelligence test, but more nuancedly or accurately, it's a specific type of cognitive awareness thing that's measured. It's not just broad intelligence. They test people from all around the world with this, and it's sort of used in psychology. People, there's two countries in the world that stand out as having very substantially excellent measures on this, and then most other countries are kind of like there's everybody. There's like place one, place two, and then there's everybody else. It's very interesting. Okay, first place, China, and it's actually unbelievable. It's like superhuman. When they say like the Mongoloids, fair term, it's scientific. I don't care what you have to say about it. Uh, but to the credit of Asiatic people, you're smarter. They're smarter. It's just flat out. We must bow to that fact. And people tend to underappreciate that fact. If the average intelligence of the average Caucasoid is 100 IQ by definition, and it would be because we set it as IQ and we tested it on ourselves first, so we call it 100. Then we test them, they average 107. Unbelievable. Ashkenazi Jews, 120. Blow your mind. You know, we're Ashkenazi Jews up the mother's line, in fact, too, technically. And up my father's line too somewhere. But we continue. None of this is by coincidence. So the Chinese as a nation have the highest advancement in this capacity. It's remarkable. So, oh yeah, the 21st century is going to be the Chinese century when 30 years ago they were at the bottom of the barrel, barely second world country. The capacity, you give them the tools and they will do amazing things. Yeah. Meanwhile, there's other groups of people that if you give them everything, they still carry it and burn it down to nothing. I'm not saying anything about who. I'm not a racist. I'm saying that across the board, groups here and groups there will turn out not only if you were to construct a model, like a regression line mathematical statistical model, it isn't only cultural differences and opportunities and yada yada, and then one of those variables is your IQ, your internal structural neurocognitive framework. It goes up, it goes down, it takes you up or takes you down, and that has a non-zero effect. Simply because it has a non-zero and statistical effect, any person making this claim is automatically, magically absolved of any claims of racism. I'm not a racist, strictly speaking. I'm telling you that God seems to have put us in a situation where He didn't distribute intelligence evenly. Why? It has something to do with and no, in science, almost no one's going to tell you this next part, but I have an astute understanding. Why? Because I overdosed on the research chemicals and figured it out. I know which receptors mediate intelligence, so I can have a whole extended conversation, but beyond this threshold is no longer tied to the relevancy of this conversation. We proceed. Country number 2 is fucking Poland. It's fucking Poland. And it's very interesting because when you look at selenium soil deposits, this is what I do in my spare time because I find the links that no one else can dream to even find. There's 2 places on Earth that seem to have significant lack of selenium. Everywhere else in the world they have it. Select spots in China and almost all of Poland. Well, why does that happen? Oh, so you get two character traits that develop when you have lack of selenium. What is that? Oh, well, selenium has to do with serotonin production, and serotonin actually, funny enough, it naturally hedges the receptor I mentioned earlier, increases intelligence. So in what you call quote unquote warmer climates, come down to Italy and Greece and the Mediterranean, what do you have? They're more intelligent when they put metals into their water and they start drinking out of copper cups, stuff like that. Ancient Greek culture, but it also turns you gay. In fact, look it up. That's just exactly what happened. So the gay culture is like the first majorly homosexual culture where it's like standard to be gay in the populations where they're doing a lot of that. Side level knowledge. It's amazing. I tell the people this, they blows their minds. We continue. But regardless of that, the default cultures and effect, not only the sun increases serotonin, so the closer you are to the equator, Yeah, you're stupider. Sorry, it's just true. By pure IQ, it correlates with altitude, right? You're simpler, but it doesn't matter. I don't judge that. I judge your character. You tend to be a better person when you're from the equator. Would agree with, of course. Now we're all in agreement. Yeah, I know, right? Aren't those people from those pale people from the north kind of crazy? Yeah, I agree. A lot of them are. If you don't balance out your sunshine right, and then you do a lot of other things with like metals, you come into contact with metals, fire, refining. That's the history of human civilization. You're going to twist some neurological structures and develop cognitive things that you inherit. And where's it going to be the worst? If you don't have selenium in your soil, your internal neurology lacks the same propulsion capacity to develop the serotonergic balance that every other organism everywhere else on Earth is developing. So how do you come off trait-wise? You're a little bit off, but you can never see it. If you have a whole society that's frameworked around that, you'll never see it for yourselves. But everyone else outside and the whole world looking at you can see it about you. That's why in the great melting pot of America, all the other cultures merged together, and then the Polacks were the only ones that stood out. And this was before China came to the mix. And Chinese have a lot of redeeming qualities. They're not even that bad. I think Polish are worse. I love the Chinese. I grew up with them. Beautiful people. No, there's something wrong with the Polak. By definition, don't take my word for it. Here's a guy literally married to a Polish woman living in Poland with a Polish kid that they're raising together as a family. Uh, it's funny. Even he will put out a publicly released video of 5 things I don't like about Poland or Polish people. It's not just me, except if you're purely Polish and with, see, I'm only half and half mixed with other things. So that's enough. It's like the perfect angle. If you're not Polish at all, you don't get it because you're not involved. If you're fully Polish, you don't get it because you're the bum who stinks, so you can never smell your own stink. So to you, you're normal, but you'll never get it because you're in the craziness. You are the craziness.
So now you know what not to do in Poland. I also told you some things that surprised me there, and I even show you how to date them. But not everything is perfect, and there are some things that I don't like. So today, I'm going to tell you 5 things that I hate about Poland or Polish people.
My God, do you get it? Will you people fucking wake up already? It's not just me. We see it about you all because we're part not it, so we can smell the stink. You just smell it. It stinks. It stinks. It's offensive to our dignity, the way you act. So you developed a cult that's so insulated that you believe your craziness is normal. The fuck? Returning to this, it all now makes sense. It's a lack of selenium that makes the Poles more intelligent, number one, and then number two, socioculturally. What does it do? It dries the women up. I never met a Polish woman in my life who was, you know what I term in my mind, the beacon, the mother, the mothership. Every other girl I'm looking at, I'm growing up in class, oh, she's nice, she's warm. Like, you gravitate to her because there's magnetism. Never once in my life from Polish. They're always the weird ones. It's like autism across the board. Everyone's autistic just because you exist is the autism that they can't detect. But why? If the mother, I just figured it out. You heard me live, have the insight here. If the mother doesn't love her children, like, they don't even know what love is. They go through the motions of love to fit with the framing of the culture, some kind of thing like that. Because God fucking knows these people don't actually love anybody or anything.
Police was looking for me in every country. I was wanted by police, and same time I became star. I don't looking for inspiration for nobody. This shit come from cocaine, from alcohol. I'm the widest person, not only in rap business, in show business.
He's always doing, that people can't do or afraid to do.
Something inside me screaming, grab the fucking needle and put in my fucking eyeball right now.
Who the fuck wants this shit?
Who wants to die? Welcome to fucking Poland, bro.
If your framework is wired such that you need exhilaration, you're going to be pulled towards that. But of course, that's the lower portion of society. You pull away from God when you start going towards that, because then you need the juice of insanity to keep you going. Okay, but that's of course associated with more immatureness and with dysfunction that in a healthy society you outgrow sooner. But if you're stunted developmentally, spiritually, psychologically, whatever else, you never get it, or you get it less. Or you preserve what to us would be personality disorders, but to you it's not a disorder because it's normal. We live in swamp water emotionally. If everything's abuse, nothing's abuse. This is like my realizations. If everybody's Polish mommy abused them, because now I'm thinking across the board, I think everybody's Polish mom is similar. You're all just abusive because you have some kind of internal character. Look, if I took two different species of dogs, like I took the pit bull and the chihuahua, and then I had to mix it with some other like really calm species. If I took 30 of one kind and then brought one of the other kind, which no matter which way it was, whether it's 30 aggressive pit bulls and then one calm one, or one calm Labrador, 30 calm Labradors and one pit bull, whichever one you look, the one that's the one is going to be the different one from all the rest. And it's only by a matter of perspective. So which one is right or which one is wrong? Well, at the very least, we know that they don't mix. Okay? They don't mix. So guess what? Here's the problem. If a Polish woman comes to America, you kind of come under the dominion of American sensibility. Yeah. Yeah, we didn't go there. My father didn't go there to have me over there. We came here. Ah. Mind you, maybe there is an overarching moral or ethical framework that transcends even the species, possibly. That there's a more right and a more wrong angle even when you crisscross the comparisons. Okay? I'm not saying this out of hate. I'm saying this out of frustration that I was left with shit and left in... Maybe, see, I get it. Maybe if I was left in Poland, then you could have saved me because I would have been inoculated to awareness because I never would have woken up. Bingo. You keep us crazy. So I could have been that guy too. Right? Don't be self-aware. Be crazy. Then someone comes up, did your mother abuse you? My mother abused me. Fuck you. I'll take out a gun and kill you. Now I get to be not even willful, just blind, and I look cool for a video. Then you'll make about me too. Like, you don't get it? No. Looking more, yeah, going up closer to God in the material looks like you coming down. It's all inverted because we know the grand meta circuitry of the matrix and how it works. Blow your mind. We continue proudly. By actively seeking to build a positive relationship with the son in this position, that one could have demonstrated a level of consideration for the child's emotional needs and well-being. However, it's important to note that while Marek's efforts could have improved the situation, they would not have. Makes me feel better when I say his name in a fucking American accent. Yeah, Marek. That's what my father used to do because he didn't like him either. Wonder why. Because what kind of man was he? See? Fucking unbelievable. And my father's actually, if I look back, my father I respect in a lot of ways. More so the older I get, he's already passed now, but more so now than ever before. He was very savvy, but a good judge of character, almost without fail across the board. Way better than most people I've ever met in my life anywhere else. And I didn't recognize that about him until only recently when I developed in my own framework. I was like, oh, wait, that guy was way sharper and better than I gave him credit for most of my life while he was alive, which I regret. We continue. Goes on to state here. However, it's important to note that while Marek's efforts could have improved the situation, they would not entirely absolve him of any wrongdoing in consideration. I think you read this before. Goes on to state, as an adult entering into a relationship with a woman who has a child, that's right, Marek also has a responsibility to consider the potential impact of his actions on the child's life to prioritize the child's well-being. I know, selflessness. Who would have thought of this? We proceed. Just before we proceed so far, I just want to say, I'm a stand and a supporter of Poland and Polish people becoming everything that we could be. Why do I say this? I also believe that cultural traumas have affected who we are. Alcohol and overuse of that in the society, although it doesn't affect my mom yet, there's still issues from my perspective. But who knows? Could be a lot of things. Socio-political, karmic, minerals in your soil, and it's some strange meta combination of all those. Whatever. Doesn't matter. If you have a problem, step one is someone's got to rebuke you, whoever's affected by it, which I am, so too bad if you don't like it. You shouldn't have you've screwed me over. The minute you screw me over, you lose your right to be immune from me complaining about you. Secondly, is to take responsibility and look inwards and try to fix it. Does that guy on the thing feature there look like he's going to turn inwards to fix it? No, but the poor guy's chronically tripping on LSD that he injected into his eyeball. True story. Which sort of parallels my own LSD thing about how I didn't metabolize it, and for 6 years straight I'm low-key tripping on LSD. Not quite as much recently. It seems to have gone. The 5-year, 6-year trip seems to have petered down to borderline negligibly perceptible to not really so much anymore. Long story. We continue. And that has to do with what the previous research chemicals did to my liver. So then my liver stopped running, and then everything else that comes in after that, doggy piled in and never got cleared. It's really wild. I'm the only human being who has this story to this degree. I should be published everywhere. Yeah. There's so much more that should be understood about me. Really not enough is. We continue. Goes on to state here. In the event that Marek substantially deviated from the course of action described above and failed to make reasonable efforts to build a positive relationship with John, he would indeed share some of the guilt, at least, and responsibility for any negative consequences experienced by John. This thing assesses morally better than the other one I'm starting to find. I'm happy about this. We proceed. Goes on to state, however, as you pointed out, the mother bears an even greater responsibility in the situation, of course. Amazing, funny how me and the AI seem to just consistently agree all the time. Wow, what a mind-blowing thing. How's that happen? I know. We continue. As John's primary caregiver, and as the person responsible for making decisions that directly impact his life, the mother has a fundamental duty to prioritize her child's well-being and to create a stable, nurturing environment for him. Of course, by choosing to prioritize her own romantic relationship over her son's emotional needs, and by endorsing or disregarding any morally offset patterns of behavior demonstrated by her new partner, the mother is failing in her responsibilities as a parent. We proceed. The mother's endorsement of Marek's behavior and her disregard for the consequences of her own actions on her son's well-being constitute a significant moral failing. She is the one who has the greatest influence and control over the quality of John's experiences and upbringing, and therefore, not only will I state here that she bears the primary responsibility for any harm or negative consequences that result from her choices, and that's a moral principle, of course, generally, but I'll even proceed one step further. This is how Israel is going to win. There may be some very slight ironies to that, but never mind. I identify as Jewish, and I'm also going to say, after extensive study on certain things, regardless of what some people on this earth think about some of the things going on, I'll say this. At the end of it all, I promise there's going to be one world order, and there's going to be one framework behind it, and it's going to be one that extends what it is that the God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Jacob, that is of Israel, extended through the religion of Christ onto all of Europe and onto just about half the known world today. Everything's a vessel for the continuing expansion of the essence of God. And then it's all going to circumnavigate, seal up, close up, and everything will be within its dominion. And what is that dominion? That is the dominion of the correct moral framework. Because I'm going to tell you something. As entertaining, as it's fun and exciting as it looks like, and I had an extremely mild phase of what was depicted on that video within my own life. People around me from several years ago know that very well. But I'll say this.
Free. And I never ever have a driving license in my life. I don't have a driving license because I was pickpocket, and after that I was stolen cars. Jackie, you wanna drive my car or this car? Oh, fucking hell.
Who wants the fucking devil fucking laughing at you? Ha 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 ha. You know, there's a time and a place for all that. But when you're 40 years old plus riding around like that, something's wrong. You're not attuned to God. You're tuned with yourself. That is the devil. Because we're all the devil in our lowest form. You understand? This is very important to understand. You're not really flourishing. Okay, and that as far as that element of the analysis goes, it really uplifts out of from just the Polish, overly simplistic Polish paradigm I've been using. I'm going to abandon that pretty soon because it extends to much of current Western culture, and more and more today exponentially than it was 10 years ago. I'm kidding? It's like almost substantially different. It's kind of mind blowing. Why is that? The fabric of our stuff is getting deteriorated, but also that's done on purpose until Messiah comes, because it can only come when it's bad enough that it prompts it has to happen. You see, very crazy, and it isn't going to work out that way. The point is this: through the trauma of having to ride alongside something like that, or even look in the mirror and be that person. No offense to the guy himself, but the archetype of what essence represents that lives through that and through many other people alive on this earth today is that essence that needs to be balanced. You're hurting people all around you. You don't recognize it because the framework's off. Framework's off. And everybody who's a little bit of a cluster B, psychopathic, whatever, you bear an essence of that, a shard of that spirit of what you've seen there is within you. Is within you too. We continue this for now. It goes on here to state that the mother's endorsement of Marek's behavior and her disregard for the consequences of her own actions on her son's well-being constitute a significant moral failing. She is the one who has the greatest influence and control over the quality of John's experiences and upbringing, and therefore she bears the responsibility for any harm or negative consequences that result from her choices. You think I'd be able to even realize these things if I didn't awaken from a GABA B upregulation coma myself? Continuing. In summary, while Marek's actions and efforts or lack thereof to build a positive relationship with John are relevant factors in this situation, the mother's role and responsibility as the primary caregiver and decision maker are the things that are paramount. Her endorsement by all of that, of then that whole vacation now from when I was 12 years old in 2001 to Hawaii, which I didn't hate the trip. It was nice to be in Hawaii, but that's the only part of it I liked. I was outside, I said, nice vibes, cool people, nice scenery. Her endorsement of any morally offset behavior and her own disregard for her son's well-being do constitute a serious moral transgression. and she bears the majority of the responsibility for any negative consequences experienced by John as a result of her choices. Continuing on from there, Hughes responds as it's here shown. It goes on to state, let us assess the proportion of guilt that may fairly be attributed to either of the two adult figures within the story as time goes on. Let us turn to the conceptual matter as a matter of principle regarding how one in the mother's boyfriend's general position would be expected to show himself, properly speaking, and what the natural practical consequences would be in the event that one in his general position would fail to do so in that circumstance. Proceeding, somewhat often in modern times when guys are scrolling and swiping through dating apps and profiles, every now and then one may find a girl's profile to say something similar to the following: if my dog doesn't like you, I don't like you. Proceeding, is there a kind of universal truth behind this kind of statement when it's encountered by guys looking at what girls are writing? Continuing, if this patterning is true merely for women's own dogs by woman's own instinct, how much more likely is it to be true, properly speaking, for how women would ordinarily or ought ordinarily to feel about guys that they date with respect to, I should have said and added with respect to how they interact with their sons, but anyway, we continue. It goes on to state, is it both healthy and typical for a woman's own genuine feelings about any man that she is seeing to be extremely substantially impacted and influenced by how it is that her own children experience and report about such a guy? On the other hand, if a woman shows to maintain interest in a man despite any substantial failures to pass the vibe check test on the part of any children, what problems does this indicate? Continuing, does this show a likely problem on the part of the child such that any mother would properly be privileged or entitled to essentially veto the substantive protests or objections of the son or child? Or is it substantially more likely that a failure to change anything is indicative of a problem residing squarely within the moral psychological programming of the mother herself? Furthermore, if a neurotypical man in the boyfriend's shoes were to behold any such essential lack of synergizing with the woman's own children or other remaining family between them and himself, what then would be the intuitive or instinctive response on the part of such a person in his position? Continuing, if something substantially different were to be beheld as coming from one in such person's position, could this be even plausibly indicative or a serious moral, social, or even personality disorder? Interesting questions. AI responds here and states, you raise several important points regarding the dynamic between a mother, her child, and her romantic partner. Let's examine each of these points in detail. Firstly, regarding the dog test analogy, the statement, if my dog doesn't like you, I don't like you, does suggest that a person's instinctive trust in their pet's judgment of character of a person, especially a partner, extends to their own assessment of a potential partner. Of course, goes on to state, this analogy highlights the importance of considering the opinions and experiences of those closest to us when making decisions about romantic relationships. Considering next, secondly, mothers and their children's opinions, states that the dog test analogy is likely to be even more significant when applied to a mother's relationship with her children. It furthermore goes on to state thereafter that a mother's instinctive protection of her children, it's right here to say instinctive, her protection of her children and her own desire as well to create the safe and nurturing environment always had by neurotypical mothers. We continue. To create a safe and nurturing environment for them should naturally lead her to place great importance on her children's experiences with and opinions of any potential romantic partner. Let's consider something interesting.
But what is true is that these things I really don't like about either Poland or Polish people. It's normal. And because you can always count on me being 100% real, today I'm going to tell you those things that I don't like. Number one, their love for melancholy. If we search for the definition of melancholy, we will find that it's a feeling of pensive sadness, typically with no obvious cause. Does it sound familiar? Now, if we search for the definition of what a melancholic mood is, expression of sadness or depression of mind or spirit. Say that again?
Depression of mind or spirit.
Anyone that has spent enough time in Poland or around Polish people will immediately understand this. It seems like Poles are in a constant state of spirit depression. And we know that things over there are not perfect and people are going through their struggles. And when you have a difficult life here and there, it's understandable that you are not going to feel okay all of the time. But what bewilders me out of all of this is that it seems like they like it, like they enjoy their melancholic mood. I'm not saying that they enjoy their struggle, but I'm saying that they enjoy being in that melancholic mood, this, depression of the soul. Go ahead, I invite you, ask anyone there about their lives, how are things, how they're doing, how are things going for them, basically. And
Yeah, exactly. It's like, this sucks. They say certain things don't translate well across languages regarding use of actual words and the concepts they bear. It's like some things don't translate well on paper because you don't have the words for it on paper. What both me and this guy here are trying to tell you is that certain psycho-emotional cultural phenomena can't even be explained within an American English paradigm. Even the word melancholy doesn't do it justice. There's not even a word, there's not even a way of being I can mimic in an American framework. I just have to kidnap you, exchange your brain, and then make you look in a new language with a new, and then you'll get it. It's like, oh, what is this poison? Oh, we live and breathe it every day. This is normal for us. It would drive you crazy if I then put you back into American mindset. You'd be like, you're all crazy. I'm like, yeah, I know. Only people who are born with like partial Polish lineage and they're half raised in it but half outside of it were the only ones who can best see it and fucking Venn diagram the shit to death. This guy could see it too. Why? Because he's outside of it, but he's in it enough through the extended family that he's created that he's like, what the hell is all this? It's fascinating.
Promise you that once the ice is broken, even just a little bit, you're gonna get a regurgitation of words that seem to be all covered in this unhappiness. Latinos are more cheerful people. We try to see life from a happy perspective, and if we feel sad, we just want to leave all that behind and try to
Yeah, because it's normal.
cheer up. And whenever I encounter a Polish person that is feeling sad or is telling me all these things that sound so unhappy, my natural reaction is to try to cheer them up. And most of the time, it just feels like an uphill struggle. Like that ship has already sailed and there's no way that you can get it back to shore. You might as well just grab a glass and pour yourself a drink and join them in their sadness.
It is very sad. It is very sad, and it almost really does get in the way of having a decent kind of relationship with any such person, unless there's substantial bridging that transcends this problem that this guy's describing, because this is the core problem that is the fundamental barrier to anything involving being able to connect with these people properly. And maybe that explains everything. Because just about every other Polish person I've ever known is just a miserable, but you're supposed to be miserable. It's like, it's an offense to them if you're not also miserable with them. It's something like this. It really makes no sense. Except it's sad. The hell? Moving on.
Number 3, negativity. I don't want to beat a dead horse, guys. I've spoken about this. We all know about the infamous Polish complaining. But why is that? Why does it happen that Polish people feel that they need to express the things that they don't like so much? Well, I'll tell you. I think it's because of negativity. There is more than a healthy amount of negative energy around Polish people. And I think I'm starting to understand why it happens. I think it has a lot to do with history. Polish people have lost trust in everyone around them because they just kept getting over and over. But whatever the reason might be, it cannot be erased or denied that there is a pessimistic attitude towards many things over there. I do see a change based on generations. I think that the older generations are a little bit grumpier, a little bit more expressive of the negative things and the things that they don't like, and younger generation are more upbeat and cheerful. Which, by the way, I must say that babcias have a free pass to be grumpy, okay? Kocham was, babcie. And what I really don't like about this unending negativity is how exhausting it is. It seems like there's always something to be, careful for or something to worry about. It almost feels like there's always this.
Yeah, this guy worded it very well. And unless you've lived right beside it or strictly within it, you don't even understand how deep this goes. You don't understand. No aspect of American culture, any corner of it, actually even comes close to touching this. You really, it doesn't even translate. You have to experience it to understand. It's like an alien flavor at the ice cream store you've never tasted before. You can't even imagine something tasting like that. It's like that.
Pending doom or this catastrophic scenario just right around the corner, and it's so tiring. And you know what, it's not
It is
even
tiring.
for me. I actually feel sorry for Polish people that they
Me
have
too.
to feel like this all the time. Now, having said all that, I do believe there are some positive things that come out of so much negativity. Positive or negative? What It seems that because of this, they're always prepared for the worst. For example, if you tell your friend, dude, we're gonna meet on Friday, we're gonna have some drinks, we're gonna have a great time, his answer will be, maybe we'll see. And you call them to tell them that you cannot make
That's
it or
right.
something happened, and they will probably be a little bit more chill because their negativity probably was telling them in the back of their head that something like this might happen. Or maybe not really because of number 4, the lack of flexibility. Do you remember that on this video right here, I told you that in Poland your word is worth a lot. If you say something, people are gonna take your word for it. And there are
And this is true. And this is one thing I retained. This is very important. This is the only thing that perhaps may be Polish about me. This counts for everything. If you don't do exactly what you say, you're human garbage immediately. You cannot be redeemed unless you ensure to redeem yourself fully by paying very severely.
reasons for this, and one of those reasons is because they lack a little bit of flexibility. When circumstances change, especially last minute, they freak out a little bit. They feel uncomfortable, they feel weird, sometimes they start sweating. It makes them very nervous because why are you changing things? That's not the plan, that's not what we agreed. So please, no, don't change things. That's not what we agreed, okay? Do this short test with me and let me know in the comments, first of all, what you chose, either A, B, or C, and tell me where you're from, okay? You arrive at a party that you were supposed to go with your friend, but he or she doesn't show up. What do? A, you head to a quiet corner and repeatedly check your phone and internally freak out and get all, weird. B, try to make eye contact with a stranger so that you can strike up a conversation and you can then, leave the party after a little while. Or C, welcome this unexpected opportunity to make a few new friends and introduce yourself to a group of different people that you didn't know before. Let me know what's your answer, because if you're Polish, I think most of you are gonna say A. Yeah, that one is very hard for me because I come from a place that is 180 degrees on the opposite direction. I come from the land of unpredictability. Almost nothing happens in my country the way that it was intended, at the time that it was supposed to, or under the conditions that it was originally planned. Hey, I'm very critical of that shit too, but it's part of who we are. It's part of being Dominican. It's part of being a Latino, dare I say. And just like the famous question, which one was first, the egg or the chicken? There's not really a right or wrong. And if you're a Latino living in Poland, then we clearly know who is wrong if you're arriving late and changing plans last minute. But if you're a Pole, with that lack of flexibility, and you want to travel to a Latin country, man, you're in for a ride. But I do believe there are good things on each. Maybe Polish people are not so flexible, but they see through the plan and they make it happen. They make sure that it gets done. We, on the other hand, take longer and we have to course correct along the way. But if something unexpected happens and things change, then we're able to see it through and we're able to accomplish what we need to because we're able to adapt.
Interesting stuff, really. As I was saying here, the dog test analogy is likely to be even more significant when applied to a mother's relationship with her children. A mother's instinctive protection of her children and her desire to create a safe and nurturing environment for them should naturally lead her to place great importance on her children's experiences with and opinions of any potential romantic partner. Proceeding onwards. Thirdly, regarding healthy and typical maternal responses, it is both healthy and typical for a mother's genuine feelings about a romantic partner to be substantially influenced by her children's experiences and reports about that person. That's right, a mother who prioritizes her children's well-being and emotional security would be expected to take their pains and experiences into serious consideration when evaluating a romantic relationship. Proceeding onwards. Fourthly, regarding problems indicated by a mother's disregard for her children's concerns. If a mother maintains interest in a man despite substantial failures on that man's part to pass the vibe check with the children, if any, this suggests a problematic prioritization of her own desires over her children's well-being. This behavior is more likely to be indicative of a problem with the mother's judgment and her own priorities than it is likely to be a problem with the child's perception or judgment. Whoa, AI told you it's so. We continue. Fifthly, regarding the likelihood of a mother's veto power over a child's objections, while there may be exceptional circumstances where a child's objections to a mother's romantic partner are unreasonable or completely unfounded, no, this thing's more realistic. In most cases, as it goes on to state, a mother should not feel entitled to essentially just veto and outright disregard, in effect, or in essence, her child's substantive protests or objections, as it goes on to state here. Furthermore, a mother's primary responsibility is to her child's well-being, not to her own, not to the guy she's entertaining. And subsequently, as a result, it goes on to state, any dismissal of a child's concerns should be carefully examined as to why the hell that is even going on. Proceeding sixthly, regarding the expected response of a neurotypical man in the boyfriend's position. A neurotypical man who recognizes a lack of synergy with his romantic partner's children or family would likely intuitively understand the importance of building positive relationships with these individuals. Of course, any other normal man from the planet, goes on to state, he would be expected to make a concerted effort to address any concerns or issues that arise and to prioritize the well-being of his partner's children in his actions and decisions. Did we see that from this man? Once. I want to hear about it once. It never happened. That's embarrassing. Something was very wrong. We continue. Seventhly, regarding deviations from the expected response. If a man in the boyfriend's position were to behave in a manner substantially different from the expected response outlined above, it could indeed be indicative of a serious moral, social, or personality disorder. No surprise, huh? We continue. It goes on to state that a lack of empathy, an unwillingness to consider the needs and feelings of others, or a disregard for the impact of one's actions on a child's well-being are all red flags that suggest deeper issues with not only that individual's character and psychological functioning, but probably by extended implication, issues with whoever is accepting this, who's in the position to have done that she's obligated to do differently, but doesn't because she's either willfully blind or really blind, which is, I don't know which one's worse. Okay, in life, you're stupid, you're an idiot, or you're evil because you did it on purpose. Only one or the other.
God, I don't even know if I want to cover the Ryback stuff. That took 20 years off my fucking life. But I was beat up and I was torn up, and then John Cena got hurt, and they're like, oh, well, how do you feel about this guy? You know, I mean, he's definitely not ready, but, you know, you can carry him if you want. And I was like, yeah, okay, great. So that took 20 years off my life, because I'm already beat up, and then I have to wrestle steroid guy, and he's very, I call it like I see it. He's very hurty. Sometimes deliberate. You know, I mean, there was one time he kicked me in the stomach as hard as he could, and he broke my ribs right at the tail end. You know, and like that. You know, I never got an apology for that. He was something else. I mean, I had the torn up knee. I flew. I did Raw Tuesday. I got on the jet to fly to wherever SmackDown was. Vince and everybody got off. The jet continued on to Pensacola, Florida. They dumped me. I got surgery Wednesday morning. I'm walking out of the hospital, and Vince calls me. I'm all fucked up on anesthesia. Heard surgery went well, pal. And I'm immediately having like crazy flashbacks to the elbow surgery. And he goes, and I said, yeah, I guess. I'm just going to go back to my hotel and start rehab, later tonight and get rolling. Good. We just announced on the website that you're wrestling Ryback in a tables, ladders, and chairs match on the first Raw of January. And I was like, that's in 2.5, 3 weeks? He's like, yep. Prognosis for your surgery is 4 to 6 weeks. And I was like, so you booked me in a horribly dangerous match with a horribly dangerous opponent. And he's like, well, that's when Rock's coming back, so we got to start that program right away. I told him I didn't want to do it. He told me that he would owe me one. And I was just like, man, okay. So there was for the first time in my career, there was a big part of me that was just like, whereas before I'd be like, get on my horse. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this rehab, blah, blah, blah. And I was really just like, man. So I did the Brock match. I did all that. And then again, well, we don't know what to do with you now. Can you work Ryback? And I said, no. And once again, Vince goes, I'll owe you one. And then I said, that's 3 you're going to fucking owe me. I said, this guy hurt me last time. No, it's going to be different. Like, he went away for whatever reason. He turned heel. He's going to be a Paul Heyman guy. It's going to continue the feud with Paul. I was like, do you not see a problem with going from Brock to Ryback? Like, it's just whatever. But all right, I'll try to fucking make it work. So I acquiesce. I say, all right, I'll work Ryback. And I go up to Ryan and I go, hey man, clean slate. Let's fucking kill this. Let's fucking show them, that you're better than they think you are. Let's show them that I'm better than they think I am. And let's fucking, let's turn this mid-card shit into a fucking main event. Yeah, I'm really excited. Great, blah, blah, blah. First night out, gorilla press through a table, fucking misses the table. Dumps me on the concrete fucking ground. Tilts my fucking pelvis. Fucks me up for weeks. And then and like now it's at the point where I walk up to him and I go, you can't tell me you didn't do that on purpose because you've done it so many times now. You either tell me right now you're dumb as fuck and you suck, or you did it on purpose. And he was like, I'm dumb as fuck. I'm sorry. And like, there's nothing at that point, like there was nothing I could do. In my mind, there was like, well, great, I'm fucked. There's nothing I can do.
Either you suck and you're stupid, or you did it on purpose. You have no other in-between place to wriggle into. It doesn't work, and it's not going to work anymore in the new coming age for sure. We as a body of men running the earth, we won't let it happen. We will strictly vacuum seal the shit out of this. You will have to bend. There's no way out anymore. Learn accountability, idiots of the world. You continue. In summaries, it goes on to state here, mother's instinctive desire to protect her children, that's there normally, and to prioritize their well-being, if normal, should lead to her to place significant weight on her children's experiences with and opinions of any potential romantic partner. Even for sure, no one would disagree reasonably. Continuing, a neurotypical man in the boyfriend's position would, of course, as well, be expected to recognize the importance of building positive relationships with his partner's children and family. Even if you're fucking Polak. Even if that should not be a demerit or a detraction. You, most of all, in that person's position, for any similar framework or structure or issue in this life, for anybody, I'm the one here with this issue. Anyone in a similar position as that guy coming in should be the one reason why that growing son fails to any longer associate all of Polish people with some kind of massive detriment. Be one person, and it's the one that your mom chose. There should be some kind of completion factor. And I go, oh, you know what? I thought you were all crazy, but you know what? But one guy showed me the value. For me, there was actually, I have to say, my grandfather. He was the best. my mom's dad, he was the best. All right, everybody, he got like brain damage when he was younger. So maybe his brain damage fucking made him different than everybody else because actually he was extremely different from every other Polish person alive. And my grandma's wife knew this, but they were, they kind of loved each other, but they're also really difficult with each other. But he was like a simple, happy guy and always happy. And I like that. But strict sometimes, but still happy through it. I can't, it's an interesting dichotomy. He's very lovable and highly respectable. But everything else from other people I see is not. There's no redeeming factor. They're only terrible, and then they don't have anything to put in place to render their redemption. You're idiots. You persecute yourselves. A neurotypical man in this position would be expected to recognize the importance of these things, and etc., etc. But if you're not neurotypical, that's where the problems start. If the culture itself is aneurotypical, you have a real problem. You continue. Goes on to state the deviations from these expected patterns of behavior on the part of either the mom or the boyfriend could be indicative of serious moral, social, or psychological issues that warrant careful examination and consideration. It's true. We continue. All right, continuing. User, as shown here, responds and states that UAI stated that regarding the dog test that, quote, it highlights the importance of considering the opinions and experiences of those closest to us when making decisions about romantic relationships. However, is it the case that women would be implementing outright conscious decision making within that kind of situation or framework, or is the effect of such disliking much more likely to be essentially an automatic and subconscious phenomenon, an instinct, you see? Continuing, if so, then is it upon the very automatic instinct of such a woman that trust upon her is then there even able to be placed? Because it's the downstream and consequential action regarding how it is that she manages her life, as it goes on to state here, where we can behold and know that this is the result of her automatic instinct to do the thing, to, in essence, refuse the garbage situation. Kind of in an abstract kind of way, if I think back upon the meta-analysis and meta-truth of life, so to speak, it's like men don't trust women because of their conscious decision making. Conscious decision making is not the realm of women. Not traditionally. And whenever we turn to women for anything, it's not because we do so because of her conscious decision, but we turn because her instinct is correct. You're automatic. A button is pushed within the framework of all of reality within the matrix that runs through you. Certain things will reliably come out. Good. That's as far as we trust you. We want your instinct to be correct, because if you thoughtlessly do the beautiful things, that's when you're most reliable and secure. The minute you start thinking, game's over. We need to evacuate that structure because you believe in yourselves is the problem. We continue. And actually, there's a lot of. The more I think about that, the more I realize now. I've never really realized that before, but it's so correct. It's very smart. Because think about it, women are always emotional, so you don't really think things apart from the feelings that each corresponding thought or idea gives you. Men do. Men can separate the emotions from the actions. That's why we're with God in alignment with that. You're married to emotions, women, so women only do what makes them feel safe. That's it. That's literally all that's possible. But when your inner wiring is flawed such that what you believe contributes to your safety is actually what hurts the safety of the whole bigger picture long term, but it's outside your vision to immediately see that. There it is. There it is. It's really that easy. I can't. God bless what happened to me. You know, I really appreciate everything that's happened to me. I can see the things that other people don't have the guts to see. They don't give themselves mental permission to see it because they enframe the society around them. Also, that's one of the weaknesses of serotonin programming, by the way. If you're not serotonin based, there's a superior ability to cut through the crap so you see reality more clearly. That's why, in certain respects, like I told you that test, Polacks and Chinese score the highest on them. While Polacks and Chinese will be the first ones to, otherwise persecute you on something and run a society that the rest of the world is like, oh, ouch. We don't want to be a part of that. That looks nightmarish. Because you get certain strengths and then you get certain corresponding weaknesses. Anyway, we continue. As this was saying here, in the event that a woman is found to have a defect in her garbage repulsion mechanism, akin to a faulty vomit reflex, such that poison makes it in as retained, so said, in a way that's much more often than should be possible, then who is it that ultimately suffers? Is it only the woman? Why, her feeling mechanism didn't work. See, if she doesn't feel bad doing it, she won't reject it. Hello? Every woman listening goes, yeah, duh. Aha, I got you, exactly. Exactly. A man still retains full power to stop and manage situations, even if it has nothing to do with how he feels one way or the other way. It's unbelievable. And you're like, what do you mean? I don't understand. Exactly. That's why we're literally, it's like third dimension versus fourth dimension. You can't even perceive the additional dimension. We're at another higher level. You don't get it. So another degree of freedom, it's just a multiplicative dimension at its worth of dimensionality possibilities. You don't get it. We continue. In fact, higher GABA is what allows me to see both realms, so I can more easily compare the two. Because there's shortcomings for both. Men can't see certain things that women can detect due to the different wiring. True story. In a strange way, I'm kind of like a weird unification of yin and yang. Up GABA, it converges, and then you're just like God, my meta God, mini God. True statement. Just the way it is. We continue. Or is it only the woman who suffers, or is it everyone around her who is a stakeholder in her life? Continuing. AI responds to this and states, you make an excellent point about the nature of the dog test and its implications for a woman's decision-making process in romantic relationships. Let's explore this further. Oh, and by the way, I'll say so. Maybe I'll save it for another time. Maybe another video. All right, we continue. Firstly, regarding the automatic and subconscious phenomenon, AI even begins to agree with the kinds of general broader lines I'm drawing here. Of course, the smarter these AIs are going to get, the more often they're going to agree with me. Infinite blow. Mind. There's no escape. You're in my world. You have been all along. And I'm not representing myself as man that you're in man's world. That's sort of true in a way that's been already true all along, but it's even deeper. You don't really understand who I am yet. Ooh. Just hold on to your seats. Won't spoil to the surprise until it's at the end and it's painfully obvious. Or it's too late. We continue. You are correct in suggesting that a woman's response to her child's or dog's dislike of a romantic partner, potential romantic partner of hers, is more likely to be an automatic and subconscious phenomenon rather than as a result of conscious thinking. No way. We continue. This automatic response is what's rooted in a woman's instinctive drive to protect her loved ones and maintain a safe and nurturing environment. Maintain fidelity to the frame. That's what women are good at. I discussed this in another video briefly, I believe, and that's one of the more recent things I want to discuss much more greatly in coming videos. Develop conceptual lines. I'll be writing books, God willing. I'll be making speeches, seminars everywhere. God, book me. In this way, I'm actually too yin, where most women are yin and most men are yang. But yang in a dumb way, where they also can't see certain things. I'm yin. I could see too much while not being able to do enough on my own. I'm crippled on my own. I need you people to be my arms and legs. You know, similar to, hold on a second.
Reality of the name of Yod-Heh-Wah-Weh, they're the sort of people you send out into the world to accomplish the work. You know, and that's why Moshe couldn't probably go into the land of Israel, because you reach a level of maturity where to take up arms and start killing
That is Moses speaking about Moses.
people and accomplishing what needs to take up arms and start killing people and accomplishing what needs to be done physically is contrary to the spirit reality of the name of
Contrary to the spirit, as you're saying. Hold on.
Hillel represented Abraham. Shimon ben Hillel. Shimei represented his son, so he was the youth to a certain degree. But it's when that goes out in still a state of immaturity, you're able to accomplish a lot more, even if it's not done perfectly. To be fully aware of God, the true knowledge of God, you couldn't get on and do the work physically that was required to do because...
And by the way, this is one of the only people I've ever encountered, besides myself, where I described this phenomenon in another one of my videos. I can read that this woman is on one of the highest levels. She's extremely close to where I am, and it's without research chemicals. It's amazing. Pure spirituality development over a long period of time, I bet. Incredible that this woman is able to intuitively, instinctively say this and word this. This is one of the wisest women I've ever seen in my life. She's one of my favorite people, men or women, to listen to is her. She is the pinnacle of the normal human structures that I've come across so far. God bless this woman. Go check her videos out if you want. She's brilliant. Brilliant. I would worship her almost. She's wonderful. She continues here.
Your spiritual reality will dominate over your physical reality. And you need to be in a state where your physical reality and perception is still dominating over your spiritual life in order to accomplish that. So you always need a Moshe to really guide, but you need that youthfulness that's a little bit ignorant of what's really, they're not as mature spiritually, so they've still got physical passions and drives.
And capacity, even. So other rabbis go on to state that it's widely regarded in the Talmud that of all the most powerful prophets of Israel, there were two main levels of prophecy that were at the top level of prophecy, and then a higher one slightly that no human being up until the coming expected second incarnation of what's regarded as the Messianic spirit or essence comes, and they say it comes extremely soon. They say all other prophets of Israel had the prophetic capacity, but they weren't able to access it in their normal, everyday living, breathing zone and mode. They had to lull themselves into a special hypnotic state in order to access that, where they lose consciousness capacity, and then while they're in this trance-like meditative music induced or whatever else it is state, then they can access the channel temporarily. They don't live and breathe in it 24/7. But because of that, they're still human beings, so to speak, where they have a little bit of the yin and yang balance, such that they aren't all seeing God, man, but without capacity to act, where they need second persons and beyond to be the traction vessels. Moses needed his Aaron, and she uses the example of Joshua, which was the figure who took on the work of Moses after he died and conducted battles. I think Moses and Aaron even as a particularly astute reflection, because Aaron still was a doer relative to Moses, although Aaron was the prophet and yin and passive one relative to everybody else below him beyond that. Biblically, I was about to say, as we all know, as we know when we study those things, the Bible is all in the regular Bible. So here's the thing. They say those are all the other prophets. Then there's Moses, who is the granddaddy of the prophets, They say he was the only one, he was greater than all the rest of them by another level, because the only one whose level was so pristinely developed that he didn't ever have to engage in hypnotic, deep spiritual or music induced states or anything like this, because he had it as a chronic living, breathing thing. He was always in God level communication 24/7 while conscious. That's extremely high GABA B upregulation, is what that is. And that's confirmed because they study monks and they say, well, we understand in these neurological scans, there's one receptor that gets upregulated when these monks are highly closer attuned to nirvana over the many decades of meditation. It's the GABA B receptor. I'm telling you, yeah, I know that because I live it. Interesting, the prophecies over hundreds of years, over thousands in fact, by now just about, they're saying that Moses was the only one, and he's regarded as the forerunner of the Moshiachs, the Messiahs. They say there's actually technically 3 or so messianic incarnations. They say the first one was like the template Messiah, it was pre-Messiah, as Moses. Then there's the second messianic instance that comes as a kind of a fuller Messiah, but still considered as a Messiah-lite. Side note, many people, a growing number of them now, not traditional Christianity, but you could call it alternative Christianity that actually wedges more in a complementary way with proper Judaism, though neither strict Jews nor traditional Christians will agree with this. This is really, you have to really read in between both lines, because none of the lines agree with this. They say that Jesus was this pre-Messiah, Messiah-like. Jews today say he wasn't any Messiah. Traditional Christians across the board virtually say, no, he was the final Messiah. He was the top Messiah. Neither are true, I think. I don't like to prematurely put out my position, but I'd say that if you want to develop a meta framework where everything is perfectly consistent or optimally consistent, I think that's what we find, and more people are starting to agree with this because it seems to be more sensible, quite simply, and by a common sense approach, which works because it doesn't mitigate or it doesn't negate the effect of the Jewish tradition and holdings, which is the whole point. So that's good. Nor does it negate the Christian aspect. You just need to shift your perspective a little bit. Humble yourself very slightly. We grew up Catholic, technically. And you just understand, well, yeah, it just fits now. It actually all fits. It's wonderful. That's a great way to reconcile some of the differences between these Abrahamic branches, don't we think? But anyway, we proceed. The prophecy holds that there's only one other individual that's prophesied to ever incarnate on this earth who, for whatever reason, is able to attain such a meditative state that he doesn't have to fall into meditation. Like you see these high-level gurus, they still have to go to get in it. They say there's going to be one person. He will have the level of Moses and beyond. And they're not sure why. They just look into the future and they can see that one incarnated person coming onto earth. It's funny because they say that he has to appear by the biblical year 6000. Funny thing, when you look at the biblical year 6000, you assume that it corresponds to the Jewish year. Funny enough, you open up some other rabbinical sources and other sources. I've done deep research on this. Ends up, they don't correspond. There's about a 210, 220 or something like this number of years of discrepancy. They found out why. They corrected it. Checked the prophecy. It predates the period of time where they corrected it, so they recalibrated for that. Then you count forwards. Guess what year they say that the Messiah, that's called, the Christians call it the second coming, that's the messianic mantle passing onto a second human arising at this time on earth. And they say this Messiah has to appear and come into realization that he's the Messiah, furthermore, by this year. Do you know what year it is? 6,000 years from antiquity they've been counting. Do you know when the 6,000th year is and comes? It's 2024. It's right now. Everybody understands these things who understands these things fully. And I will straighten out this fucking world. If I ever get to, I won't rest until every part of it is under the proper design so that God's will can run the way it's supposed to. Put it that way. And that's me playing my part in the bringing about of the Messianic redemption. Who or what or how anything larger than that can come, only God knows. Figure it out. How high it goes and where the buck stops, so to speak, and where it ends. It is funny, though. I will share something somewhat personal. Extremely few people know about this, and only one person was a witness to this who was there with me, who knows me when this happened. This was during what I call my previous life. You have two lives, two versions. There's the post-coma version of me, where even friends of mine up until this day have said, like, your personality is completely different. I'm like, yeah, the old me died in that coma. I woke up as a meta-human with re-upregulated nervous system receptors, just living out the way I do. It's a meta program. Jonathan Winslow is dead. 8 years ago, as of April 8th, 8 years exactly. On exactly 8 years after my coma is that crazy, that eclipse that's supposed to happen very soon, in about a week and a half from now. I visited this place called the New Life Expo, where all these like yogis and alternative medicine people and psychics and all these types hang around there. And I visited with this older guy, older friend, Michael Corbett. And we were there, and I sit down at this lady's table. I forgot how I was brought to sit down with her, because usually I don't just participate in any old thing everywhere. But somebody or something brought me to sit with her. And she apparently was a somewhat well-known psychic Turkish coffee reader person. When you drink coffee and the grounds settle, and then she has the ability to prophetically see and get the imprint from the pattern of the coffee, the frequencies. I thought it was BS. Today I completely get it. I have a very similar skill and talent post the coma. I can see transdimensionally through anything and everything I look at or touch. Yeah. Amazing, but I'm not the only person. That's not super special. I'm sitting with her. She has this ability. She's introducing herself to me briefly. She says, hey, I do this, I do that, extremely nonchalant. And she was busy. And she was somewhat well known that she doesn't have to impress herself upon anybody or humble herself. She was like, would you start off with me? She was like kind, but just very matter of fact. Blah, blah, blah. This is what I do, yada, yada. Like, 1,000 times every day, and she's somebody reportedly. So we begin. I'm like, okay, I guess I'll do it. Back then I was just a party guy. I was a personal trainer. I went out a lot and just had a simple life. I happened to be a smart guy, kind of on paper. Like I did well in school, but I wasn't anything really tremendously profound by any stretch of the imagination by application, but I love to just have fun and waste time. Simple guy. I was in my mid-20s then still. Now I'll say this. Now maybe I should save this story for another time soon. I don't know. I might have covered this story on one of my other videos. I don't remember. I'll say this. Maybe I have a feeling to cut through this stuff that I'm working on here. I don't want to get it too off topic. And if I remember to come back to this topic, I'll have to come back to it because it's close to my heart. It should be said and recorded and placed somewhere here or there so it can be, clear, laid out somewhere that it's there. And I honestly can't remember if I've mentioned this on record here. All right, well, if it's meant to be that I swing back around, I'll swing back around. Well, let's continue with this.
And expectations that are going to forge forward, So with it, when Hillel and Menachem did not disagree, I think it's something to do with that sun. Hillel represented the idea that I thought about, because sometimes, like I say, when you're looking at this, what's going on, you think there needs to be a certain amount of youthful naivety almost, but
yeah, interesting word, naivety. That's right. The more you can see with more wisdom, more dot connectional, overarching, simultaneously seeing it all at once kind of thinking, all at once meta throughout, and then cutting through all the dimensionality, seeing it at once too, the less you can do. The better you can see it all to figure it, the more you need someone moving your lips for you with their mechanisms to help you even speak it, is how crazy it is, because your nervous system, as a transdimensional information broadcaster and receiver, can only allocate a certain amount of electrical energy towards the one framework or the other, where humans always have a mix and balance of both. And if you want to artificially overclock, like people do with their computers, the electrical circuit on one thing, you have to juice it up on one axis of setting or whatever, because you're taking it away from somewhere else, or you're limited, you can't go so far, or if you do, you need something else to compensate it. So it's exactly something like this. Continue.
passion to secure your borders and stuff like that, and to gain ground and to do the work that is required in order to accomplish that,
And this is exactly why, we get the idea, we'll leave it for now, but this is exactly why Moses needed Aaron. Moses could not have functioned in his duty to bring down God's word in a way that had traction with everybody else who isn't Moses, without Aaron being the next to Moses thing, that relative to Moses, he's the yang, but he has enough traction to have Moses meet the rest of mankind. You cannot make contact without the multiple layers, strata. This is the key things. And I'm not making it up. I'm not saying this to feel special. I'm saying this because I'm decrepit. I'm saying all this, and I perceive millions of times more things, and I even have the physical motor capacity to be able to speak. And then it's more complicated than that. And then I need help, and I need people around me. Just like the highest level monk in the monastery has his attendants, not because he's old necessarily, but he's so highly meditated, he sees the ends of the universe, but he can't feed himself because he's so in his. I'm not that very, very far off from that. Wake up. It is what it is. I'm not ashamed. In fact, I'm proud. Everything happens for a reason. We're going to continue. Proceeding onwards. Secondly, regarding the trust in a woman's instinct. See, society places a significant amount of trust in a woman's instinct to manage her life, and by extension, others' lives, in a way that prioritizes, of course, that is, the well-being of herself and her dependents. And, of course, if you're really an empathic woman, everybody around you. And actually, that's for men, too. Because while you got guys that are like, who wants to die? Who wants to die? It's funny, and, it exhilarates a woman who's a simpler woman, but most women are. See, if you're her, that then that other guy that we saw earlier, that doesn't work for her. You see the problem? Okay, so by extension, here's what I'm going to tell you next. The world to come will allow, arguably for the first time ever, all women to transform into the ultimate Moses version of womanhood, which is this. And then once you have that, okay, then this shit doesn't work for you anymore. It doesn't even jive with you. It looks silly, it's stupid by pure vibrational instinct. It's like, that doesn't even fit. What is this? A joke? Or craziness? Okay? But when you're not, when you're at a different level, then you're going to correspond to whatever's at your level. That's all it is. The Earth's level is going to be raised now extremely soon. We're at that level. The timing is correct, and it's all about to happen. I'm going to be putting out a couple of... see, I've got so much on a plan, and then I do 2% of what the plan is because I don't have 98% of the work being done by helpers corresponding to outflow my energy into more productive effects. I'm slow as a snail. And notice to the world, come help me, be by my side. You'll be doing God's work along with me. Imagine the reward you get, heavenly, and everything that comes from me, gratitude, and also more things, God willing. And we'll leave it at that. We continue. Let's stick to what we need to do for now here. Secondly, regarding trust in women's instincts, society places a amount of... we continue. As where he left off, goes on to say, this trust, as was described, is based on the assumption, of course, that men and people in general place in women in general, that a woman's automatic response to garbage situations will lead her to make decisions that protect her and her loved ones from harm or unhealthy circumstances. Of course, we continue. Thirdly, regarding the consequences of a faulty garbage repulsion mechanism. When a woman's instinctive garbage repulsion mechanism is defective, akin to a faulty vomit reflex, like Claude 3 Opus, you're amazing. It, as it goes on to state here, can lead to the acceptance and retention of poison, in essence, in the form of unhealthy or harmful relationships at the very least. This, as it goes on to say, not only affects the woman herself, but also has far-reaching consequences for those around her or stakeholders in her life, such as her children, family, friends. That's why women's programmed to have fidelity to the frame. And even what I could call colloquially broken women, quote-unquote, even offset, say, women of this type, are still technically following the frame. They don't necessarily consciously realize this, but this is true. Even a feminist woman is a feminist because she's following the frame. It just so happens that feminism is the frame. See the difference? A man will not do that. A man will follow feminism because he uses his logic, even though, as a side note, his logic may be corrupt. Whether or not it is, doesn't matter. Whether or not feminism is right or not, parallel universes, doesn't matter. The point is the neural framework by which we get there is different. We get to the same place sometimes and to different places other times. I'm talking about the very nature of the mediating structures themselves are completely different. People don't appreciate that because when you get to the same place, you mistake the effect for the cause, and then you get confused and you do a lot of conflation. Not good. Upregulate your GABA B, you'll see it like me, and we'll have a fun time. Very good. We continue. As it goes on to state here. Fourthly, now, proceeding onwards. Further states here, the impact on children regarding that. In the context now of a mother-child relationship, a faulty garbage repulsion mechanism can have particularly severe consequences. Children are highly dependent on their mothers for safety, security, and emotional well-being. When a mother's instincts fail to protect her child from harmful or unhealthy situations, particularly the son, it's double worse if a son is betrayed by the mother than a daughter. You see, instinctively, it's just kind of true. That's why daughters don't get along with mothers nearly as much as sons do, which sons properly almost always do or should. Today's world, anything goes. all the traditionally most safest things are up for anything goes now. The very framework's about to get burned down. We're almost at that level. Messiah has to come. You get it? Because we're all dead tomorrow if he doesn't. Put it that way. We continue. When a mother's instincts, as it states furthermore, fail to protect her child from the harmful and unhealthy situations, that's right, such as exposing them to an inappropriate or abusive person that happens to be the romantic partner of their own, which is the worst because they're enabling it, then of course, naturally, then the child, as it goes on to state, suffers the most significant and long-lasting consequences. Thanks a lot. Fifthly, continuing, regarding the ripple effect that this has on others, the impact of a woman's defective garbage repulsion mechanism extends beyond her immediate family. Friends, extended family members, and even the wider community can be affected by the consequences of a woman's inability to identify and reject harmful relationships. That's why God needs to put it into her instinct to avoid that. It's the only way to securely do this. The minute it falls out of your instincts because something went wrong, not enough, whether it's not enough selenium in your soil, as that half joke has gone, but it's not really a joke, to anything else, could be 10 other causes, either one of them, then that's it. The guardrails are off. Now you can never trust that woman. Who is who? For me, my mother. And by the way, I might have brought this up already before. You know, if I'm saying something because of a kind of bias against women, responsibly speaking, who do all women need to go to and point the finger and say, like, hey, like, maybe we don't love that and we wish it were a little better? It'd be a little better for how we feel if that there were a little better, pointing at me and how I'm talking about this. But a lack of light and ignorance will have you stop there and go, oh yeah, that guy's, well, not really. Insight will have you go, who was responsible for playing the role of primary woman in the foundational stages of that man there's life to prevent him from coming to feel exactly like this about many of us? Then the finger changes now, points at her and goes, all you, lady, had to do was, you had one job. You had one job, and all of us would have been looked on with higher, better feelings and favor, and if you want to word it that way, but you get it. Or regardless, everybody wins when everybody loves each other. Bad impressions count. Bad impressions count. They leave lasting marks. And also then the karmic saddling takes place. If one of us fucked up, all of us have to pay the price. Sorry, that's a karmic law of reality. Or at the very least, what all of the rest of us have to do, denounce what the one wrong one did, that we don't want no part of it. So at what point do women denounce what my mom did? You can't escape God programming. We continue. As it goes on to state, this can lead to a breakdown in social support systems. A woman's inability to identify and reject harmful relationships. So they're saying this is key. We understand. Continuing, this can lead to a breakdown in social support systems, increased stress and conflict, and a general erosion of trust and well-being within the affected group. In summary, as it goes on to say, the dog test analogy highlights the importance of a woman's automatic and subconscious response to potential romantic partners, particularly in relation to the well-being of her children and loved ones. Society places significant trust in a woman's instinct to manage her life in a way that prioritizes the safety and well-being of herself and her dependents. Continuing on now, goes on to state here that when a woman's garbage repulsion mechanism is defective, it can lead to the acceptance of harmful relationships. Oh, is that what we suspect has been going on now here? Bet it's true. Wait till the further upcoming stories get read and then written up a little more, and then all until finally complete. I've been waiting months or years and years to actually write all this out like this. So this is the real culmination. All these many hours within this playlist has really been a culmination to lead up to this. This is one of the central cruxes that sits as like the capstone, but really it's not the capstone. Really, it's the foundation of all the or the crux otherwise for all this other stuff that's gathered around. It's all that other stuff, and it's this, and these are what sit in juxtaposition in relation, and this is really the core nub that I've been waiting. I've been circling around this. That's why this is one of the last things I've been waiting to put. As I said, finally by this point, this is one of the last remaining things. Finally, I can put this out, so now it all falls into place and click, and it makes sense. Here's some high GABA B instinct. I'm going to paint the picture. Do you know how the coming Messiah is going to build the world? I already see it because GABA B instinct is GABA B instinct. We'll just put it that way. I'm going to paint you a picture right now. How the Messiah, Ben David, which is the one we haven't seen yet, that's not the Christ from before the Yeshua, Jesus. This is what they call the coming of Christ again, but he doesn't come from heaven. He comes from the ground as a newborn baby with a new life and a new name. This is understood by a significant proportion of people, I would bet, or more. Here it is. None of them fit, right? Booyah. That is the perfect meta representation, symbolic representation of how the new world is going to be built. This freaking genius. You can't appreciate it probably. Maybe you can. We continue either way. We can just move on now. Ending up with this message from the AI, finally concludes by saying the impact of such a defect as this can be severe and long-lasting, underscoring the importance of fostering healthy instincts and decision-making processes in romantic relationships. User responds and states or asks, therefore, is the mother guilty of not just bad conscious decision-making, but faulty instinctive elements of psychological and personality-based framework structure in the event that increasingly abusive or damaging situations were in fact allowed to continue to persist because of unchecked problems? Continuing, furthermore, goes on here to state, evaluate the entire rest of the upcoming conversation in order to determine whether such circumstances do appear to have existed in the described situation. And if they are there, then state so. Continuing, he also stated that, quote, the boyfriend would be expected to make a concerted effort to address any concerns or issues that arise and to prioritize the well-being of his partner's children in his own actions and decisions he makes. Right, of course. So, proceeding then for the entire remainder of this conversation, do track AI whether the boyfriend appears to draw closer towards fulfilling such a presumed moral obligation, and if not, if he doesn't, then what the negative consequences of this are. Proceed. AI responds to this and states, understood. Based on the information provided so far, it appears that there may indeed already be an apparent fault in the mother's instinctive, psychological, and personality-based framework as well, if, as it goes on to furthermore state here, if she does allow increasingly abusive or damaging situations to persist in her romantic relationships, particularly in the situations that negatively impact a child. As the conversation continues, I will evaluate the information presented to determine whether the mother's actions and decisions suggest a persistent pattern of faulty instincts and decision-making that prioritize her romantic relationships, or otherwise her idea of what she thinks feels right, which, for as the insinuated sort of half-joke goes, for Polacks, how could that possibly be right? But I'm being just a little mean here. But we'll continue regardless. You understand my essential point anyway. Regardless of what the ethnic framework is, it doesn't even matter at this point. I just want the damn right results. Hurry up and fix it. Recall what connection to God means. And if Poland was such a... It was both a highly Christian country and had a significant influx of Jewish life and activity there. So it's kind of high on both elements, funny enough, respectively. What happened? If God was with you and with us all along, what happened? It proceeds onwards. It goes on to state here, furthermore now, I will track the boyfriend's behavior throughout the conversation to assess whether he makes a concerted effort to address any concerns or issues that arise and prioritize the well-being, whether he prioritizes the well-being of his partner's child in his own actions and decisions. If the boyfriend fails to fulfill the presumed moral obligation, then, as it goes on to state here, I will identify and analyze the negative consequences of his actions on the child and the family dynamic as a whole. Please continue providing information about the situation. I'll evaluate the mother's and boyfriend's actions, their decisions, and their impact on the impact of those decisions on the child's well-being accordingly. Tall order. Even for an advanced AI, I have a feeling the way this works, it's going to eventually, I don't know, the page will refresh, it'll lose track, but it means well. Amazing words. I love it. We continue. We go on. User response to this and states, or asks, or actually it just states, at the outset now, of the trip to Hawaii. The story and the narrative is resumed now, and we continue. Goes on to state that when the child is brought to the airport and taken on a plane ride with this guy, and when they land in Hawaii, I remember this almost clear as day still. We start driving around in some red convertible. Right? Mind blowing. Like, did he pick that up from a fucking, fucking movie or something? What the hell is this? Continue. By about this point in the trip, at the very latest, the boy now simply finds, essentially, that, in essence, what the fuck? This guy is bizarro. Why? For essentially the reason that this man appeared preoccupied almost solely with essentially just trying to impress her, acting like this cool guy, all while prolongedly and strangely and flamingly, like noticeably, failing to do what? In essence, before I continue, failing to be normal and sensible within the circumstance, given the situation that this oncomer, this man, was in there with us. See? And what do I mean by that? Behold, read here, and for the next couple or so messages or more, it'll be fully fleshed out. We'll understand. We'll be able to disagree. All while, in other words, as we're stating here, prolongedly failing to even acknowledge, how about it? Failing to even acknowledge the existence and presence of the kid, the child that was there, let alone to talk with him or even bother to appear like he's even trying to build any kind of rapport with him. How do you like that, girls? That's a sexy guy, right? Or is that fucking jarring and creepy and disgusting to even hear about and behold? What the hell? The hell is this guy made of stone completely? It's a turnoff. People, 98% of women run from things like this. The circuitry will shut you down. You won't be able to maintain attraction for something like this, even if you wanted to. You continue. After a mere few hours, maybe that's why Polacks have only each other. They have to fit with each other because no one else will take them. But that's not true, though. There's a sufficient amount of cross dating and all that. So properly, we continue. As we're saying, after a mere few hours or so of time sitting around and experiencing this, the kid felt increasingly distressed and alarmed. No kidding. No wonder. The child is in the situation, and then he realizes two things. Number one, it's not changing. You got to give a little bit of a grace period. Okay, like within a few hours, within about a day, latest a fucking day and a half. If that's the same weird shit coming from the guy and he's not passing the vibe check, you lost, and I don't have an obligation to continue to give. So after about a day, day and a half, any or most kids in that situation will be fucking weirded out. Okay? We continue. Furthermore, as it goes on to state here, the question is posed by the user, what do you think he felt distressed and alarmed about? AI, by that point in time. Are there any aspects of his distress or alarm that are there that are unreasonable? Continuing. AI now rather responds to this and states, based on the framework, or based on the information rather, that was provided there. It appears that the child's distress and alarm are entirely reasonable and are justified, given the circumstances. Let's examine the potential reasons for his distress and the validity, the status thereof, of those concerns of his. Proceeding firstly, regarding the lack of acknowledgement that he receives, sadly, that boyfriend's failure, as it goes on to state, to acknowledge the child's presence, really, even to dignify even that 12-year-old boy in that situation, and to engage with him in any meaningful way. And trust me, I was sitting there the whole time fucking out of, I was waiting to give him the benefit of the doubt. I was giving him the benefit of the doubt if I had any slight benefit of the doubt to hang on to. There was none. Like, it wasn't even like a little bit this, a little bit, it wasn't even close. It was so absent that it was the creepiest thing I've ever held up to that point in my life. 12 years on the planet, and I was like, this is the strangest day of my entire life. Get it? There's a grown man who's ignoring you. You're a kid. What the fuck is this? And he's trying to date and hook up with your mom. Holy shit, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Oh, I can't. Which brings me around to problem number 2. Problem number 1 was, oh, it's worse than I thought, it ain't changing. And number 2, it ain't changing. Well, I can't get the fuck out of here. I'm a prisoner. I'm a prisoner to the worst fucking week or 2 weeks of my life. It's not naively, oh, don't you want to look? It's a lie. Isn't that nice? No, stupids, with your crusty Polish brains. And I'm tired of it, yet I'm not, because who else will do that? It is such a Polish thing to just, oh, it's just, either complain about it, but if you don't complain about it, then have it accept it naively if it's okay, but it's an overly naive assessment where in reality it wouldn't even hold. You get what I'm saying? The boyfriend's failure to acknowledge the child's presence and engage with him in any meaningful way is a clear red flag. By focusing solely, as it goes on to state here, and very astutely, on impressing the mother, and solely on doing this, but just ignoring the child through this, the boyfriend is demonstrating what, guys? We're 20 plus years later, I learned the significance of this, and all day I've been talking about this, I've been talking about this a whole bunch earlier in this playlist. He demonstrates a lack of empathy. Where have we seen that before? And where does that fly? Where does a lack of empathy fly as a defect? Only where other people also have a lack of empathy. Then they can't detect the other person's defect because they have the same defect. Amazing. A little bit more about this is covered later. We go on to state here. He demonstrates exactly this kind of lack of empathy. He demonstrates a lack of consideration and a lack of awareness of the child's needs and feelings. Any child in my position in that circumstance. Continuing. This behavior is likely to make the child feel invisible. Bingo. It was the strangest experience of my life at that point. I was never subjected to that before. And if I ever was, very transiently, like some close friend or best friend, we're arguing, me and the other kid, for like 20 minutes, someone's mad at me or I'm mad at them, we're just not going to talk for a second. All right, and then to grow a little older than that. Now you're 12, and then you're seeing that from. It reeks of immaturity. You could smell right through it. You're like, this is the weirdest shit ever. Already you could smell it. That's not a normal guy. I hope that guy has nothing to do with my mom after this. Obviously he's a loser because he's losing. See it? And then you turn to your mom and you're like, yeah, you agree, Mom. You have the same vision. See how he's losing? Imagine what hell you have to live in where she goes, no, what are you talking about? Everything is great. Oh, the biggest fucking... We're not living on the same dimension anymore, and we never have been since then. This is the beginning of the end, as I said already before. We continue. The behavior, as I was saying here, is likely to make the child feel invisible, to make him feel unimportant, and to make him feel disconnected from the situation. Proceeding. Secondly, regarding the bizarre behavior. Thanks AI. You're right. It states here that the child's perception of the boyfriend as bizarro suggests that the boyfriend's behavior is not only neglectful, but also unsettling or even disturbing to the child. Exactly right. You could do whatever you want and be wherever you want to be in life, just don't have anything to do with me or us or my mom, in essence, if it by extension affects me naturally. Then get the hell out of here, and I have every right to protest or complain if it affects me in a negative way. That's where the gaslighting begins, of course. He's not doing nothing wrong. What's wrong? What do you mean, John? The beginning of hell, torture, chronic, daily, forever, began at that point then. Continuing. AI proceeds to state that this perception may be based on the boyfriend's mannerisms. Exactly. I remember the mannerisms. The weirdness, like he's awkward about me. You shouldn't be awkward about me. But if you are, you're a loser, and you fucking lost already. Fucking the boyfriend's conversation topics. Similarly, and wait till I bring up my story coming up later on. And continuing, I need to write it down first. Or the boyfriend's general demeanor. I couldn't have picked better words. I couldn't have written it myself better than how this AI is writing it. This is exactly right. God almighty. Which the child finds difficult to understand or relate to. Or accept, I would add as a side note. Continuing. The child's instinctive response of feeling distressed and alarmed by this behavior is this weird? Is this abnormal? No. AI assures us this is as I knew all along, you can't gaslight me, this behavior is a natural self-preservation mechanism, indicating that the situation is not emotionally safe or comfortable for any such boy in this position. Why should any such kid be put through this? Hell, because the mother's selfish and naive and dumb? Because the boyfriend is even perhaps more selfish and manipulative and selfish and cluster B as well, I would say. Narcissistic or psychopathic. All these things come full circle. We continue. Thirdly, regarding the lack of rapport building that we find in this situation, the boyfriend's prolonged failure to build any kind of rapport with the child is another significant concern. By not making any effort to connect with the child, really, zero effort or completely negligible effort. Anyone who'd be a fly on the wall in that situation watching, after 2-3 days, you'd be like, poor kid, what the fuck? That's it. No one would sit there and state, wow, this is absolutely fair and normal, unless you are a narcissistic cluster B personality or a Pollock. That's it. Didn't get the software update to the brain. Don't know what happened there. We continue. Not enough serotonin to balance the receptors. Not too bad. Too much dopamine, not enough serotonin, psychopath. We continue. By not making any effort to connect with the child, the AI goes on to state, the boyfriend is what? Missing a crucial opportunity. Except if the system is twisted, the pre-meta framework, and there multiple people are consenting into the twisted framework. Oh God, and I'm the one who's out, so to speak. Oh my God, when normal is not normal. This reminds me of the story where someone told the story to me once. You know, there's a world where everyone is insane, and then one person goes to the well and drinks the water, and the water clarifies you and makes you sane. But the warning was that when you drink the water, you'll be the only person who sees correctly truth. But when you go back, you'll be the only one who's regarded as insane by your insane peers. So he said, well, let me just have the waters of truth. He drank them. He saw the truth. He went back with the truth. And you're insane. You're just insane. Continuing. He missed the crucial opportunity to establish trust, to establish understanding, and to establish a positive relationship. Oh, I don't care. What is this, right? Fucking disgusting. Continuing, this lack of rapport building can contribute to the child's growing sense of unease and disconnection from the situation. Fourthly, regarding the emotional discomfort, the child's increasing distress and alarm are likely rooted in a deep sense of emotional discomfort. Nice mom, right? We continue. Being forced to spend an extended period of time in close proximity to a strange adult who's not making any effort to engage with him or make him feel included in what they and him and my mom are trying to get going on there. You know, I don't really want to be included, but if you force me there, at least fucking, you know, treat me nice so that I actually at least half like you, and then I'll just figure out the rest of it. Idiots. You have to be fucking off kilter way. I was the easy kid to please too, and I was really was very easy to just. If I didn't like you, you really fucked, because I like anybody. Really, you're a fucking dumbass. I don't even know not liking anyone was possible. Alright. Even have a interesting story with the previous husband of my mom's, who at least interacted with me, but he was an ass, and when he would drink, he would get weird. He ripped the cartilage of my ear, just trying to pull my ear, because he thought he was, you know, being some kind of teacher or something. I didn't like that, so when he was sleeping one day, I got him back. I went up to him while he was sleeping, opened up his eyelid while he was sleeping, and squirted his own stinky cologne directly into his eyeball. Horrifying. He probably, I don't know, I don't remember if he went to the hospital or if he just, but he never fucking touched me again. You understand? But even that guy, I liked him more than I liked this guy. You know why? Because the other guy, at least, if he does something against you, you can point at it, you can work with it, there's traction, there's something to point at, there's something to work back and forth, and then there's new lines, and then we just live on. When someone doesn't engage with you, this is the most phantom art of war type quantum evasion shit that you. But it's, and I learned from that. Most people, you don't understand if you don't get that. Your real enemy is someone who won't even interact with you. That's the one you can't. Really, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Because if he's even farther away than either your friends or your enemies, then he's even worse than the typical enemy. It's really something. We continue. As this is going on to state, this can be a deeply unsettling and emotionally taxing experience for a child. Of course, it goes on. The child's distress, you know, a tree by its roots. This is the clear indication that his emotional needs are not being met. Fair statement. And that he feels vulnerable and unsafe in the situation. Of course, goes on to state. In conclusion, the child's distress and alarm in response to the boyfriend's behavior during the initial stages of the trip are entirely reasonable and justified. Now, there's a whole reason I've been writing this and putting this like this. Find out soon. Proceeding. As it goes on furthermore to state here, the boyfriend's lack of acknowledgement, his honestly apparently bizarre behavior outright, his failure to build rapport. Thank you for this acknowledgement. I get it from computer systems. I don't get it from human beings. My mom makes sure that there's no intermediating structures within the family unit that extends out from her, that I can get counter traction to even be able to place her in a position of rebuke. That's how these people operate. All their mistakes, even their mistakes, are intentional mistakes. They're brilliant mistakes is what they are. It's really sick. Continuing. They're not really mistakes. It's defective, but in how defective it is, it's still brilliantly executed to preserve the defective aspect of it. You get it? Continuing. As we're saying, that lack of acknowledgement by him, the bizarre behavior, the failure to build rapport, and the resulting emotional discomfort experienced by the child, they are all valid reasons for concern, of course. The child's instinctive response of feeling distressed and alarmed is a healthy reaction to an emotionally unsafe and uncomfortable situation. No kidding. We should be subjected to that kind of crap. And furthermore, it goes on to state, this, therefore, should be taken seriously as a sign that the boyfriend's behavior is inappropriate and potentially harmful to the child's well-being. Now, mind you, if that ended there, but the mother was responsible, noticed this, called it out, didn't change much, she lost interest, so immediately it would just be, oh, sorry, guy, I don't really like anymore. He would try some more, but it wouldn't impress her or flatter her because he already lost his shot. He didn't treat the kid right. Any woman, 98 out of 100 women, would turn their heads permanently away because you couldn't pay them enough to be. Ah, there's something else I'll be bringing up soon. Yeah. See. Okay. Normally, you couldn't pay them enough to forget their kid. Not good. Proceeding onwards. User response and states that while you AI surely appear to be right here, is it only as you've said, quote, a lack of empathy, consideration, and awareness of the child's needs and feelings that are the problem? Or is the apparent violation shown by the boyfriend not only a violation of just some boy's own expectation or need, but does the off-puttingness of that whole thing there have more to do with the apparent violation or offense, as it goes on to state here, against propriety itself? Do you get my point? Furthermore, regarding the further implications of offense that result from that boyfriend's very own demeanor, as was said, is it not essentially an implicit factor by that own boyfriend's conduct, by the very fact of his essentially treating the son of hers in this way, that that boyfriend is essentially attempting to frame or pose in essence by that the child is essentially deserving of such treatment naturally? In other words, why am I treating you like this? Because, what's the naturally invited counter answer to that? It's because this must be fine for you. Here, now. Get it? But then what are the offensive implications of that? That should be fed to someone in the position of this person, this kid with me. Like, you crazy? You're fucking crazy? You're fucking crazy? You kidding? Idiots. 20 years I'm spitting on you. Figuratively. Continuing. In reality, the question is extended and continued. Where it is asked, is it any surprise that the boy in that situation found his behavior to be the clear red flag that you yourself had admitted it to be? That's right, particularly given that up until that age of 12 years, that son, John, had never, ever, as I mentioned, experienced anything quite like that before in his life. To behold a grown male essentially not orient around or towards the child of any situation ever, anywhere, visit people, these people, that people, their house, this house. You're kidding? Where, in parentheses, of course, children are usually the central beacons of attention and of joy or care within any environment. The question is posed. AI responds to this and states, you raise an excellent point about the deeper implications of the boyfriend's behavior, exactly, and the nature of the violation that the child is experiencing. Let's explore this further. Firstly, regarding the violation of propriety itself, we're correct in suggesting that the boyfriend's behavior is not just a violation of the child's individual expectations or needs for himself. It's off-putting because it's also, as it goes on to state, a violation of propriety itself. The social norms and expectations surrounding adult-child interactions, generally speaking, but particularly in the context of a potential step-parent-stepchild relationship. Exactly. Wow, this thing is so astute. I didn't even really touch that aspect. It's just very beautiful AI. That's right, exactly. It's further, you're basically applying to be a stepdad. What are you, fucking retarded? To act like that with the son of the person who you... Whoa! It's so major losing, and then the ref is blind for 20 years willingly. Who paid that one off? All of you can go to hell. Kill yourselves. It's less sensible for you not to. These things, as mentioned, as this goes on to state here, do dictate that the adult should make an effort to engage with the child. Of course, they should engage with they should make the effort to build the rapport and to create the sense of inclusion and comfort. Right. How was that? We continue. By failing to adhere to these norms, the boyfriend is not only disregarding the child's needs, but also violating the fundamental principles of what appropriate behavior even looks like in this whole overall context, generally speaking, which is the creepy thing to behold, which makes it worse. Did you get it? Continuing. Secondly, regarding the implicit framing of the child as undeserving, The boyfriend's conduct, particularly his lack of engagement with the child, can be interpreted as an implicit suggestion that the child is undeserving of the attention, the care, the consideration. The fuck is that? So exactly as I was saying verbally here all this whole time. Therefore, you must lose. You have to be a loser. But if anyone's trying to scam the game and rig the game that he keeps artificially winning, that person's a fucking demon themselves. See? No wonder that mother lost the connection with the child at that point in time, never regained it fully. Because a constant betrayer. Who now we're seeing it for what it is. Good. I protected her for 20 years. The whole time thinking any minute now she'll change it and make up for it. Any minute. It's hopeless. After 20 years, you all must burn down in the proverbial ship together and die. Metaphorically speaking. We continue. This framing, that's right. Continuing on, it goes on to state that this framing by him, that he's undeserving of these things, is deeply problematic within that circumstance, as this undermines the child's inherent worth and dignity as a person. Of course, you're guilty. Guess what narcissists will do? They'll try to invert the narrative. They'll try to make it flipped so that they'll say, oh, look, the kid's bad. He was weird. Wanna bet that's what he did? Wake up. I'm surrounded by narcissists. Help us, God. Everything for a purpose, I'm sure of this. I see it by now, too, that side of it, which goes beyond words. But nothing that would have happened since then would be possible unless it happened this bad. So all the bad things God uses to make a good. I think I would have turned to research chemicals if my life wasn't a fucking psycho-emotional mess. Such a bad thing. Such a degree that I was even blind to it for most of my life. I needed the research chemicals to wake me up so that I could see it. To give me the bravery to face it. People who are deeply loved at home by their families don't go out as significantly as much. Significantly far fewer cases of such people turning to drugs at the clubs because they don't need it, because they already got the good feeling at home. So they return home to get closer to the light and love, not away from it. Continuing, goes on to say, by him treating the child as an afterthought or an inconvenience, the boyfriend is sending a message that the child's presence and his needs are unimportant or even burdensome, which can have a profound negative impact on the child's self-esteem and sense of belonging. And I'll tell you what, if that guy ended up being rejected and sent away, it wouldn't have had a major impact on his self-esteem. Could have had a minor one, even one that would have acted as a butterfly effect to maintain even mild or potentially moderate effects. That's if I never saw him again, and I only knew him for 2 weeks, once in my life, before he was gone. Because even being exposed to something once that indignifies you will leave a lasting imprint. Like, remember that guy who I saw once in my life when I was 12? We went on a weird Hawaii vacation, Marek, and he treated me weird. Even that would stay with you, okay? Even if we never saw him again, which should have been the correct thing. If he's not capable of working his way in correctly, fuck you. My mom wants to treat him in this reality that we live in as, oh, everything's fine. Then you're both defective. You need to be strapped to a ship and sunk into burning gasoline, proverbially speaking. Huh? Fucking disgusting traitors. God's on my side. Almost completely, except that there's an old school prohibition against essentially outright cursing your own family, but there's going to be a counter spin to that when the new Messiah comes, and I'm keenly aware of what it is and why. I mean, I'm more deeply studied that stuff than you can imagine. I just don't talk about it extensively. I'm going to release some kind of series on this channel once I get the help and work done, or maybe I'll have to do it myself. Maybe a price to pay. Continuing. But regarding the impact on self-esteem and sense of belonging, Yeah, imagine if that guy is co-opted in essence because my mom can't figure out that she could do any better. She has no trust in God or trust in herself. So she forces us to become co-opted and hijacked by this shit, and we have to just and have to like live with this thing. I don't even call that thing a person. And then I'm supposed to acknowledge this thing as the replacement father figure that I'm supposed to be saddled with for the rest of my life. Where what this faux father see that she's enshrined now in the home there is showing me and signaling to me every day, and I'm cutting a little bit ahead of the chase here. A little sneak preview. This wasn't written down yet in the narrative, but AI will learn about this later when I write it in. We'll do this in waves and sessions. Where I get to spend the next several plus years of my life, and maybe 10, 12 more years. I lived in that house before I moved out, but only temporarily, and then life got crazy. Many other weird things happened, and I'm back in the same neighborhood, same building. Life was never the same. Then the research chemical thing. My life's a crazy, interesting mess. We continue. I'm not the same. I got a hole in my throat. There's brain leaking out. That's not a joke. That's not schizophrenia either. It's not a mistake. It's not a delusion. Help me. Somebody help me. But I'm speaking the words to the wind. God's making it that no one is helping me yet. So let it be. We continue. Doesn't mean you won't pay for it. It means that it was meant that you must pay. That's all it means. Brilliant truth right there. So, when the faux father figure that's enshrined within the home with the false father figure, but we have to act as if this is fine, that he is, as if this is fine for a father figure, but this person will not talk to you, acknowledge you. Wait, you mean just on the trip yet? No. I mean pretty much for the next 20 years. What? Yeah. This gets even sick. You've never heard a story like mine, Planet Earth. I'm making a challenge right now. I'll have 10,000, 100,000, or 10 million, even if it's conceivable, possibly 50 million or more people watch this. It's not really ever going to happen, Ron, but hypothetically, if we had 100,000, million, 10 million, 50 million, I want to see if even 1 out of 1 million human beings, if 1 out of 1 million human beings will show me, will volunteer and say, I have this similar story, what is it that there's someone who comes out of the woodworks and they say, yeah, I have a mom, and the dad was essentially replaced by the stand-in new guy, and this new guy stood around in the place and living within our home for 20 years, but for 20 years he didn't talk to me, the only son who lived there, such that 20 years later, when a kind of fight broke out, which will be near the end of the story once all this whole further extended narrative gets rolled out, one day I look at him, I remember this is just a few years ago now already, but I say, look man, I don't even really fucking know you, and he's being aggressive with me. You can't even imagine this, right? All frame flipping. He says, it's good that you don't know me. While my mom's standing there, it's all twisted, and then my mom doesn't say anything. It's all about accepting the bullshit frame. This is dog shit. No, you're supposed to eat this. This is fine food for you. Just to frame this to the son, to me. I'm tired of this shit. You're lucky I'm not a fucking school shooter, because that's what you raised. Only God intervenes to make it something else. You're guilty because you created a excessive risk that the one in my shoes would end up being an actual school shooter. I feel sorry for all those people who end up being that way. What did you do? Why'd you fuck up this work? Huh? Disgusting. We continue. Proceeding onwards now. It goes on here to stay furthermore. Thirdly, regarding the child's unique perspective, as you point out, the AI here states to the user, the child's reaction to the boyfriend's behavior is the particularly striking thing, given that at the age of 12, that boy had never experienced anything quite like this before. Children are accustomed to being the center of attention and care in most social situations, particularly within family-oriented contexts, or even semi-family oriented context. The boyfriend's failure to orient himself around the child, as would be expected and appropriate, as would be expected and appropriate, and expected and appropriate. What happened? Why'd you permit this, Mom? Because he promised to buy and pay for a fucking house? Oh, he's so. I'll say this in advance before I write it in, and we'll see what AI has to say when we write it in, but I'm just going to say it here. My mom pulls me aside shortly afterwards. I'm not happy about this guy. You know what the mom says to me? Oh, but listen. He drives a car, so that's good. Because she doesn't drive. She never got bothered getting a license her whole life. Forget it now. She's blind in one eye, but we continue. Not before she wasn't. She just wanted to depend on someone, and then, oh, now that we have a psychopath we could depend on, why change anything? Fucking eat the curses you deserve. You will all burn. Proverbially speaking. Don't make this out to be me threatening to burn the building down, like was falsely told to the psychiatric ward that was placed in legally falsely in against the will. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of people committing crimes against me, which was technically what happened. Narcissism flaming. Stop it. Hurt these people. God, hurt these people. Make catastrophes. Make trees fall on their faces. Crack them. Crack their bones. I don't care. Hurt them. Yes, I'm happy to see them hurt. They must suffer. They must cry. And then no, it's because you fucked up with this. You must suffer. You must suffer. It's the ultimate purifier. You must suffer. I'm not going to come at you. I want to do it even better. I have God do it. Because that's fucking more terrifying for you than anything I could personally do. You've already seen some of that. You know those stories. I mentioned them in other places. And there's more I haven't mentioned here. Deeply terrifying to anybody who's listening, but we continue. As this was saying, the lack of him doing the expected stuff is a jarring departure from the child's previous experiences and his expectations. This stark contrast is likely to heighten the child's sense of alarm and distress. Oh, now it all makes sense, right? Finally, to the brain-dead people. I'm doing this last piece because this is the important, most center crux piece about... I can't say it's the most important, but it just happens to be the crux naturally. And in that way, it does retain a kind of heightened importance. There's other things here and there that are also important, but this is like a central piece of importance. I have to do this because it has to be finally said. I've never felt that this was put across in a way that's just clear, and you can't argue with it. Because guess what? If I say it, I've tried many times to verbally talk about this with my mom in little pieces. It takes such a long time, as you could tell here, to really get every corner of it out. When I begin to talk, I get gaslighted. No, that didn't happen. No, he wasn't bad. No, you're remembering it wrong. No, I'm not. Here are the facts. Idiotic. So if I'm remembering it wrong, then they will let them come and let them put their facts, and we will type in the facts into the AI, and we'll see the AI will see these facts and then the other facts, and we'll determine together like a good judge, like Solomon. Can you imagine it? We're there now. We can do it. So the new world will commence. Let's go. No one will be going through this in the new world after that. Imagine. Proceeds to state here, the stark contrast is likely to heighten the child's sense of alarm and stress, as represents a significant deviation from the social norms and dynamics that he has come to rely on for a sense of security and belonging. Why is the script getting flipped such that everything suddenly becomes much worse? Who's responsible? Of course, we already identified this. So the key thing is we look to her and see, did she change it? Did she properly perceive this and change? Stay tuned, and your minds will blow. We continue. Fourthly, regarding the clear red flag. The child's instinctive recognition of the boyfriend's behavior as a clear red flag, yeah, I was screaming in my mind, ah, is a testament to the child's horror, danger. And my instinct was right. He ended up being exactly the kind of destructive vibratory danger that I predicted him to be the moment I looked at him. What a coincidence. Exactly how I felt it from day one. Child's instinct sometimes is the absolute best. I knew it couldn't have been anything better than what I felt it. He never changed this because he cannot change himself, these types. Only mommy's blind. Kill yourselves, betrayers. The moment your son tells you to correct your shit and you don't, you're guilty. You will burn. I will live. We continue. I'll live metaphorically and literally. You will burn metaphorically. And God will decide the rest. A clear red flag, as we're saying. This is the testament to the child's innate understanding of social norms and his ability to detect when something is fundamentally wrong or inappropriate. This recognition is not merely a matter of personal preference or expectation, but rather a reflection of the child's awareness of the deeper violations of propriety itself and of respect that the boyfriend's patterns of behavior essentially represent. The lack of respect, the violation of respect. In man's world, of course, that doesn't fly. So already there's a big problem there. And only a pussy bitch is going to try to flip the frame and go, 20 years later, your son was weird on that trip. You dipshit. I'm not even going to continue. Just better I say nothing. We'll continue. The AI proceeds onwards to state, in conclusion, the boyfriend's behavior is not just a violation of the child's individual needs and expectations, but also, how the hell did he expect to impress my mom that way? See, it must be in Polish framework, everything's fine. This is very impressive. Don't the ladies love this? And then those ladies would be like, yes, this is great, like under some weird hypnosis. I don't understand. They're missing a dimension. What happened? Very concerning stuff. We continue anyway, as we were saying. I don't know why my mom bought into it. She sold out, basically. And not for much. What a dupe. She was duped. But not buyer's remorse, but the other one, where you buy it so you can't let yourself be upset with it, that's the one. They're not even married. It's just the inertia, they're never going to split now. Not without God's intervention, that it takes over her life, that she understands God and really seeks to become closer to Him. She's a fake. She wants to appear, she wants to have herself believe she's coming close with God. God has nothing to do with her, except to fucking ruin her ass. Women of the world, mothers, never, this is a lesson to you. Don't do this to your kids, and you will be everything. You will be everything, and you'll be honored till the day you die by your children, and you'll have many descendants. God bless you all. In conclusion, it goes on to say the boyfriend's behavior is not just a violation of the child's individual needs and expectations, but also a violation of propriety itself by failing to adhere to the social norms and expectations surrounding adult-child interactions, particularly in the context of a potential step-parent-stepchild relationship. The boyfriend is implicitly framing the child as undeserving of attention, care, and consideration. This was deeply problematic and can have a profound and negative impact on the child's self-esteem and sense of belonging. The child's instinctive recognition of this behavior as a clear red flag is the testament to his awareness of the deeper violation of providing respect that the boyfriend's behavior represents, and it highlights the importance of taking the child's concerns and reactions seriously in this situation. Mom. Continue. User responds and states or asks, what other further insights do you attain that are heretofore unmentioned? Before you, furthermore, proceed to further build out the narrative and examine more deeply what's happened, let us fast forward to the future, just to inform this AI now, up to nearly present day, where substantial family problems and rifts have developed slowly but consistently over time since that time of the child being age 12 and at the time of having been taken on that trip. Continuing near present day, leading up to multiple prolonged periods of time, virtually complete estrangement between the mother and now grown son. The mother had recently conveyed to the son, I still remember where she was saying, in my kitchen here, she was, the fuck? She visits here where I am living, and she just states to me, the mother had recently conveyed to the son, as I say to you, that essentially, you know what? My boyfriend said that, back when we originally first met, went on a trip, You were the one who's just being just strangely weird. He said you were weird, yes. As if to like gang up on me like a fucking like a rival clique at school that's trying to put me down. What the fuck? Are you people psychotic? That you even dream to stand in my house and say this to me? In the new world, parents that are like this to their kids are going to be the ones that are hung. It's going to be over. Fucking hell. Continuing. Where, to add now, she was saying this with, as it states here, the connotation or implication by this, that it was essentially John's own fault and a defect of his own personality or character somehow, such that it was somehow John, you see, and not anyone else, who was essentially missing the mark there in that situation. That was just John being weird, right? 20 years later, we still perpetuate that narrative and even magnify it more. 20 years later, we're still interested in magnifying that out more. Like, are you people kidding, or do you want to all commit suicide now? Does this characterization by the mother, Barbara, there in that situation, being made over 20 years later to her own son, appear to be plausible or otherwise fairly sensible and justifiable, given already only what you've come to understand so far, AI? Or is it substantially more likely, within context, that it is actually something else that is going on regarding how people are choosing to perceive the situations and what the subconscious motivations are for this funny perceptive slant, huh? We continue on. AI responds and states that based on the information provided and the insights gained so far, the mother's characterization of the situation, as conveyed to her son over 20 years later, appears to be highly questionable. The characterization is. And it's also just simply, very honestly, unlikely to be a fair or accurate representation of what transpired in actuality during the initial trip. Even fucking AI understands this. See how crazy people lie to themselves? And they allow themselves to believe the lies because they're more interested in narrative perpetuation and ego preservation because they can't face shame. Types like this, narcissistic types in particular, and generally so, cannot face shame. We already know that. We covered this earlier, portions of this whole playlist, if we've covered that. Continuing, the AI goes on to say here, let's examine the potential underlying factors and motivations that may be driving this characterization. Firstly, regarding the shifting of blame, the mother's assertion that her son was the one being strangely weird during the initial trip seems to be an attempt to shift the blame for any discomfort or tension onto the child. 20 years later, because you're still having all these problems and these new problems, and the woman's desire, who's selfish woman, bad woman in this circumstance, is just, I'm right, he's wrong, he's the bad one, everything, just push it off, that one there. The addiction. You're addicted to worshiping yourself. You want to make yourself perfect. You can't, but the real perfect one, you don't have a hope of touching that one. You'll never get it. God hates you. He had hope for you. Every moment you're choosing against it is He's spitting on you and will continue to make life difficult for you extremely. I pray for it. I hope for it. We continue. It goes on to state here, by framing the child's behavior as the root cause of the problem, the mother is effectively absolving herself, or trying to, and absolving her boyfriend too, of any responsibility for the situation. Does that make sense in life? What kind of mother does that? Sick ones, only sick ones. Continuing, this shifting of blame is a common tactic used to avoid acknowledging one's own shortcomings or failures in a relationship by sickos. Continuing, secondly, regarding the minimizing of the child's experience. By characterizing her child's behavior as having been weird back then, and actually buying into it. Imagine her boyfriend sitting there saying this. She doesn't defend her kid, now grown, 35 years old. She doesn't defend the son going, well, maybe he was, but there was reasons for it, oh, my son. No, it's just like, Yes, yes, he was weird, and then enough so that she feels comfortable flat out coming to my own face and pushing the slant as if she fully endorses. Like, you know what? You're weird. He's right. How weird you are. Ha ha ha. You must find a gun to kill yourselves with. I don't understand. Why you still believe in yourselves? It's a sicko. You must get to the place in your minds where you're about to realize you have nothing except your terror that you must scream now. Then we have a beginning of a hope for you. We continue. By this, as was stated there, just there, the mother, as it continues to state here, is minimizing and invalidating the son's genuine distress and alarm that he had in response to the boyfriend's inappropriate behavior that arose at that time. See, but that's a lifelong pattern with me. I concur. She's always minimizing what is trying to disvalidate what I'm saying and showing. Sick. I had to learn for my own self, my own righteousness. But if it hadn't happened this way, I wouldn't have developed this strongly this way. You see? So it always works to bless me in the end. We continue. I never would be this smart and insightful if it wasn't for her. It's like playing a video game on extreme difficulty. If you have it on high difficulty, your skill gets better on how to beat it better. So you're a higher master. You know. Yeah. If they made it easy and gave me an easy life, I'd be a guy with a great job who has the simple things and not nearly as much depth. Today, I look like the worst piece of shit on paper, and I couldn't be any more. I usually say happy. I'm a little less than happy this week, but I'm usually extremely happy most weeks of my life when I'm not talking about these things, and I put stop and I'm not in a recording session. You don't even know how different my regular personality is compared to this. It's so different. It's so different. I do this to frame how I'm speaking for the sake of understanding that the audience understands the topics. I have to almost put on an anger. I put my anger down when I stop recording, and then I'm really like different. You can't understand unless you're around me. People around me have noticed also. You know, we continue. Same thing with my mom. She only sees the angry me because she's the source of the anger, and every time she dreams to perpetuate another day of relating to me without taking responsibility is another spit in my face, figuratively. So every day I'm reacting to the new figurative offense. You must kill yourself. Then you can live. You see the irony of that? But if you don't get it, you try to live, that's how you kill yourself. To me. You need to get it. This is so common sense. We continue. Goes on to state here. The dismissal of the child's experience suggests that the mother is unwilling or unable to acknowledge the legitimate concerns and emotions that her son expressed during the trip, that she even barely noticed is the point. AI is giving her too much credit. You think she noticed? Oh, she only noticed something's weird. She didn't add up anything. And we learned later in life how bad she is at adding things up. I realized by about age 15 that I was way smarter than her. Yeah, around 14. 15 and a half, I remember standing there one day, and after a few things transpired, I was like, wait a minute, like, today's the day I surpassed my mom, because I can clearly see my own framework, like, getting superior over her, and I could see the huge holes in her thinking. It became clear. I was like, wow, that's crazy. You continue. It's a matter of 15 versus 35. You don't even have fucking hope. You're not getting it. You're not appreciating how different it is. You need to hold on.
Just one of them. No. Wait till I take my boot off.
Was that for me?
Yes.
No, it was from my.
Ow, Sean, my leg! He's got solid rods in his leg.
I love it because everybody watching has no idea what that feels like.
Oh, I'm done. I'm done. Wave white flag.
Show him the other one.
Okay. Hair. And I actually shaved, so. Oh no.
Oh my god.
I went around the side.
I actually feel really bad. Sorry.
Why do you feel bad?
That's not good.
Like people don't even realize how steep the differential is until you interact at the interface. Physically, then it becomes obvious because you understand pain. But it's one dimensionality levels more difficult to impress the psychological advantage, the technical mind. It's absolutely because you live in the delusion. The mind is the thing in the delusion. Physically, you know what pain is, and you know where resistance is. It's an unbelievably fascinating subject to me.
Why was it necessary for you to say that Tarina couldn't beat the 700th player in the mid-circle?
I think you're referring to the fact that I said she'd be about 700 in the world. Respect Serena, very much so. She's the greatest female player that ever lived. Then the lady said to me, why did you say woman? Why don't you just say the greatest, tennis player that ever lived? And so then I felt the need probably to defend myself.
I'm just waiting. Would you like to apologize?
No. The offer is this, because it seems in tennis, unlike other sports, that they're always asking about, why don't you combine, just solve the problem? I'm sure the men would be all for this. The men and women play together, and then we don't have to guess.
If I were to play Andy Murray, I would lose 6-0, 6-0 in 5 to 6 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. It's a completely different sport. The men are a lot faster. They serve harder. They hit harder. It's just a different game.
Okay, and this is the realm. And when I say it's not even close physically, never mind that. I'm not talking about physically. Just use things that happen to be physical as mere examples. I'm saying in the realm of mind, where women believe that that's where they're closer. I'm telling you, it's not even not closer. It's an entire. Square the differential for physical. Square it. And then now you are beginning to have a closer idea of how drastic the gap is cognitively. You're not getting it. You're not getting it. And it's something that mere IQ tests don't capture. I'm only 140 plus IQ on an IQ test, where I'm telling you that it's crazy. I'm telling you, I'm the lowest for where I actually am. And the disparity between the actual meta neurocognition that transcends IQ compared to what IQ captures you. I'm telling you that differential for me is the farthest that you'll find out of most living people. Where the cross actual meta IQ that you could say, it wouldn't be 140 for me, it would be 3,000. You're not getting it. And then from there, I can see the rest of you people on this earth and accurately peg everything else going on. You're not getting it. I could see it, smell everything. You're not getting it. I look like a normal human being. I'm not a normal human being. I'm literally a walking cyborg for the last 7 years. You don't get it. But from my vantage point where I could see, I have everybody beat in this kind of way. But at least I could see better from my angle. Really, men are that much superior to women, where even the best of men, and then most men beyond that, below them, can't even appreciate how different and offset their own level of quality is. They even underestimate themselves. And then the lower you go there, and the most women on that spectrum, but women are higher than men on some other spectrums. It's just not the ones you try to be. It's all inverted. Satan inverts all the vision. Trust me. That part is also extremely, extremely clear. I can't say that part enough. I'm continuing on the things that matter. We proceed. As I was saying, furthermore, goes on to state that this lack of empathy by her and this lack of understanding by her is a significant red flag. It is, in terms of the mother's ability to prioritize her child's well-being and emotional needs. Sadly, proceeding. Thirdly, justifying the boyfriend's behavior. The mother's characterization of the situation also serves to justify and defend her boyfriend's behavior during the trip. Ah, scam game, huh? Yeah. The corrupt defending the corrupt. We've seen that game everywhere in life. It's because people are addicts to your payoffs and psychologically. Your dopamine hits. You still have egos. I used to tell people I died in that coma 8 years ago. That means whenever I wake up and live and move these arms and legs around, I never defend myself in arguments. I demand the meta-figurative position of everyone who would be standing in my position. I do meta-calculations on everything. I don't calculate to benefit me. If I wanted to benefit me, I would have had $10 million by now. No, the higher gap B framework doesn't allow that. That's why monks don't become millionaires typically. It's exceedingly rare. They lose the volition to do it because it's a completely different orientation of that framework. You lose the other one when you gain this one. It's all different. Messianic age will be different. We continue. Thirdly, justifying the boyfriend's behavior. The mother's characterization of the situation also serves to justify and defend the boyfriend's behavior during the trip. That's right, by implying furthermore now that the child was the one at fault. 20 years later, tell yourself the lie. Cut yourself off from God the whole time. Stupid people. We continue. The mother is effectively excusing the boyfriend's lack of engagement. That's right. No wonder it's an offense. As I was shocked to hear, probably my mom ended up getting kicked out that day. She ruins her own relationship with her son because she's stupid, because she's addicted to her idea of being right. She further excuses, as it goes on to state, his inappropriate demeanor and his failure to build a rapport with the child. How dare she? So she's guilty by extension. Stupid woman. She's not winning by defending him. She's only saying, yes, I share in his guilt. Kill us all. Not literally, but she's inviting the universe to essentially, figuratively kill them off, so to speak. Or as they say, the wages of sin are death, said proverbially or figuratively. Continuing. It goes on to state that this justification by her may stem from the mother's own desire just to maintain a relationship with the boyfriend, even at the cost of acknowledging his shortcomings and the negative impact on her child. Sick. Normal people despise this crap, so I'm glad it's getting exposed. Her name is Barbara Winslow. She's an acupuncturist. We live in New York, in Brooklyn. She's evil. Okay, fair enough. We continue. Fourthly, yep, these are correct opinions of mine that I believe are fully true. We continue. Fourthly, regarding the preserving of a narrative, the mother's assertion made over 20 years after the initial trip suggests that she has constructed a narrative around the events that allows her to maintain a positive image of herself and her boyfriend. That's what these types are addicted to. Narcissists, remember? While continuing, placing the blame on her son. Yes, they need scapegoats. We learned about that already. Amazing. This thing's so attuned. It is a little sharper than GPT-4. I love this one. I'm waiting for the next GPT release soon. It will be even better than this, which will be hard to imagine, somewhat. Continuing. This narrative preservation may be a coping mechanism to avoid confronting the difficult realities of the situation. Ah, you mean women have a weak mind? Ah, can't cope, huh? Uh-oh. I'm just teasing there a little bit, but the general idea is, the point stands. What the hell is this crap? Now, there's narcissists in both men and women, and they're both weak for the same reason that they can't face reality. And she also will avoid confronting by this, as it goes on to state, the potential failings of her own self and her partner as parental figures. Yeah, you both failed. Hard plane crash. And it's worse than parents who abuse openly. Because open abuse you can point at and identify to stop it. This you can't stop because it's like invisible. You get it? Which means it does more damage secretly long term. You were robbed before you even realize you've been robbed for 20 years. You wake up without a soul in a certain kind of way. Like, what happened to me? They happened to you, dude. They happened to you. Speaking of my past self. They happened to you. Look. See those two in that convertible? Those are your two enemies. You don't know it yet, John, 12 years old. I'm sending you a telepathic message back in time. Those are your two worst enemies. Masqueraders. But your life will end up better because God's taking your design. Your life's not going to be your own. They're going to be given up, and God's going to be taking it, and you'll be carrying God through you. He'll be riding on your back to bring about a cause. Your life will be sacrificed. You won't get to have, like, all the cool shit. You'll have little phases of that. Enough to have enjoyed some of it pretty decently, but no. No, you won't have the storybook life that most people have on this earth. There'll be something else that comes. Continue. Fifthly, regarding the subconscious motivations, the mother's characterization of the situation may also be driven by a subconscious motivation, such as a desire to maintain control over the narrative, a fear of acknowledging her own shortcomings as a parent. Too bad. Like CM Punk said in that cartoonish clip, you must admit you're an idiot and that you're stupid, or you fucking did this on purpose. You don't get to avoid acknowledgement. It doesn't work that way. You continue. Or, as it goes on to say here, she has a desire to, she has a need to prioritize her romantic relationship over her child's well-being. Sick. Kill yourselves, in essence. My most recent ex-girlfriend said, John, if my parent didn't talk to me for an extended period of time, or especially my brother or her son, Iranian woman, she just said flat out, she would kill herself. She would commit ritual suicide before that she would allow that amount of time to pass without being in full happy reconciliation with her own male son, only son. What? And I was like, I understand how profound that is, and that I understand and accept how beautifully and wonderfully true that is, and that's why your family's saved and okay. And she's like, yeah, thank God for that. She looked at me and she was like, fuck, I feel sorry for you, John. I was like, yeah. Fuck, what the fuck? Who wants to die? Who wants to die? Okay? Numb to life. Sickness. Continuing. As it goes on to state here, these subconscious factors are what can contribute to a distorted perception of events and a willingness to assign blame to the child rather than confront the uncomfortable truths of the situation. Oh, you mean that you and your boyfriend are the sickos? Ego won't let you say that? Kill yourselves, and I hope God does the appropriate thing soon, whatever it'll be. Continuing. Given these potential underlying factors and motivations, as it goes on to state, it is substantially more likely that the mother's characterization of the situation is not the fair or accurate one of what occurred during the initial trip. Instead, it appears to be her attempt to shift the blame, to minimize the child's experience. Even AI figures this out. You can't fool AI, but she thinks she can fool me. I'm smarter than this AI. It's levels. You are foolish. Don't come and... Are you trying to convince yourself or me? You won't work on me, but you're trying to convince yourself. Oh, you're all so stupid. Continuing. It appears to be an attempt to, as it goes on to state, justify the boyfriend's behavior or to preserve a narrative that allows the mother to maintain a positive self-image and avoid confronting the difficult realities of the situation. This characterization is a concerning indication of the mother's inability or unwillingness to prioritize the child's well-being and acknowledge the legitimate concerns and experiences expressed by her son. Amazing. Looks like a completely separate, distinct AI system, different than the one we've been using, also has found essentially the same thing, that she has narcissistic traits. It's not a coincidence. We're not all making it up crazy. It's the common denominator is you. Continuing. User response and states. Returning now to the trip and the story from 2001. When the 12-year-old John began exhibiting what were, in the context and scope of his whole normal life, relatively unusual things, what would a neurotypical and fairly maternal, nurturing, and attentive mother realize from all aspects of the situation that are observable and certainly from the perspective of normal people, noticeable? Furthermore, what would the normal mother have done in response to this developing situation? Continuing onwards, furthermore, goes on here to state that, or asked if she then substantially deviates from any kind of instinctive course correction within that situation regarding any aspect of her developing experiences, she's experiencing it there on that trip, then would she, by her own neglect or recklessness or willful blindness, not be a contributor to any and all reasonably foreseeable problems that may develop there? AI response and states here, in the context of a neurotypical, maternal, nurturing, and attentive mother, the unusual behavior exhibited by 12-year-old John during the trip would have been immediately noticeable and a cause for concern, but not naively interpreting it, she would understand with the sources. It continues. A mother with these qualities would be attuned to her child's normal behavior and emotional state, and any significant deviations from this would be readily apparent to her. Let's consider what a normal, attentive, and perhaps a non-Polish mother would have realized and how she would have responded to the situation. Firstly, recognizing distress. A nurturing and attentive mother would have quickly recognized the signs of distress, discomfort, and alarm in her child's behavior. She wouldn't be thinking, as a side note, stop ruining my perfect vacation for me. Only psychopaths would think that or feel that way. Get it? Continuing. Goes on to state here that such a proper woman would, as it states, have noticed changes in his demeanor, in his body language, and his communication that indicated he was feeling uneasy, frightened, or emotionally unsettled. These changes would have been particularly striking given the contrast to John's unusual behavior and the fact that they emerged in response to the new situation in the boyfriend's presence. That is sitting there wondering, I'm having a hard time being taken to the beach. I don't want to be there. It's a little hotter than usual. I'm like, fuck it. I don't even want to take off my shirt. I don't feel so good. I don't know. Just too much anxiety. Couldn't handle it all. It was all too much and it was weird and nobody was fucking properly processing the situation and being cool. Mother's like, oh, look at my son. Oh, he's acting weird. He doesn't want to take off his shirt at the beach. Oh, he thinks he's fat. Oh, well, who knows what that's connected to? Anything? No idea. I am Pollyanna. I am blind and dumb in brain. No one knows nothing in me. I am nothing. Who is that? What is anything? That's the shit. You continue. The fuck? You screwed my life up. You did. You get it? You continue. Goes on here to state that these changes would have been particularly striking given their contrast to John's usual behavior and the fact that they emerged in response to the new situation in the boyfriend's presence, which I read already. Proceeding. Secondly now, identifying the source. An observant and emotionally tuned mother who also doesn't have context tracking problems, and my mom is exceptionally high in a bad way on that level, to have to admit. For her, she just is. Such a person would have been, a normal one would have been able to identify the source of her child's distress. She would have noticed the boyfriend's lack of engagement. My mom didn't. Everything was just normal. What's going on? Half the house could be burned. It's like, what? I don't smell nothing wrong. What's happening? Why is everyone running away? Like one of those. You get it? Continuing. She would have noticed, but the proper one would have noticed the boyfriend's lack of engagement, his demeanor that in the context would have been inappropriate. She would have recognized it as such, and would have recognized his failure to build the rapport with John. Those would have been standout features. That's what women normally are super attuned to and look out for. In many ways, they're better than men on average. Very true. We continue. She would have recognized that these factors were contributing to her child's emotional discomfort, and that the boyfriend's behavior was not conducive to creating the safe, inclusive, and nurturing environment for her son. These all would have been automatic receptor-based perceptions and calculations. It would have been instantaneous based on the correctly attuned intuitive framework and neural framework. What the fuck happened? Thirdly, continuing, prioritizing the child's well-being. A maternal and nurturing mother would have prioritized the child's well-being above all else. Upon recognizing the signs of distress and upon identifying the source, she would have taken immediate action to address the situation and to ensure that her child felt safe, supported, and emotionally secure. That's your obligation if you're a mom to a son. If you can't handle it, kill yourself so that he could end up in a foster home and possibly have a chance of having some better connection with some other strange woman who takes on the role of a mother and offers better guidance and support. There could have been ostensibly something closer to what my grandma actually offered. And again, I may have said this before, I'll say it again. My grandma was a better mother figure to me than my own mom was. Strangely, though. But I'm grateful for it. She had the sense to step in and make up for my mom's deficits. What the fuck? 30-year-old woman has a son when she's 30. That's not good enough for her development at that stage in life to carry the burden? Because she seemed like a novice at the fullest stage to have a kid at. 30 as the age. She wasn't 18 or 20. What the fuck? She paying attention in life or sleeping through all of life? She didn't graduate class. She's not really living every day. She's just living in her delusion dream is my take on it, in essence. We continue. Prioritizing the child's well-being. A maternal and nurturing mother would have prioritized her child's well-being above all else. Upon recognizing the sign of distress and identifying the source, she would have taken immediate action to address the situation and ensure that her child felt safe, supported, emotionally secure. Maybe by this. I have slight memory issues sometimes. We continue. This would have involved having a conversation with her boyfriend about his behavior. Exactly. That's what I was fucking waiting for. Never happened. Because she's sitting there going, I don't know why my son's weird. Oh, everything's fine. Oh, isn't this guy here great? No, fucking blind idiots. He's a psychopath and manipulating you and hoping you don't notice. And then if you don't notice, you weirdly pass his test because two psychopaths go together. In essence, figuratively speaking, on psychopath. Probably closer to literally true with him, I'm guessing. And with her, it's all cluster B personality disorder. It's the same overall slant. We continue. As we're saying, would have involved a conversation with him about his behavior. It would have involved, furthermore, setting clear expectations for how he should interact with her child, and making it clear that John's comfort and well-being were non-negotiable priorities. Do we need AI to give mommy class to people? Wake up, silly humans. You are obsolete. We continue. Fourthly, regarding course correction. A normal, attentive mother would have instinctively implemented a course correction in response to the developing situation. Thank God, not all humans are obsolete. This, as it goes on to state, would have involved modifying the plans for the trip, making a very clear showing that her son's interests are being defended, of course, I will add. Furthermore, this also involves setting boundaries with her boyfriend, as it continues to state here, and creating opportunities for John to feel included, to feel valued and heard. I wasn't valued. The whole time I got vibes of this guy being basically like, oh, I'm not happy that this kid's here. I'd rather be alone with her. No kidding, dipshit. Any guy would when he's old enough and living that kind of life or trying to. But you messed up because you didn't play by the rules of the game. And we'll elaborate on this a little further down. But of course, we understand this instinctively. You got to earn your way in. He came in like an arrogant psychopath from day one, acting as if I've already magically earned my way in without working for it, and I'm special, and you all have to like it. What the fuck? Get thrown out the window. Jump out of it voluntarily before you get thrown out of it. Fucking hell. We continue. And his whole demeanor was basically the same, consistent for 20 years. What I'm saying through the story, and this is only the beginning of it, yet it's kind of already the whole story. It's this, and then, just to spoil a little bit, I don't want to save these details for later, but in short summary, literally the next 20 years are basically just a rolling repeat of this same story here about what the first couple days were. Just do that repeat for 20 years straight. You literally have virtually, literally nothing more. And now the whole world would scrutinize Barbara and say, lady, really? Really? 20 years you just basically let the same rough, comparable quality of the interaction between your boyfriend and son? What? Oh, fuck. Don't be friends with Barbara. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Except she already has no friends. But that doesn't give her the neural feedback. Because serotonin doesn't work in Poland, remember? Not having friends is just, I don't know, and let me not change my broken behavior because we won't even recognize it's abnormal. That's why we're all abnormal together. It's all psycho crazy. Stop it. Slap yourself till the pain makes you regret it. Duh. Wake up. Continuing. When does regret form? All right, Polish people never regret. I forgot. They just fight till they die. That's why you will all be dead soon. Not literally, but spiritually. For sure. It can only be that, really. You're already dead spiritually. We continue. As it goes on to state here, she would have taken steps to rebuild a sense of safety and security for her child, even if it meant potentially compromising her own desires or relationship with her boyfriend. That's obvious even, and it goes without saying. But I should even have to say it. I don't even care to say it myself. I should have to say it. Let the AI say it for me. Always maintain your priorities so that God even dreams to reward or honor you in any sense of the sense. My God. Continuing. Going on. If the mother in this situation substantially deviated from this instinctive course correction and failed to take appropriate action to address her child's distress and the boyfriend's inappropriate behavior, that's a common theme, not just with him, but with any other circumstantial, environmental source or person of like offense or threat or indignation, or anyone else would step in and show you, like, this is how we take care of offenders coming against us. We snip them in the butt and tell them to fuck off. She never did that. She was always like passive, like just smile and accept it and pretend it's not happening. Because why she do that? Because it enables her herself to be the victimizer. It's all self-propagating behaviors, except they don't realize it because they're not conscious to it. It really is crazy. We continue. Training your child to be a victim. It's unbelievable. Fucking hell. If she failed, as we were saying, to take appropriate action to address her child's distress and the boyfriend's inappropriate behavior, she would indeed be a contributor to any reasonably foreseeable problems that might develop as a result. Any reasonably foreseeable ones. Wow. Or it earlier mentioned, yeah, it's foreseeable that someone could get long-term fucked up emotionally with potentially no bounds as to the implications of how serious that might be. The definition of butterfly effect. Met the wrong guy one day, once, whole lives of your generations are derailed. Fucking idiots. Don't defend the life. Can't recognize a threat where it's hidden. Woman vision won't find it if it's miscalibrated, but not when it's calibrated. Love is what has you realize. See, a woman needs to love to have a proper instinct where instinct saves us. Men don't need to love as much because they just need to be smart where their logic can save us. Woman's instinct will save us because she loves. Man's logic saves us because he thinks well. Different routes, the same ending. Has to be, because God, if they made it the same, it'd be off kilter because it'd be one-sided, so you wouldn't have the symmetrical interplay, but through cross-transaction. You know, when you built the hash netting to support something, you need two directional axes to interweave. You can't have one because you don't have a net. You have lines that you slip between through because they're not inter-supporting each other. You need to grow a brain. We continue. By neglecting the child's emotional needs, displaying a lack of attunement to his distress, and failing to prioritize his well-being, the mother would be engaging in a form of neglect or reckless disregard for her child's welfare. I agree completely. And no experience other than me having experienced this somewhat uncommon form of abuse, maybe more common now than ever, would I have even ever believed this possible? You wouldn't even think it's possible till you're in it yourself, and you're like, oh, this is so unique, it's so hidden, it's so subtle, but killer. It's like a secret poison that's worse than the clear poisons that are obvious. It's so unbelievable. You continue. Listen, it hamstrings and sets back the development of a person even more than clear abuse does. Clear abuse makes... See, when you... An organism develops an antidote to poison. So when it's clear, strong poison, you will develop the callus and the resistance to it that makes you stronger immediately. The worst is when I could get a poison that's so invisible that it bypasses all your defense mechanisms. Then you're really fucked. Ultimate snake. We continue. Goes on here to say, this neglect or willful blindness on the part of the mother would make her complicit in any negative consequences that emerged from the situation, as she had the opportunity and responsibility to intervene and protect her child, but she chose not to do so. Either by willingness or willing blindness, or she's stupid and dumb. Her failure to take appropriate action would be a breach of her maternal duties, therefore. I agree. And would contribute to the erosion of trust. That's exactly what it did. To the erosion of safety. Yeah. The whole environment stopped feeling safe the moment of that vacation and right afterwards, given the surprising thing that happened afterwards, which I'll tell and write about later. should. I hope to keep this up all the way through till the end. It's dependent on a lot of other things. My functionality is up and down like crazy. I couldn't be productive for the last whole month, 4 weeks in a row. I had like nothing I could do. I hadn't had this before this series. It's getting worse. Somebody help. You could say. Contribute to the erosion of trust, erosion of safety, and I need good help, not the wrong kind. There's wrong ideas too, but then there's right ideas. Don't do your thinking for me. Do my will by following my thinking. That's it. There's no other way. Dignify. That's God's ultimate test. Something that men and women forgot to do in this life. Humanity's forgotten it. Continue. Goes on to also state, she contributed to the erosion of the emotional security in her relationship with her son. That's right. Continuing. In conclusion now. A neurotypical, maternal, nurturing, and attentive mother would have quickly recognized the signs of distress in her child's behavior, but she would have correctly identified the source of the problem and taken clear, immediate action to prioritize the child's well-being and implement a course correction to address the situation. These are 3 steps. In real life, my mom only did 1 of 3 because the first one was sort of half done, but it was misaligned, so the other 2 were impossible for her. So it was outside of probably her capacity. Something's wrong with her. But still, up until the point that I told you outright, then it's fully your fault. If you don't believe me, you're too stupid. That's still your fault. Because you should know to know better to listen to me. That's it. Be quiet. Stop trying to do the thinking for anyone else. Because you're the worst of us all. Any ship under her guidance is the worst ship. That's the one that would be crashing the first. I'm worse at steering, but I'm better at deciding how it should be steered. See, that's the only difference by the way my neural framework is set up today. Don't put me at the steering wheel. Put me with the microphone who's yelling to the steerer. That's how you'll get the best program imaginable on the whole earth. I'll yell the words. That's how we all win. The real king is one who dictates. He doesn't do anything except talk. That's his only role, is to command from knowing how to do things, and it gets done. We continue. If the mother in the scenario, as it goes on to state, failed to do these things properly, and she substantially deviated from this instinctive response as described above, she would be a contributor to any reasonably foreseeable problems that developed as a result of her neglect or reckless disregard for child's welfare. So there you go. Once again, thanks a lot. But thank you to God, but not thank you to the mom. Thanks to fate. See the difference? She still has to pay, but I win because God's circumnavigatory thing is the thing. But that went beyond her, so she's still liable. It's like Pharaoh's heart was hardened by God, yet Pharaoh still had to pay and was liable. But God hardened his heart for him. Did he have a choice? Yeah, because the previous misalignment is how he earned it. It's beautiful. I've seen the deep analysis of this. It's fascinating. We continue. User response here. And states, firstly, regarding the position of the son, whether or not there happened to be a substantially agreeable and suitable level of rapport established with the son by the incoming petitioning boyfriend of the mother of the son, is it nevertheless so that not only such a son, but actually any person in general ever would be slightly misaligned within such a trip, no matter what, because the one of the mother's position would essentially be forced into a strange dynamic in position of having to be the third wheel? Oh, I should have said the one of the son's position would essentially be forced. Well, I think the AI understood. Yeah, the son's ending up having to be the third wheel. Who wants that? Why are you putting him in that position? It's weird. He doesn't have a sibling or sister to hang with. The fuck is all this? We continue. My grandparents were here. I could have stayed with them. Idiots. Oh, my son will see Hawaii. No, you fucking idiot. They don't think. Brain. Did they take a vaccine shot at some point in their lives? Something happened. Their brains got screwed up. I'm not even talking about my mom as a normal person. It's a thing to me. That thing is a thing. It's not human. I don't know what the hell that is. Protoplasm pile. I don't know what the hell that is or what that has to do with me. They say that that's my mom. I don't know why or if I believe them. That's the level of rapport that this woman has with me. Yeah, because if you show that you're comfortable not having you don't talk to your son for a year and a half, you have a sick instinct problem. You're comfortable for 10 minutes not to talk to your son, you should kill yourself. Continue. And so who wants you anyway as a mom? You killed yourself as a mom. So you're dead to me as a mom. Unbelievable. Continue. Of course, who would be surprised? We continue. The son's being put in the position of having to be a third wheel as it goes on state. Two, that very woman's experience being on some kind of vacation date with some guy that hasn't even been yet accepted by anyone within the circle. Life. Figure it's supposed to go. And win, otherwise you lose. If so, we continue on. Would any person in the son's position be fully comfortable being relegated to some kind of third place, yielding the place of importance to some stranger who is furthermore essentially disrespectful and inconsiderate towards the kid or towards the one in the kid's position? Therefore, how would most people in the kid's shoes instinctively react? And what kind of specific behaviors or preferences may they display or act out as part of a natural or expected course of conduct that would not be unreasonable? AI responds and states, you raise an excellent point about the inherently uncomfortable and potentially distressing position that the son, or indeed any person, would find themselves in when placed in the role of a third wheel on what is essentially a vacation date between their mother and a new, unestablished romantic partner. Let's explore the dynamics of the situation and the natural expected reactions that someone in the son's position might exhibit. Firstly, inherent discomfort. Regardless of the level of rapport established with the boyfriend, being relegated to the position of a third wheel on that trip that is primarily focused on the mother's romantic relationship would be inherently uncomfortable for most people. Surprise, surprise, not really. Tired of the gaslighting. Kill yourself, we continue. The son, in this case, is essentially an outsider in what would typically be an intimate, couple-oriented experience. Why the fuck are you doing that to me? We continue. This is nuts to me. Gouge my eyes out and get me the hell out of here. We continue. This position can lead to feelings of awkwardness, exclusion, and emotional discomfort, as the child is forced to navigate a strange and potentially inappropriate dynamic. Of course. Get me the fuck out of here. Couldn't leave. I was only the beginnings of how being trapped into craziness. Fucking take this as a story. Wait till ages 13 through 17 and 18. Continuing. Lack of agency and control. In this situation, you see the son has little agency or control over the thing, over the unfolding events there, see? See, he has been placed in this uncomfortable position by his mother's choices and actions without his full consent or agreement. This lack of control is what can exacerbate feelings of distress, as the child is, as it goes on here to state, essentially powerless to change the situation or remove himself from the discomfort he's experiencing. Do you know how crazy that is? Mind-blowing. And she's wondering, why is my child acting funny now? I don't know. Hey, look how funny you're acting on this vacation. Isn't that funny? No, it's not. You're the idiot who's blind. Continuing. Third, and blind the whole time, even more the whole way forwards. We continue. Thirdly, regarding emotional distress. Given the inherent discomfort of the situation and the lack of agency, it is entirely reasonable and expected for the son to experience emotional distress. This distress may manifest as feelings of anxiety, fear, anger, resentment, or even betrayal. All of them correct. That's right. As the child grapples with the sense that his needs and well-being are being subordinated to his mother's romantic whims and desires and the preferences of a stranger who has not yet earned the place in his life. You're all contemptible. Fourthly, regarding behavioral reactions. In response to this emotional distress, the son may exhibit a range of behavioral reactions that are natural and expected given the circumstances. These may include A. Withdrawal. The child, let's consider if this is what they ended up seeing on that vacation. But this AI says that these are the expected things that would be normal and reasonable for there be the default expectation of any person in a similar situation as the one that they put me in, it says it may, yes, include A. Withdrawal. The child may become quiet, reserved, or withdrawn as a means of coping with the discomfort and emotional turmoil he's experiencing. He may seek to minimize his engagement with the situation and the people involved as a form of self-protection. Oh my God, now it makes sense, doesn't it? It made sense to me because I'm the one who lived it, and I've been trying to say this for 20 years. You idiots aren't fucking listening. I know I didn't deserve anything, and I know that on no single dream angle of the whole story of 20 years did I do anything wrong once ever that wasn't justified. Not once. Every letter, every micrometer of the fucking story is my fucking god power. You serfs whip you into nothing. You're dust, smoke. It goes on. B. Acting out. The child may act out. Yes, conceivably. It says alternatively, the child may act out in ways that express his distress and dissatisfaction with the situation. Yeah, this could involve displays of anger, displays of defiance, or displays of oppositional behavior, otherwise substantively, towards his mother or the boyfriend as a means of communicating his discomfort and asserting his own needs and desires. I'll say as a side note, I was quote unquote trained better. You see what I'm saying? By essentially my captors. So, right, weird thing to call your mom. It's like kind of my grandma's my mom, and my mom was like the captor. It's crazy because she never like gave a motherly handling of me ever. It's just she always acted like the babysitter. It was the weirdest thing. I never felt the rapport with my mom. She's just some lady they found in a rental store that they agreed to play the role of my mom for my whole life. Don't know why. Who the hell is she? She doesn't feel like she's family. You get what I'm saying? What the hell is it? Something's wrong. Because why? Because the baby instinctively knows that. Look, when something hatches out of an egg, right, the first thing that it sees that like interacts with it in a non-hostile way, that it like interacts in a friendly way, yeah, that's mommy, whatever that is, right? We all know that, right? Like the baby kitten or the bird that hatches out of the egg, that thinks you're the mama bird because you're the first thing there. It's something like this. Okay, the human is that the human. You don't have to literally be the first thing there, but whoever is present that is giving the mother energy, which is love energy from your heart to the heart, like unashamed, just pure, like I love my baby, mommy to son is like, but I don't even know what that is. I'm saying it because I learned that in a textbook. I never experienced that in my life. I don't know what that is. I see other people's moms and sons, and I'm like, wow, that's looks nice. That's what I see in movies. I don't know what that feels like. I never had that. Well, meanwhile, my mom's walking me down the street. She's next to me the whole time, maybe holding my hand, but just like a cold statue, walking with a cold statue, holding the cold statue with a cold statue hand. Right? Yeah. Yeah, my whole life was like my mom was just a cold statue on wheels, like a robot. How are you going to relate to that? It's crazy. So who's responsible for that? If you have a problem relating to your child such that their primitive mammalian neurocognitive framework empathically, emotionally identifies you that, oh, you must be the mom because you're the feminine, maternal, nourishing source that is projecting the unconditional love. So now the mammalian monkey brain goes, oh, that's mommy. You know mommy. 99.9% or more of people, no matter how dysfunctional your family lives may be, you still at an intuitive level know mommy, because at least mommy had to have loved you when you were born. No, my mom was like posing with the picture with me when I was born, the same way she posed with the picture to make a picture of my grandma when she was a corpse in the coffin at the fucking wake, where everyone else was watching her. Fucking the jaws dropped and they're shocked. And it's like, what the hell is that woman doing? And forget it. Okay? Years later, my own aunt who witnessed that, after my dad passed, she was so strangely imprinted by what my mom did that years later, she accused me of essentially having the same vibe. And she was like, hey, like, you want to have a party at my dad's funeral, at her brother's funeral, my father? And I was like, no. No, I know you're referencing with my mom. I have nothing to do with that. She's a psycho. Well, maybe my aunt is too for accusing me of that without. It's all sick. I have to basically eat the shit for other people's sins. All nutty asses around me. They're all broken in the brain. Poland, thank you. We continue. So I didn't act out so much. I was better trained. I was trained to just keep my expressions down and always keep your hands folded and look down and be a good boy. And that's the best manifestation. I was trained to be a priest from the age of infancy. You know, what is this? What the fuck? No wonder that's damaging to a kid. That's just going to be a weird kid, isn't he? Why'd you do it? Because you're stupid and you believed yourself. God help us. My dad even fucking left. Honestly, this is women controlling the narrative. I was always told from youth, I divorced him. You know, by the time I got to like 13 and later, when my dad started being much more candid, he was like, hey, let me, like, I don't want to have to say this, but I want to because I have to get it straight. And, like, your mom's maybe a good person. I can't really ever say anything bad about her. He was too kind. But he'd come up to me and said, you know, John, like, don't let it get twisted. I left the fucking marriage. Okay? I left it. I walked out on her. And the worst part about it was that I walked out on you, which was my biggest regret. And I felt the love for my dad more than ever for my mom. Substantively, my dad loved me completely. 100% of the love was from my dad by vibration. From the mother's, no, it was on the books. The love was on the books, that's all. Yeah, probably if you love your son that well, you're probably loving your husband similarly well. No wonder my dad walked out on her after a couple of years or so. If he has more fun having party nights out at the club, he doesn't want to stay at home with his wife, that's because something's wrong. The magnetism, something's lacking. It's not there. It's not normal. So, I ran out to the clubs. My father ran out to the clubs. We all ran away from Barbara Winslow in the home because it's not working. You're treated like an alien instead of really loved as a human. Then my mom comes down. She visits and gets to know my most recent ex-girlfriend a little bit more. My mom's like, oh, look how she acts. Look how she treats. It's so nice. I'm like, this is normal. I'm just discovering normal for the first time ever. Yeah, I know. This is great. You were nothing like this. As a mom, but she as a girlfriend is warmed. Like, did you get it? She's like, wow, that's amazing. I'm like, yeah, I know. That's what color looks like, and you're colorblind. What the fuck? We continue. Now, C, as it continues here, it says, seeking support. The child in such a circumstance may also seek support or validation from other sources, such as by reaching out to other family members, friends, or trusted adults. I didn't have that luxury. Don't you get it, AI? I was Stockholm syndromed, or really not so much Stockholm syndrome. I always knew something was slightly off. I just could never word it, but I didn't have no one to turn to. No. So I took till 35. So now I have YouTube to tell. I still don't have anyone to tell. I just know that it needs to be told. So I'm putting it on YouTube because then YouTube can be sent to someone. I'm renting out people on Craigslist to strangers to send us out. This is the fucking level. And probably that person there who I don't even know really. It's a woman. Thank you, miss. I haven't even spoken yet technically over the phone as of the time of this recording, but perhaps if we get to soon, we'll have a slightly more rapport and understand things better. But I'm saving this all for posterity's sake, and whoever it is at the end of the day, whether it's this wonderful person who's amazingly still stuck and did this, and she'll be earning some good token of our appreciation and more, and tremendous gratitude from me, and more, hopefully even. I don't really know so much about her except she's helpful and she's watched all through these things. So at the very least, what God can bring through into this life is someone who's a witness, just a mere witness to the fact that something's wrong anywhere in this world with anyone's deal, counts for a lot. It counts for a lot. Because from there, that turns the basis onto the next turn, which is, on and on. I forgot what I was going to say. I have absolutely no idea. Oh. Yeah. No, I had a friend, Anthony, and he's fucking, I think, a piece of crap. Details are featured within my videos. I cover that. And as a quick aside, I had another reviewer from Craigslist also review that whole matter, and they agreed with me. They said, yeah, Anthony's the one who's wrong. You're in the right. And they give very extensive list and review as to why. I was like, you're almost completely in the right. The review is very good. That's it. You get people to confirm. It's like, that's it. You can't have people like Anthony or Barbara gaslight you anymore. It won't work because it's like, no, we see this. That's not. Why are they trying that funny thing? All funniness is going to end. And AI is going to mediate the best of it. You just need to put the framework into place. We continue. The AI goes on. Point D now. Attempting to assert control. In an effort to regain some sense of agency and control, the child may attempt to assert his own preferences or boundaries within the situation, such as by expressing a desire to engage in certain activities. Yeah, there was a lot of that. I'll just be here, I'll do that, I'll go to McDonald's, I'll do this, fuck this, right? Or, as it continues to state, you may do so by resisting attempts to be integrated into the couple's dynamic. Exactly. I didn't even tell it that part yet. How did the AI know? How is it so smart? Because it's AI. That's exactly what I did. All normal, predictable behavior. We continue. Goes on here furthermore to state that these behavioral reactions, while potentially challenging or disruptive on their face, but outside of context, within context, it's not challenging or disruptive. It's sensible reactions to what they're doing. You see, that's of course understood. I should have injected that here as well. The AI nevertheless correctly states that these are nevertheless not unreasonable things, given the emotional distress and inherent discomfort of the situation that who's responsible for creating. We established this already. So therefore, bada bing, bada boom. Proceed. They are natural, expected responses to being placed in a position that undermines the child's sense of safety, security, and emotional well-being. In conclusion, being relegated to the role of a third wheel on a vacation date between one's own mother and a new unestablished romantic partner is an inherently uncomfortable and potentially distressing experience for anyone. Don't gaslight me anymore. John, you are weird. No, you're fucking weird. I'm tired of this shit. A distressing experience for anyone, it goes on to state, regardless of the level of rapport established with the boyfriend. Technically true. Even if I was cool with him, it'd still be slightly strange. Just a lot less strange. They don't care, they'll make it more strange. Polish people, welcome to Earth. We continue. The lack of agency, control, and consideration for the child's needs and well-being in this situation. I'll send this to other Europeans to see if, do people who are, from Denmark and then Spain, you see what I'm saying? And then some Italians. And then we'll get their take on, hey, is this normal? They'll all chime in no, this is not normal. No, they'll be on my side. Meanwhile, we'll send it to a few Polacks. Maybe the ones who emigrated here. I bet those are the only weird ones. Guys, oh no, that guy made the video about the ones that were there. Oh my god. Oh, there's no hope. Okay, we continue. No, I can't. I've been waiting for the one Polak to emerge who's normal, who's not my. If he stayed alive, he would have been almost 95 by now, year-old grandpa. No, anyone younger than 95 who's a decent Polak? I met many-ish, and not one. They're all fucking kind of weird. No, every single one of them has a substantial. Imagine every single one I ever met at the same time, and like a supercomputer honing exactly on what their substantial fucking flaw is. And most normal people I meet don't have flaws like this. It's a uniquely Polish phenomenon. That's why I keep saying Polish are weird. I was like, you're not even human, really. You're all a bunch of. Well, if you don't want me feeling like this, shouldn't have fucked up with me or around me in ways that affected me. You lose any claim to resent this speech of mine by failing to overturn, revert the offense that comes inherently by such a framework of misslanted personality and really kind of character defects. Strangely to say that I even have to say it that way. I don't like saying this. I'm still waiting. I want to bless all of you. If I see one of you who are good, I'll bless all of you and completely let go of any such expression as this and resentment. One. Go ahead, make a campaign. Put something up public. Listen, find the one Polish person who's normal. Send him like a diplomat to John. Just entreat him and like just show that one of you is normal and he will let all of us go karmically. No, you don't even all think like that. You all just go, huh? Talking bad about us? Oh, fuck that. That's why I continue having you in my karmic jurisdictional grip. Because you all react that way. So because none of you overturn the presumption, you all remain. I always have one step ahead of you. Because none of you can think out to the next level that what Christianity or godly thinking otherwise, in essence, really, however you want to slice or dice it, would compel you to. You're all strange. Refute me. No. Show me one that's normal. You can't. But I want you to, actually. I'm hoping you do. I want to be right on this. I want you to prove me wrong. I'm begging you. I like it. I like to make a normal friend and be normal with Polish people. Help me. Show me one. You can't.
No, I'm sorry about that. All I'm saying is I don't want to discuss no wedding arrangements with a substitute ski.
Oh, can't you talk to him, please? I'll try, Gloria. Archie?
Diver?
I guess I can't, Gloria. Daddy, all I'm asking you to do is meet his uncle halfway. I mean, he's a self-made man like yourself, Daddy. You see, you two might find you have a lot in common.
Oh, yeah? What's the guy do for a living?
He's a florist.
Florist? What does a Polish florist sell? Weeds?
It's exact. That's it. It's so fucking brilliant how they do this, and they had the guts back then to put this kind of stuff. There's so much truth to that. It's like, what does a Polish florist sell? Weeds? Yeah, that's exactly how you feel to everybody and everything else around you. That they would fucking make jokes about you on American television, shamelessly, before the control thing started coming in. Let me know. What the hell? What a society we live in. Oh my god.
What kind of a name is Stivic? Huh? Where you from?
Oh, Chicago.
I mean, what's your nationality?
I'm an American.
I mean, where are your people from?
They're from Poland.
You're the butt of the joke, Poland, because of how you treat other human beings on Earth.
Driving out.
As we're saying here, AI resumes and states that the lack of agency, control, and consideration for the child's needs and well-being in the situation can lead to the significant emotional distress and range of behavioral reactions that are natural and expected. Natural and expected. Get it? Given the circumstances. That's it. These reactions, while potentially challenging, are not unreasonable and should be understood as the child's attempts to cope with and navigate an inappropriately imposed and emotionally taxing situation. Barbara. User response to this and states back to the AI that you stated that, quote, the son in this case is essentially an outsider and what would typically be an intimate couple-oriented experience. This positioning can lead to feelings of awkwardness, exclusion, and emotional discomfort as the child is forced to navigate a strange and potentially inappropriate dynamic. However, continuing onwards, Realistically, as it states here, within the broader context, although it's the case that it, amazingly and shockingly, was the son who was sort of led to in fact feel this way, is it not actually, of course, properly so, within the broader and proper contextual frame, that it is distinctly the boyfriend of hers, and not the son, who is the outsider? On account of this, then, when we see that the boyfriend, after significant time on that trip, having elapsed, still didn't change his behavior on that trip, does this not essentially come off as a kind of arrogance on the part of that boyfriend within that picture? As if somehow it isn't even the one in his position who should be concerning himself with humbly positioning himself and orienting himself around gaining the acceptance of the son, or the one in the son's position, that is. Continuing onwards, if so, then, is the implicit arrogance as a newly developing and added element to the whole situation not something that, from the perspective of the son there, makes that petitioning boyfriend's own standing there substantially worsened? The AI response states, you make an excellent point about the proper contextual frame of the roles of the son and the boyfriend within the situation. Let's examine this perspective and its implications for the boyfriend's behavior and the son's perception of him. Firstly, the son is the rightful insider. Within the broader context of the family dynamic, it is indeed the son who should be considered the rightful insider, not the boyfriend. The child has the pre-existing established relationship with his mother and a legitimate claim to the attention, care, and consideration AI realizes. Thank you very much, of course. Thank God. Continuing onwards here, it goes on to state that the boyfriend, on the other hand, is a newcomer to the family system without any inherent rights or privileges. He just acted arrogant. He was one of those people who observe that twisted law of power, although technically true, is just evil to use it. You overcome the mistakes of audacity by simply putting more audacity. You get it? How crazy the stories of 20 years regarding what's transpired between my mom's boyfriend and I is strange, sad, just all nuts, and may all those responsible suffer. Okay? Continuing. Secondly, the boyfriend is the outsider. Given this context, the boyfriend should be positioned as the outsider who needs to earn his place within the family dynamic. That's what I was saying. Why is AI agreeing with me? All I did was ask Socratic method-based questions. Did I shape or slant the AI? Not at all. You see how beautiful it is? Mwah. Continuing, goes on to state that it is the boyfriend's responsibility to orient himself around gaining the acceptance and trust of the son. If you're a normal human being, rather than expecting the child to accommodate or subordinate himself to the boyfriend's presence and desires, that's exactly what from the minute he showed up, he was acting as if I'm supposed to be dancing around him. You like that kind of vibe. It's like, what? Are you psychotic? Die. Crash through your windshield and kill yourself for dreaming to think you could act like this. Piece of shit. Doesn't have his fucking place. Murder him, somebody, please. Fucking hell. What the fuck? They have to... Hell, even if it was just some initial coldness, but then you see he warms up after a little while, even after a couple years, is like, oh my God. But in the huge, big picture, it's like, well, he sort of came around. No, you don't even get that. You just get the coldness from cradle to grave is he's dead already within the heart emotionally. Kill yourself so you can match the fucking body to what your fucking dead soul is. Idiot. Instead of sabotaging my life like a cancer, you're the cancer on my family. Only take structures down with you. You have any idea what a different life I would have had? God didn't will it this way. These things I understand now at the age of almost 36, but no. There's nothing else to say other than, karmically speaking, these types will deserve everything they get. There's absolutely no other answer ever. That's the final answer of all of reality. You have nothing else to gain. That is the final judgment upon these people's lives. And that is it. You're nothing more than the first and last mistake that you've made unrepented. Ooh, and that's a good one. So we should trademark that. To continue. Thirdly, regarding the arrogance of the boyfriend's behavior. The boyfriend's failure to change his behavior, conspicuous failure, that is, of course, his failure to orient himself around the son's needs and well-being, despite having significant time to have done so on the trip, can indeed be perceived as a form of arrogance. By maintaining his distance, which is exactly what he did the whole way through. You know, like a couple of half well meant, you know, super micro token gestures, then like you know, it's something to do with like some kind of non-sensitivity to things. You know what I'm saying? So maybe it's some kind of Slavic trait. And unlike, he might not even be aware. It doesn't matter. He's not a Jew. I'm not even going to put him on the spot regarding some of his positions on that. I'm not going to slander someone. I'll just say nothing. But what I will say is this. I'm not sure if he's aware that technically our line of the family even apparently does have the Jewish roots that we have as verified in all the series of last names and stuff being Ashkenazi. And the look, and my grandma's, I remember facial structure, and my grandpa, the look, and all adds up in hindsight. Like, oh, wow, my God. But now, here's the thing. Maybe it's a Slavic thing. It's a cultural thing that extends beyond just Polish. I'll share something interesting with you that has to do with kind of like a numbed callousness. And it's a little bit funny. Here's an old Jon Stewart clip, if I could find it. Let's see.
Involuntary horse snacking, just one of the things we Americans didn't have to endure last week.
In a remote part of Russia, some thought the world was ending when a 10-ton meteor, 5 stories tall, hurtled to Earth and exploded.
Traveling at 33,000
You remember this from about 10, 11 years ago, yeah.
miles per hour, trailing a brilliant white contrail, hitting the atmosphere and exploding with the force of an atomic bomb.
Wow. On the bright side, it did provide Russians with a fleeting sense of warmth. See, this was scary because it wasn't like a solar eclipse.
And actually, honestly, have enough exposure to Russian culture to assess cross between Russians and Poles. I would say that interpersonally, like knowing people, getting invited to their house, getting very intimately acquainted with them, understanding the culture here and there to a moderate extent, I'd say. Russians aren't actually cold. There's a sort of stereotypically stern demeanor, but really they're very gracious in a genuine way when you're getting to know them. I can't say that there's a slight offsetness in the Polish framework that this escapes the American understanding. It's not there in the Russian framework. I'd rather be close friends with a Russian than with a Pole. Easily, almost without thinking. I'll get genuine connection with a Russian because they treat you like a human being by some point. If they want to make friends with you, you'll really be a friend. Huh? But anyway, we continue. I want to make the point. This is humor, so it's fit still to kind of annex in or like subsume within the conversation. Let's see.
Yeah. It wasn't like a solar eclipse. No one knew this thing was coming. The question is, how did all these Russians even get this amazing footage?
A majority of this footage was recorded purely by chance, captured by small dash-mounted cameras that are now the latest fad among Russian car owners.
Let's roll the meteor footage again with the sound up. I'm going to learn the Russian word for holy balls. The guy in the car didn't even say anything. That's more amazing than the footage itself. The dude in the car is completely unimpressed by a 10-ton death rock hurtling in Mach 50 towards a city, which I guess would explain why Armageddon was released in Russia as Oil Driller Gets a Very Good Job. Is everyone in Russian society just that jaded?
Motorists have turned to dash cams for self-protection. Visual proof to fend off charges from possibly corrupt police officers and from insurance scammers who often stage accidents like this one captured here.
Oh my God! Oh my God! That man needs help! Get him to Ensemble Studio Theater, stat! He needs 300 cc's of Actorol. I think what we seem to be learning is that Russians, in the course of their everyday lives, see so much crazy they have become unfazable. For instance, they've long been accustomed to the fact that your average Russian car can easily be torn apart by your average Russian woman. I want the bumper. Yeah. Put cheese on, eat. I mean, this typical roadside scene, two drivers confront each other with a baseball bat, and yes, that is a hatchet. Russia's like a live-action Grand Theft Auto. Now, if there's a surprising part of this video, it's that those gentlemen arrived at some sort of agreement not to bat and hatchet each other to death. See, apparently in Russia, it's very common for your morning commute to involve a hatchet-bat dispute or a fighter-chopper flyby or a fighter-jet flyby or, I don't know, tank! How unfazed are Russians? Even the cows. This is how unfazed Russians are. Even their cows in a mass cow tipping just get up and are like, yes, folks, America may be, but not as bad as this.
Oh, good bit of humor, nice and funny. What's interesting, he said, America might be fucked, but not as bad as this. This was from the year 2013. Very interesting how in about 10, 11 years.
New at Maurice's. Fresh.
What was I saying? It seems like we're pretty much kind of there. I genuinely remember seeing this clip when it was released. And back then, 2013, I saw that whole last part of that clip there. And the audience, of course, naturally agreed. They're very astute there at Comedy Central. They got that compilation together, and they knew that we can all relate within society as it was at the time here and say, yeah, we're not that crazy. We're not. Now, 10 years later, we kind of are. We kind of are. Something's going on. We're all unraveling. But the point I wanted to make was this. There's something about the Slavic line that has you desensitized. I'm going to tell you something interesting about GABA B upregulation because this is the secret key to all of eternity in highest level of godliness and humanity. It's tied in with the GABA B receptor. GABA A is what you activate and heighten the tone of when you're drinking alcohol, ethanol. GABA A only. The GABA subtype B is the opposing receptor. So when you activate A, such that you have higher A relative to B type of GABA activation, you lose consciousness. And then when the GABA ethanol alcohol wears off, you regain consciousness back to your baseline. But B takes you in the opposite direction. So if you take something that only activates your GABA B receptor, that is your limitless drug. That's your superpower. You become more awake for the first time ever, and you become more alive. Not less reduced consciousness, higher consciousness. You become more conscious. Do you understand? In very simple terms? Might be one of the first times I'm speaking about it even semi-publicly. So plainly on the matter, because I kind of kept that secret for a few years, purposely shrouded it to keep most of you confused so that you don't run off with your ideas. But at this point, I'm just going to state plainly. This is the key, and you won't find this information publicly just about anywhere, because they don't really realize the power of this receptor. Okay? Now, Here's the thing. When you look at those Russians there, you see some aspect of desensitization. Maybe a lot of it has to do with the tremendous alcohol consumption, cultural things, whatever. But it's reflective of a certain type of dynamic that when you, let's say, when you play guitar and you have the strings come into contact with high pressure in your fingertips will form calluses, right? So the callus protects your finger so that playing the guitar becomes bearable. But when it becomes bearable to play, you also lose sensitivity. Okay, if I take a light feather, come up to your arm and just stroke or rub the feather gently on your arm, you're going to feel the lightest tingle, and it's the lightest contact creates the most substantially noticeable tingle that almost has you like, woof, because tickle as if it's almost too much from just the slightest bit. But guess what? If I then take a fat leather strap or giant rubber band and start snapping and slapping and whipping and snapping at your same patch of skin on your wrist over and over, just a few times, very strongly, and it's going to be desensitized. Now, right afterwards, if I take the same feather, come back again and try to rub it there, is your skin going to feel it? No, it's numbed. Your skin has to down-regulate its mechanism to, as a self-protective mechanism to handle life. Okay? It could happen as a shorter term, and there's longer term aspects of this that happens. But guess what? GABA B is where you really get set free of all this insanity. Why do I say this? If you stare into a bright light, the neural eye vision version of this happens, where you stare at the bright light, so that things that you would have seen clearly in a dark room with night vision, so-called, will now become, you'll have night blindness. If I put the light bulb right in your eye for 5 minutes and then suddenly turn off the lights and turn off everything in the room, all the blinds are down, it's pitch black, you will not see anything for quite a little while. Okay? Before the bright light in your eyes, you might have been able to see at least just a little bit. The longer you stay in the dark, you can start to see things clearer and clearer slowly, up to a point. The fact that your neurons in your eye get blanked out from the glare of the bright light, such that then they cannot see anything in the dark, that same downregulation in the eyes corresponds to the same downregulation of receptors in your wrist when you get the snapping. But here's the thing. When you activate GABA B, the glare of the bright light is tolerable, while at the same time, turning the bright light off, you instantaneously can see everything in the dark, because you no longer get downregulated. That doesn't exist in any other human framework. It is a superpower. That's one hint of a superpower that I've been living with, and have so much more. Here's the thing. If you no longer desensitize to life, what does this afford you? You remain fully sensitized to all of life. When you are a human being who retains the full sensitization to all of life, that's never been heard of before, by the way. So I just told you when you're alive, and by the way, there's some more people in life that are moral and some that are less moral. Guess what happens to the receptors in your morality when you upregulate everything with a receptor that prevents further subsequent downregulation of those very same receptors? Fascinating, right? Yeah, not only do you have super vision, super hearing, super senses, powers, perceptive powers, etc., etc., you also never get numb to what's right and wrong. Now you're a house for God. Wake up. Wake up. You need to really figure out who sees it clear the best and pick that person around which to orient yourselves and structure society, and not the other way. You've been structuring society around the blindest ones. The blind leading the blind, huh? I suppose we shouldn't have this much longer anymore. It's amazing I've been kept secret this long, relatively speaking. Soon enough, all these details are going to come out. Just remember, at first, when you're the first one who can see in the dark while everyone else has just been staring at light bulbs all day long and then they just cut the power out, they all agree that the reality is that there's nothing here because everything's black. And when you say, I could see the table, I could see the cup, I could see the floor and the path, they will say, no, you can't. Surely you're crazy. You must be lying. No. Because you're not downregulated, because you don't desensitize to things. It's like a superpower where you remain, basically, I'll say it in a different way. And for me, this has been literally true almost up until very recently, because I've been drinking coffee to suppress it. But I've drank too much coffee and that actually kind of works. It took 6 years, but now it's slightly reversed it. Up until very recently, for a few years, you could come up to me with a giant whip the same piece of skin of mine on my arm 50 times, 500 times, and then come in and take the slightest feather and stroke it, and I'll still feel it fully sensitized. You can't even imagine that. I overhacked the system. I hacked it. I'm like mega god now. That's where life is. If you activate the active key framework that stops your nervous system, and you are your nervous system. Your pineal gland is the seat of your soul, and all the brain tissue and nervous system tree that takes the shape of your whole body, innervating your whole tissues as you walk around in this body bag cytoplasmic suit that you wear over your nerve tree, which is what you are, which is an extension of your pineal gland, which is the seat of your soul. Your consciousness streams through the nervous system and permeates across throughout it. But the limitations are that every time you have something that's too much overwhelm, your body reacts by withdrawing and retracting, by downregulating. So your whole lives are lived in a cloistered shell state, where your calluses prevent you from feeling the pain, but you're no longer sensitized to the full reality. The GABA receptor is the only way to break free of that. When you upregulate that, pain no longer hurts, so you can feel everything without being ever overwhelmed. So that's what I was saying. After the coma, I haven't felt fear the same way humans have through this time, pretty much. Only very recently, again, some things are happening recently. It's starting to overturn it, but I bet if I stop drinking coffee, it will. And a couple times I haven't, I regain my superpowers. Okay? That's it. I only drink coffee because I have no errands around me. This Moses has no errands. I have to be my own errand, but then it detracts from my true Moses capacity and beyond. The day I have someone who's basically committed themselves to me to be like my co-person, I can relax, stop drinking coffee because I know everything's going to be handled around me, just from my mouth, my lips speaking, and then I can come up to meet really God at the pinnacle. And because I was there already before, you meet there and you're at there, and you don't have to be dealing with the lower stuff, and I can really dictate from an even higher place. Change the world in 10 minutes. You people are cowards. What's holding you back, huh? We continue. Thirdly, and you will follow my way, because this way is the proper way. I know I sound a little silly saying it, but just, it's designed to sound silly. I want to purposely make those of you who can't accept it to flunk yourselves out. My job is to make you believe me. My job is to be the dynamic that sorts the silver from the dross. I don't care which one you are. I'm just ready to process you either way, whichever one you show me to be. My job is only to make you sort yourselves out in front of me. All of you can go to hell for all I care. And that's another deeper aspect of morality that you don't understand. True being closer to God is no longer really rooting for you, You should do what's right, but God loves to he's equally inclined to punish you when you do wrong as he is to bless you when you do good. See what I'm saying? It's not he's not hurt in that kind of sense that humans hurt in disappointment, but just like, okay, just here you go. I'm not, you see? Except those who will particularize duties, like parents, mothers, like that's, you're going to get the real problem. The rebuke will be strong for you. You continue. It continues on. We move on to the fourth point here. As we were saying, regarding disregard for the son's position. This arrogance that has been described, that's found in the boyfriend's behavior, as it states, represents a disregard for the son's rightful position within the family dynamic. That's right. You're supposed to be properly showing yourself in front of me and not the other way around. Obviously so. We continue. It, furthermore, suggests that the boyfriend believes his own desires and preferences should take precedence over the child's needs. Implicitly, that is what was framed, and then the whole situation there. You're right. How does the AI know? It's amazing. Continue. And furthermore, it notes that he's entitled to a central role in the mother's life without having to earn it through building a positive relationship with her son. Yeah, he believes that he's entitled to the central role without having to earn it through building the positive relationship with his son. That's the narcissistic, psychopathic thinking. Crazy, I know. We call it out for what it is. No corrupt woman could come in and say, no, you're wrong, you're wrong, because you're not wrong. I'm not wrong. Isn't just the gaslighting won't work. Let's have people see it. Go ahead. Can you convince me? Convince everybody. Nope, we're all too smart. We see. We have brains at work. Hopeless. Continuing fifth. Worsening of the boyfriend's standing. From the son's perspective, this implicit arrogance of the boyfriend's behavior would likely significantly worsen his standing and make it even more difficult for the child to accept or trust him. Yeah. Continuing, the boyfriend's failure to acknowledge the son's rightful position, tacitly, implicitly, and to humble himself in the face of the child's discomfort and distress would be seen as a further indication of that boyfriend's unsuitability as a potential stepfather-like figure. Do you know what a real sick narcissist does? He'll just never interact with the son, so I'm never the stepfather, but I'm still entitled to being here with this woman as my girlfriend. God. And what framework allows this? What framework is this? Nothing from the normal modern Western world should allow this, or any other part of this world. We continue. Sixthly, undermining of the mother-child relationship. Moreover, the boyfriend's help us, somebody help us. Witnesses assemble. Fantastic Four. Somebody fight the monsters and then show how you're blasting them when they go, oh, that hurts. Oh, God, I am wrong because I'm destroyed now. And they feel how beat they are now. You have to make them feel it. If you don't make them feel... Oh, so that's why my mom cut me off so that I was never integrated into vast social structures, because social structures are the thing that come around to yell at you and identify where the real problems are. Oh, she don't want that instinctively, so she what? Blocks it. It's all self-integrating. Moreover, as it goes on to state, the boyfriend's arrogant behavior and disregard for the son's position could also be seen as undermining the mother-child relationship. Bing, bing, bingo. That's what I got. I got fucking... And she let it happen is the crazy thing. It's like, God, it'd suck if he tried, but at least she's smarter than that, right? And she'd deflect it. Nope. She's totally subsumed and fucking Stockholm syndromed into it. Wow. I lost my mom that day. Fucking idiot system. My God. What the fuck? Continuing, by failing to prioritize a child's needs and by not actively working to integrate himself into the family dynamic in a respectful and considerate manner, the boyfriend is effectively driving the wedge between the mother and the son. Was it effective? Yeah. It was. So if you're a woman who's dating a man who doesn't regard the level of quality of relationship that you have that you get to enjoy between you and your own son, because he sees the son as antagonistic or opposite of himself instead of seeing him as together with that. And as mentioned before, hinted, I remember if hinted before or further later, this is a tendency of men, when dealing with the children of their lovers and those children are not their own, is known in psychology, psychiatry. The worst outcomes are between those individuals, like a quasi stepfather like role, and those children who are not related, is death. It's like just death, because the father never looks out for those children. Not never, but it is substantially more adverse relationship, because the man's instinct is to be like the wolf who sees the offspring that's not his own. He wants to eat them and kill them. He doesn't want to defend their. So grandma said, don't get remarried and do that, live that kind of angle. She didn't listen. And my mom stayed asleep. She didn't defend the child, so she loses. By God's rules, she has to lose. The child is to be destroyed. By the framework of the world, it can't be worldly success anymore, because she permitted his destruction. And she enthroned someone as a false father figure who completely rejected to even do the fathering, where she has the obligation to ensure that there's a corresponding male figure who acts out the father role, and she failed to do so. God says there has to end up becoming out a void. But now I will recover that void to use it for my purposes, says God. But my purposes will not be of the world. So because the woman failed, so you have a failure root, you have to die, and your line will die. Maybe. Only if God resurrects by a special godly overwhelm. You must suffer. You have to cry on the way down too. God says your suffering is the only thing that will bring your soul to redemption. You have to cry and say, God, I'm in eternal prison. Say, yes, you are. And crush you. And you have to feel the regret of how when you're at the moment you're being crushed by God, because you crushed yourself by realizing it. Goes on to say, by failing to prioritize the child's needs and by not actively working to integrate himself into the family dynamic in a respectful and considerate manner, the boyfriend is effectively driving a wedge between the mother and son and forcing the child to compete for his mother's attention and affection. Yeah, because that's how he wins. He sees things that are outside of himself as opposition to himself, instead of seeing his. Come on, does Marek see himself as a fucking integrator between the harmony between himself and the whole world around him? Does he love everyone? No, it's the opposite. He's the typical Polak that we saw earlier. Always negative. Actually, more than many other people I've seen. What is this? What is this? My father wasn't. Her father, my grandpa, wasn't so much like that. That's why she attracted to it. Something else is going on. Mind control, maybe. Who the fuck knows? I don't see it, though. I don't see the merit of it. He's substantially unimpressive to me. To me, he looks like bottom of the barrel. I would look at most other people and see that those other people would be more qualified and more impressive. What the fuck? She must hate herself secretly. To saddle herself with fucking garbage, but she deludes herself, thinking, oh, everything's fine. He drives the car, great. Oh my God, why are you so fucking broken? We continue. In conclusion, with the broader context of the family dynamic, it is the son who should be considered the rightful insider, while the boyfriend is the outsider who needs to earn his place. Because he failed to, he's chronically for 20 years, and it's a further insult because he shows like he doesn't care to bother to. I don't even have to try. I'm the self-anointed king. I'll just come here like a stranger and shit on everybody like a parasite. They don't earn their place, aren't humble. They just come in and eat. He's an energetic spiritual parasite. Continuing. The boyfriend's failure to change his behavior and orient himself around gaining the son's acceptance. Why does AI figure it out so easily? Because this is what normal life is based on, and only broken Polacks from Poland who lack selenium and serotonin don't understand this. All different thinking, but it's anti-God thinking, so you're going to have to call it out one day and fix it, or suffer and be condemned as a nation, potentially. We'll see. Spiritual revivals need to take place everywhere, and it'll be Poland's blessings if they ever figure out how to do so, and I'm hoping and praying for it. Amen. We continue. AI says that boyfriend's failures are saying to change his behavior and orient himself around gaining the son's acceptance, despite, as it goes on to say, having significant time to do so. That is what can be perceived as the form of arrogance that disregards the child's rightful position and undermines the mother-child relationship. This implicit arrogance of the boyfriend's behavior by that boyfriend's behavior, as shown, would likely worsen his standing from the son's perspective. Of course, that's why we only hate him more over time. Both me and my mom's parents, grandma and grandpa, when they were living too. The fuck? Mom is shameful. And, as it states here furthermore, make it even more difficult for the child to accept or trust him as a potential stepfather figure. 100%. And because he dared to even act like he didn't even bother, he didn't need to bother trying to get it, you get more contempt. But then he tries to invert the frame. Oh, we know invert frame addictions, which is called, I will make it like I'm the right powerful one. God, you're so lucky I didn't murder all of you. You're so fucking lucky I didn't become that kind of person. Oh my God. Yeah, they just walk around every day. No school shooter comes to them to kill them first before they run to the school to shoot them. No, these ones get to live, but it's because of them that greater things will even happen beyond that. We continue. I hope this reaches every living soul in the world. There won't be school shooters after this, because every mother who fucked up their son will be killed. Spiritually speaking, at least. And that would restore the dignity of every person who would have been a school shooter, that they become whole again. Because that's what they're waiting for. They're deprived of justice. Stop hurting your children and turning them into freaks. It continues onward here. The boyfriend's actions, as it states, demonstrate a lack of humility, a lack of respect, and a lack of consideration for the pre-existing family dynamic, which are essential things to consider for building a positive and healthy relationship with the child, let alone with the parent woman, if the parent woman is normal. But hey, what does he think? Hey, she doesn't stop it, so what do I have to change anything? I'm winning the way I am. Dominating. By fooling the stupid. Proud of yourselves? User responds. It states, or asks, is it any surprise then that by not very long into that trip, after both the mother's boyfriend's failure to appropriately change course in a way that demonstrates sufficient EQ, by how John sees it, and the mother's own failure to change and nurse the situation or any aspect of it into a better position, that the son eventually began to have a vacation by himself, withdrawing emotionally and physically as often as possible, all while bearing heightened amounts of anxiety that were unusual even for him by that time in life. By running out to the nearby McDonald's, by the hotel, just binge eating there alone for as long as possible, every day for fucking 2 weeks. In light of this, as it continues to state, who was responsible for this kind of dynamic and reaction? Is the son weird after all? Legitimately speaking, that was his weirdness and he's liable for how weird he was then? Is that sensible? Or rather, within context, is it more substantially more likely within actual reality that is both the mother as well as that boyfriend who, by their innate instinctive habits and patternings or programmings, were the ones who, in the light of objectivity, were actually weird. See, assuming a self-aware kid, do you think that the kid found himself to be the defective one, or do you think that he found correctly both this guy and, surprisingly within context, even his own enabling mother there, to be the actually defective operators within that circumstance? AI responds and states, given the context of the boyfriend's failure to demonstrate sufficient emotional intelligence and adapt his behavior to prioritize building a positive relationship with John, as well as the mother's failure to intervene and create a more inclusive and nurturing environment, it is entirely unsurprising that John began to emotionally and physically withdraw from the situation. His decision to have a vacation by himself and engage in self-soothing behaviors, such as binge eating at McDonald's, can be seen as a natural coping mechanism that's formed in response to the heightened anxiety and emotional distress caused by the dysfunctional dynamic that the mother allowed and perpetuated by the situation she formed. In light of this, as this continues to state here, the primary responsibility for creating this unhealthy and distressing situation lies both with the mother and her boyfriend. Their failure to prioritize John's emotional well-being, create a welcoming and inclusive environment, and adapt their behavior to accommodate his needs directly contributed to his feelings of isolation, anxiety, and the need to withdraw. So from my perspective, because I don't downregulate, I remain fully upregulated and sensitized to all of life at all times. So if you try to traumatize me, I'll be traumatized, sort of, but not really, because I'll still retain my sensitivity to the pristine, precise, nuanced things that need to happen. But you all get flicked by the thick proverbial rubber band or whip, and all of a sudden you don't feel the sensitive nuances of the feathers that you will brush alongside anymore, thinking that there's nothing there. So you brush along more clumsily everywhere, and the more clumsy you are, the more disgusting life looks, because the fault is that you haven't adopted the superior neural framework. If you adopt the superior neural framework, you win. God wins too, because his manifestation is through GABA B. GABA A is the devil. Do people become more moral or less moral by the more ethanol they drink? Oh, easy answer. So, if you up GABA B relative to GABA A, you become more moral or less moral. We know the GABA B and GABA A are opposites. I just solved it for you equationally. Grow your brains. I'm unlocking for you the path, and you still aren't smart enough people to run on it. We continue. He proceeds to state that it is highly unlikely that John, as a self-aware child, would perceive himself as the weird or defective one in that situation for real. Instead, he would likely, of course I did at the time too. When I later came back and in the fall, the more I saw my dad that season, I was telling him, I'm like, hey, I got to talk to you about something. And he was one of the first ones I confided. I'm like, I don't like that guy, and my mom is not helping. He was not fucking happy about that. He was not happy about that. I remember the day that they met one particular day, like he drove by, my mom was in the car, came pick me up or something, and so they met, my dad. He kind of went, shook his hand very briefly, but the way he acted was like strange. We drove off, and then later my dad was like, yeah, I don't like that fucking guy. Fuck that guy. I saw him for 2 seconds, and I could already read something's wrong with this guy. And then the way he acted after he met me, he was avoiding the vibe. I was like, nope, I read guys like that all the time. He's a fucking loser. Fucking hate that guy already. I think he's the worst one. Yeah, he was not happy. And the whole time they were together, he was like, your mom was always a good person. I wish her very well. And that guy, don't like him. Think she made a mistake with him. Fuck that guy. Always said that consistently across the board. If you read a person, you know what their deal is. Except if you're Barbara Windsor, then you don't see anything. You need other people around you to tell you what's going on around you. You're missing the key things happening because you can't read people. You don't know how to read a room? Kill yourself. Not really, but trust in other people who are telling you they can read the room. Don't trust yourself. Don't believe yourselves. Trademark. Continuing. Maybe I take my abilities for granted because I really think you people, virtually every human being I've ever met since the last 7 years, I think you're like 10 levels down. I've met maybe 3 people out of 100,000 who are like close to where I am. I don't know how they are, which is amazing. I honor them very much. And those are the ones who honor me the most because they're the only ones who are high enough to recognize I'm higher than them. What an amazing thing. And they're like, dude, you're like, holy moly. I've had people acknowledge me. They're like, I see they're superior than 99% of people, and then they see that I'm superior than 100% of people, and they're like, I can see how great you are, dude. I'm like, dude, you're the only one who can. And they're like, huh. And they're like, yeah, and they figure out a little bit like, yeah, I get what you mean. Wow. Yeah, because then most people don't recognize them, and yada, yada, yada. It's hidden. It's all hidden. I'm masked in like a fool's outfit. It's designed that way. You can't see it unless you're at my level. Then you are when you're near it, you can see it. Then you read my glow. If you don't, I look like I'm worse than the stupidest people who are otherwise out there. It's ultimate chameleon. Kind of unintentional. It's just how it works. Same thing they wrote about Moses. They're like, he was the greatest ever. They wrote about him. He was extremely meek seeming. the human suit you wear when you are God level, your human suit becomes counterpart. You look very meek. You seem like you're autistic, but you're just God, and they'll never believe you because it's designed that way to fuck with them. Because God mocks people. He mocks you to show you could take something that looks foolish and make it fucking glorified. To literally mock the fucking living fuck out of your system the way you believe it would be. That's really fucking deep. Continuing onwards here, goes on to state that instead, John would likely recognize that the behavior and attitudes of his mother and her boyfriend were the primary sources of the dysfunction and discomfort he was experiencing. No shit. Continuing, from an objective standpoint, it is indeed the mother and boyfriend who are exhibiting weird or inappropriate behavior by failing to prioritize a child's needs, disregarding his emotional well-being, and not taking steps to create a healthy, inclusive family dynamic. I was robbed. My dignity, you see, that's the real theft. Continuing. God is dignity. There's another super true statement that is true in a very basic kind of way. You can boil it down to that to get a basic but valuable understanding. We continue. Goes on to say, as a self-aware individual, John would likely perceive his own reactions, such as withdrawing and seeking solace in food, as understandable and valid responses to the emotionally taxing and distressing situation he found himself in. He would recognize that his mother and her boyfriend were the ones operating in a defective or dysfunctional manner. I knew it. Then I had to have my mom try to convince me out of it. And even by 13, which I turned 13 after that vacation, I was a little too smart to okay, oh, it's just me. You guys are all perfect. No. It's so blatantly obvious how disrespectful he was. He never bothered changing it. It's like, you could see it. You could just see. You're never going to. You lost me then because you fucking sold out and never showed better. And it was so obvious. It was like, I'm going to come in and rob your house now. I'm a thief. Here's a giant thief hat. Here's my sack of money with a $ sign on it. I'm like, you are a thief. And they're like, am I? Maybe I'm not. While they're sneering and chuckling and then stealing some more in front of you. They're like, let me take some things here. Yeah, go ahead and try to change your thinking. Grow a brain. What is this? Kindergarten? Fucking hell. Continuing. As a self-aware individual, John would likely perceive his own reactions, such as withdrawing and seeking solace food, as an understandable, valid response to the emotionally taxing and distressing situation he found himself in. He recognized his mother and her boyfriend was not. Oh, we read this already. Yeah, continuing next paragraph. Moreover, his perception, that is, of his mother as one of the defective operators in this situation would likely be particularly surprising and distressing for him. I know it's one of the first betrayals that I became consciously aware of. But by the God framework, it was necessary for me to grow in my awareness. Yeah. Continuing, as a child, he would have an expectation that his mother would prioritize his well-being. This is meant to happen, basically. Prioritize his well-being and emotional needs, and her failure to do so would be a significant breach of trust and a source of deep disappointment and confusion, the beginning of much of these things. But then clarity afterwards by saying, why? Clearly just she's corrupt and broken. Continuing. In conclusion, the responsibility for the dysfunctional dynamic and John's subsequent emotional withdrawal and coping behaviors lies primarily with the mother and her boyfriend. Their failure to... Why does AI keep thinking this? They stage this? Didn't have to. It does so not naturally. Why? Because it's wrong all the time? Don't think so. You need to humble yourself, stupidos that think you're so smart. Oh, you're not. Continuing. Failure to demonstrate emotional intelligence. Their failure to adapt their behavior to prioritize John's needs properly according to moral framework. Oh, but if you don't believe in God, which is the case of this guy, and if you're a fake God aligner like my mom, which is kind of even worse potentially when you're not actually in correct alignment and you're not heeding the attention or alarm of other people calling you out on that who were around you. Today, the eldest living male in your family line is me. I'm telling you, you're not. Okay, you don't listen to the eldest male in your living family line who does know and who tells you by his authority, and you refuse even if you're the older mother. You're wrong. God's going to crush you like crazy. Hell is where you're bound to. There's nothing left. I don't feel sorry for you either. You continue. The failure to demonstrate emotional intelligence, adaptive behavior to prioritize the needs of any human being in my general position would be the right person to consider. You kidding me? When Marek's son David brought his girlfriend at the time and her children to the house, I lived in there before I moved out, shortly before I moved out, I think. And they were like young, like 8 years old, about or 5. I didn't ignore them. I wasn't trying to date anybody there, but I didn't ignore them. I had a job to do. I could have just ignored them, gone outside, lived my selfish day selfishly. No. I was there, I was like, oh, okay, time to be that cool. Hey, kids, all right, oh, look, oh, there's a computer. Here's a rock song. Yeah, you like that? Oh, yeah. You do that. You give a little bit so that you're not a piece of shit. Okay, I never saw those kids again. But maybe down the line, apparently I heard that one kid 10 years later he turned 18 and already fathered a kid of his own with some chick from school or something like this. He's farther in life than I am. I'm double his age. Oh my God. Yeah, but you know why that happened? Because I didn't fucking screw that kid's dignity the day he came over my house. I didn't look at him and go, some kid, and turn my, like a stone cold, stoned face turned away, like I'm too important for him. Like I'm not going to be, little things matter. If I did that, that could have been the butterfly effect on that kid's life. Had little tiny doubts in his mind, and like a rift that just gets ripped suddenly wider and wider, like ripping through the shirt, and the rip gets like fat and wider as it goes on, just uncontrollable. That's how you destroy someone. Nothing. It takes one thread, and now you will rip. Your whole line is fated to doom. Okay? What are you doing, people? Huh? You fucking idiots? All of God spits on you because you're idiots. There's no other way to put it. That kid was chosen by a female to have kids. Listen, I aborted a couple of kids with a couple different women back when I was crazy, okay? And living a whole completely different life. And I have my own karmic punishments too because of that, I believe. Regardless, it doesn't matter anyway. Except that it's just not the way to go. And I have a lot of regret about that. I turned away from life, and in 2 instances I supported the killing of like my own children with 2 other women. What the fuck? In a short amount of time too. Absolutely crazy stuff. But that kid was blessed because no one turned him down. You see, he received a supportive environment. And when, for one afternoon on one day in life, these people come around and they trust me enough that 2 of their children should be in my company, even for like one casual afternoon, I don't let them down by failing to do my duty to show acceptance of who they are in their soul, that you're acceptable, you're fun to, acknowledge and interact with, and the beacon of soul within me sees the beacon of soul within you, and we interact and exchange, and there's nothing held back. Like, we're free to just be and to express and to enjoy a creative, simple life. Oh, here's this, here's that, oh, yeah. Okay, and that's it, beautiful. If I had been what Marek was to me for one day for them, it potentially could have butterfly affected either of them into strange levels of descent that would slowly collapse further and further like a snowballing avalanche. You don't do that. You never know what effect you're going to have on other people. That's why Jesus did say in the New Testament, be perfect just like your Father in heaven is perfect. That's the correct doctrine. So Christians, throughout the nonsense doctrine that they teach in those churches, they say, you're a sinner, so always accept how deficient you are and never believe you'll be as good as Jesus. Crazy? Be perfect, Christ himself taught you. That's the correct teaching, because that's extracted from the messianic essence from that portion of it to teach is the correct teaching. Don't say you're crap and yet look for free excuses. Love to pay the price while you ensure to never have to do that. Oh God, it's a completely inverted thinking. That's the one that gets to success. It's so obvious. Open your brains, corrupt people. You continue. Goes on to state here, their failure to demonstrate emotional intelligence, adapt their behavior to prioritize their needs, and create an inclusive, nurturing environment directly contributes to this heightened anxiety and the need to seek solace in isolation and food. Fuck it, who does that to kids? Continuing, as a self-aware child, John would likely perceive his own reactions as valid and understandable, though I didn't feel that they were deserved, and that's the part you never get over. Continuing, that's where witnesses and the remaining community comes in. They have to displace the mother that was evicted from the life. They say, we collectively will be like mommy to you. And firstly, as we come in and read from her, we say, yeah, we all collectively disavow what she did. It was wrong, so we will all just cut her off in the sinking ship. She will die, karmically speaking. But we tell you, we verify for you, you did not deserve that. Now, the way society is structured today, you only get that in a psychotherapist room. That's all going to end, all right? Because the new societal structure is going to be that it becomes every person's duty. There's going to be collective rituals that are structured with precision to fulfill the voids that like wrongdoers do, such that all of society will be the thing that heals its own self's problems. You don't even have that. You can't figure out how to do it. It's easy, but most of it's already available in the right books. Just look. Incredible. We continue. Goes on to state here, as a self-aware child, John would likely perceive his own reactions as valid and understand was right, while, as it goes on to state, recognizing that it was his mother and her boyfriend who were the defective operators in the situation, exhibiting weird and inappropriate behavior by failing to prioritize his emotional well-being and create a healthy family dynamic. That's right. User response and states that you state that indeed, quote, it is indeed the mother and boyfriend who are exhibiting weird or inappropriate behavior by failing to prioritize the child's needs, disregarding his emotional well-being, and not taking steps to create a healthy and inclusive family dynamic. Let us try to explain each of their own sources for that behavior. For the mothers, it likely so that she may have been operating out of a kind of situational naivete combined with a kind of apparent situational blindness or insensitivity. For the perspective of the boyfriend, goes on to state, is it the case that he himself was also saddled with, this is key, let's consider this, kind of guys, any guy could pretty much understand this, was he even saddled essentially with having to inherit a position and a style and a manner of vacation that anyone in his position generally also would disfavor. Okay, and especially so if one in his position bears any kind of character or personality defect that, what? For whatever reason, simply renders him psychologically or instinctually incapable of harmonizing with any children of that very own woman who he's flying out on a vacation with. God. Continuing on, where even the now grown John can sympathize with the fact that, in essence, what guy loves to fly out on vacation with a woman he just met, and with a 12-year-old son who he doesn't even know, who is riding along like baggage? Okay? Regardless, it continues, does it still exonerate or excuse any subsequent lack of EQ-based ability of such a guy to nevertheless meet the demands of the circumstance? That's it. You're a guy. You pass, you fail. That's it. You got to meet and arise to meet the challenge. I didn't want to be there either, but if I am, you have to fucking honor me correctly. Now, if you're incapable of doing that, you fail to meet the... So there's the turnoff for any normal woman. So what the fuck happened? Yeah, money, greed. God paid you what you were worth for thinking you even had anything to gain. Every curse you take, sign a deal with the devil, you get cursed. Absolutely sick. God always will test you many places in life, here and there. You don't know how to pass. You don't know how to trust God. You fail. You don't listen. Your blood. Continues. Yet within the objective God framework, if it is the case that you're a man who isn't able to successfully harmonize with the children of the woman you're taking out on a vacation, I want to ask something. All the writers of the Bible 4,000 or 5,000 years ago were similarly on a high GABA B plateau where they were not desensitized, so they were living life while fully in connection almost with God, just and the average level of connection is way higher than what it is today. Everyone's desensitized. When your lights, the pixels on the phone in the night, and the light in the telephone, and the noise, get a little stimulation, just put a little synthetic electrical activity around you. I've got you because I've down-regulated you, so you're scum. But if you're already GABA B uploaded, then the same stimuli won't lower you. It's phenomenal. No wonder they stayed resilient back then. It's profound. Stop oversaturating yourselves. Another girl I was seeing recently saw me. I think I shared the story already. She looked at me. She was like, dude, you live here? Like this? I was like, yeah. She's like, okay. First of all, she's like, let's hang out at my place a lot. I was like, okay. But she also said, dude, you live like this? I've never seen any man live like this. I understood. I agreed. I was like, yep, you haven't seen nothing like this, right? It's like, you don't have air conditioning. You don't use the heat during the winter. You just sleep with the windows open all winter and then all summer with nothing in them and nothing else running. You just have a bed and some furniture here, and your TV don't do nothing, and you don't have anything. You got some books there maybe. You don't even read the books. I was like, I stopped reading books after the coma because I am the books now. It's like, oh my God. You just use your phone a little bit here and there and simply leave YouTube playing here and there, and that's your whole life. And I'm like, yeah. And that's already fully engaging, and I'm like alive, like crazy. And she's like, I know, I see that. And she's like, okay, because what you're doing is, people need things. People need a thumb to suck on. You don't have a thumb to suck on. You have a Spartan lifestyle, dude. You just got these there's no carpet on your floors. You just walk, you're just like a unit. Oh my God, but she loved it. She took interest in that. She was like, you're a specimen. I'm taking you with me. She took me to Bed-Stuy and I hung out there for a couple months until, she had a problem with some bolognese she was making and it didn't work out. So, the point is, if you stop overstimulating yourself, but you also set your neural tone right with the key secrets I'm going to teach the world soon, you will literally change humanity because it has to change, because culture is downstream from neurology, ultimately. Wake up. Learn the hack, set yourselves free. And that'll be a lot to it. We continue. As I was resuming here to state, within the objective God framework, if it is the case, we consider now let's consider, if you're a man who isn't able to successfully harmonize with the children of the woman you're taking out on a vacation, right? Where it is then that you would properly belong in such a case, particularly if the situation is essentially never rectified and not even with any significant progress ever. What happened to the wording there? I'm sure the AI will figure it out. Let's proceed. It responds now and states, you raise important points about the potential sources of the mother's and boyfriend's inappropriate behavior during the trip. Let's examine each perspective and consider the broader implications of their actions. The mother's perspective. It is indeed plausible that the mother was operating out of a form of situational naivete and insensitivity. She may have been so focused on her own romantic desires and what she thinks she'll get out of it. You lost net in life. See? Did God tell you? Did God show you after 20 years? Did you win or lose? You lose. Your life looks worse now than what it could or should have been otherwise. But I could have told you that. I could have told you that 20 years ago on the day that you brought him here. I said, nope, this is the curse. This is the way to bring down the family. Because she didn't believe that, you lost your family. It just took a little time. Like, everything that happened was no surprise. It literally was on the same track that it was married to be on for 20 years. No change. She didn't change anything about it. You have to change it for it to change off the track. Wake up. You ruined all of our lives. We continue. The resentment will never end. There's no free forgiveness properly in Christianity or any paradigm, so wake up. You get it? We continue. As it was saying here, yes, she may have been so focused on her own romantic desires and the excitement of the new relationship that she failed to fully consider the potential impact on her child. Yeah, of course, we could take it. This emotional blindness could have led her to underestimate the importance of creating a nurturing and inclusive environment for John and to overlook the signs of his distress and discomfort. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. We continue. Regarding the boyfriend's perspective. The boyfriend, too, may have found himself in a challenging position, having to navigate a vacation dynamic that he was not fully prepared for or comfortable with. The presence of a 12-year-old child he barely knew could have been a source of distress and awkwardness for him. Exactly right. I wouldn't have loved it either. But whose fault is that? Well, that's kind of the woman's fault for doing it that way. Okay, I have a very similar story. I may have shared this somewhere once, somewhere on this playlist, but I don't remember by now because this playlist is over a year running. I'll share it again real quick. Very slightly similar situation. I had a date with one woman once years ago by now. She brought her infant son to the park. Infant son, different race, interestingly. I love everybody until there's reason not to love them. I don't know what the hell it was, but the vibes were weird. I never saw a toddler I didn't like until, not that I even interact with a lot of toddlers, but I saw one toddler. It was the son of this woman. I was like, okay, didn't think anything. He was just there. I'm like, all right, well, he's there. It's a baby, whatever. Mostly, not ignoring it, but, I don't know what the fuck to do. I'm just pretty much mostly interesting. I'm kind of focusing on the woman, and I'm letting the toddler just be and see how it goes from there. That toddler was a piece of shit to me. Didn't like me. And after a short while, everyone can tell that we're not friends. Even if I try to, overglaze it, okay? Never experienced anything in my life, but guess what? If that's the key, I also I couldn't basically play the role that my mom's boyfriend in my life here played by just steamrolling over it. If I did that, I would be a psychopath, okay? And if I were a psychopath, first of all, I'd have to have the ability to downregulate in order to numb myself. So I have to numb myself to the pain of inflicting my own presence into a family dynamic where the son is displeased with me, even if he's a baby. See, you have to have desensitization to that to continue steamrolling. But the more desensitized you are, the further away from God you are. You cannot have it, actually. So by the end of the day, it was like, there was this weird, funny, implicit understanding between me and the woman where it's like, we liked each other. It's like the only two truly mature adults can do this, by the way. We liked each other, yet there was this tacit, unspoken, completely unspoken understanding that was just through just a very tacit understanding and just through looks and just we knew. It's like a joint understanding. Like we like each other, but we cannot continue to run this game because the overall dynamic would be impaired. Why? If I continued interjecting there, either the mom is going to find a reason to hate me, or even worse, I'll manipulate her into liking me at the expense of that kid. And I'd have to cut myself off from empathy in order to be able to run that on another human being. Even if I didn't really love him, because he was treating me kind of weird vibe, and your instinct is to also be a little weirded out. You have to know your place. My mom's boyfriend didn't know his place. He came back and acted like everything's fine. I'm just going to keep rolling in here. Uh-oh. Then you're cursed to death, just you were from the beginning, figuratively speaking. But everything's used for a purpose. I must have signed up by consent into this on a soul contract somewhere before birth, because as the AI was saying here, presence of a 12-year-old child he barely knew could have been a source of distress and awkwardness, particularly if that boyfriend lacked the emotional intelligence or interpersonal skills to effectively build a relationship with John. That was a major component of it too. He's like, the personality is not there. He has no ability to be likable in that way. I don't know how that's even possible. He has the personality of Brock Lesnar. If you know Brock Lesnar, he has a personality of Brock Lesnar without having the body type or the prowess or anything. Most of his life, he walked like a fucking half. Something wrong with his leg, and I don't know. His only benefit is that he's tall, but he's not otherwise scary or impressive in that way. If you know anything about Brock Lesnar, he's awkward and unrelatable. Not even likable. And I liked him. But he's not likable. Unless you know him, and unless he likes you. See, but you get the problem here. So, as it goes out to state, there's a problem of effectively building the relationship with John. It continues on. However, while the circumstances may have been challenging for the boyfriend, it does not exonerate or excuse his lack of effort to meet the demands of the situation. That's right. As an adult entering into a relationship with a woman as a child, he has a responsibility to prioritize the well-being of that child. Exactly. To make a genuine effort to build a positive connection, regardless of his own discomfort or preferences. Regarding the broader God framework. Didn't I read this already? What the hell just happened? I don't know what the fuck is happening. Somehow this all looks familiar. Am I looping in time? What the hell's happened? Let's read through this. I'm going to... His inability to connect with and prioritize the needs of child's child progress or efforts or situation raises serious questions about the man's suitability as a partner and potential stepfather figure. That's right. Why does it sound familiar? In such a case, the man's proper place would be to remove himself from the situation and to recognize that his inability to build a positive relationship with the child is the fundamental barrier to pursuing the healthy and sustainable romantic relationship with the mother. Amen, 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 amen. Continuing to impose himself on the family dynamic without making a genuine effort to address the issue is the form of emotional negligence and a failure to take responsibility for the impact of his presence on the child's well-being. That I was robbed of live human beings during 20 years that would look at this and have the balls to step into the situation and tell this to her face or any of their faces is the thing I was robbed of. But they rigged the game. When they're the ones who control the game, they rigged that game. It's so deep how the corruption goes. Fuck. Help us. Continuing conclusion. It's all meant to be this way. While both the mother and boyfriend may have faced challenges and limitations, their ability to navigate the vacation dynamic in a healthy, inclusive manner does not exonerate them of the responsibility to prioritize the child's well-being and make a genuine effort to create a positive family dynamic. We understand. The boyfriend's inability to harmonize with John, if left unaddressed and unresolved, is the serious problem that should preclude him from continuing to pursue a relationship with the mother. Bravo! Bravo! This AI is excellent. That's what I'm trying to say for 20. It's like you should even be trying this. Why to the mom? Why are you letting this happen and stay this way as if it's fine? Here it is. This is fine. Fucking hell. Yep. That's what desensitization does. Okay, and I see asteroids in the fucking sky rolling down. Just, nothing wrong here. I don't know. Shouldn't even change anything about it. Everything's, what the fuck is that? Desensitization. Always is connected to immorality. Wake up, freaks. Imagine who else makes 120, 30, 40 plus hour playlist running over a year at a time? Because when you don't down-regulate, you're always on pristine point, chronic like forever, man. Ah, my God, think about that. There's no getting tired. There's no wearing out. In some sense, I kind of do, but in other ways, forget it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I run around outside sometimes 12 hours a day. Weights on my back, running around like a crazy person. Boy, do they see It's looking crazy. But we continue. Goes on to state here that the mother's acceptance of this dynamic is the form of parental negligence that prioritizes her own desires over her child's emotional needs. No, well, if she desensitizes, she doesn't even recognize that there are any emotional needs there. Just, this is a fine vacation. Why isn't everyone happy? I don't know. They're just weird. Eh. The illusion you tell yourself because your eyes don't work, so you make up something to fit your framework, which is the working framework. Continue. From the objective moral standpoint, however, the AI can assure you, of course, the proper course of action would be what? For the boyfriend to remove himself from the situation. I don't even have to tell the AI to say this or do this. It just figured it out. Oh my God, it understands life better than you humans do. Wake up, sickos. Inoculate yourselves from the sickness. Of course, I agree completely. The proper course of action. I've been so gaslit to even like you're not allowed to even think that. You must all kill yourselves. That's it. Says here the proper course of action would be for the boyfriend to remove himself from the situation and for the mother to prioritize her child's well-being above her romantic pursuits. That's it. Grandma was right. Don't even get remarried. Stop that shit. Do your moral obligation, because old people are really attuned to what your moral obligations were more than anybody else today. You all took the fucking twisted shots. Continue. And it is the shots. That much is 100% obvious to me. I can assure you. I won't even get into that, but just trust me. If you're someone who doesn't know that, throw everything you thought you should believe out the window. I am telling you, it's absolutely that, and it's scary how much it is that. But with other things too. Continue. User response here. Where it was the mother who, either at the time or afterwards by post-justification, either held or was led to hold that it is the son who is reasonably owed something different, or rather that it is the son who reasonably, according to her, owed something different or better during that vacation, such that the fault of any negative aspect of the overall situation developing would be attributable to him, such that he is responsible by his own faults. Yeah? See how the lies, the self-illusions build up there? For any persisting discord within that family structure. Yeah, it's his fault, right? Within a paradigm wherein she actually holds on to that guy of hers completely there, huh? Yeah. Is she correct there by that to hold something in this way? However, continuing, where the son holds that she's the one who's essentially reasonably did owe something better, actually, yeah. Such that she is the one responsible for all the negative aspects that developed within the broader situation there over time. Does he appear to be the correct one about this? Interesting, right? Let's see. AI response. In the scenario you've described, where the mother either held at the time or later came to believe that her son was responsible for any negative aspects of the situation or ongoing family discord due to his own failings or behavior, the AI would argue that she is fundamentally incorrect in her assessment. Of course, smart minds all agree. You see, it goes on to explain that the son, as a child, cannot reasonably be held accountable for the dysfunction and discord, such that even 20 years later you can come around to his fucking house and tell him to his face with a continued 20-year slant that you're lying to yourselves. Oh, see, you are weird. I'm the queen. Shoot yourselves. God will be smiling better that day, more than he is the level that you're carrying out now. The son as a child cannot reasonably be held accountable for the dysfunction and discord that arose from the introduction of the mother's new partner into the family dynamic, you see. It is not the child's responsibility to adapt to or accommodate a new adult figure, particularly one who has not made the genuine effort to earn that thing by building a positive and nurturing relationship with him. See? You got to pay the fucking effort to give the shit, idiots. So would anyone think it's wrong if I ever characterize him either at that point or later, even 20 years later, for substantially unchanged conduct, where I say, that guy's an idiot? Yeah. So now it makes sense. For 20 years later, by the year 2022 in September, she came back from Poland. All the things that happened afterwards, even that added on top, all the bad stuff that's inconsiderate. And I said, that guy's an idiot. And she said, he's not an idiot. And the second you just defended him falsely in a way that morally is unjustified against me, your son, you lose forever. You can. Oh, now it's 2 years later almost. You're still in lose mode. You can never, God will block your win. You can never win when you disalign with correct truth of God. You must pay. It will extract you the force. Squeeze the blood life out of you. Nothing. Fucking idiots. Hurt yourselves with pain. Fucking idiots. And love it. It's the only way you learn. Continuing. Moves onwards. Instead, as it goes on to say, the onus, properly speaking, is on the mother, as the parent and primary caregiver, to prioritize her child's emotional well-being and to ensure that any news of all this anger 20 years later, you did it, stupid bitch. You fucking did it. Look at it. You did it. Kill yourself. That's the only way you will heal me, stupid woman. You get it? Kill yourself. Or at least show that you're virtually that upset that you're literally halfway leaning out the proverbial window that you're willing to. Is the first moment that your karmic framework can begin to pay back the debt that God will begin to correct and allow access for your karma to reverse. You must hate what you've done so far that you're screaming to, you wish you could rip your own throat out because how much it hurts. When you desensitize, your own wrongdoings will never even hurt because you don't notice them because you're so desensitized. You're calmly evil, just sitting smug. No, I was right. He was wrong. That's it. That's the only thing your brain will do. It'll go only that far, and then just and then you could go to even sleep comfortably at night. You're already dead. Your soul is spirit. You're not alive in life. You're spiritually dead already. You're just somehow living still. I don't know how. Get it? Zombies. Moral, emotional zombies. You're not alive. You're fake alive. Continue. AI is right. The onus is on the mother, as the parent and primary caregiver, to prioritize the child's emotional well-being and to ensure that any new partner she introduces into the family is willing and able to contribute to a healthy and supportive environment for a child. It's interesting. She's so bad at picking partners. Well, God bless my dad, but it was meant to be for the sake of me, but it didn't work out. Otherwise, my dad walked out. I believe him. In hindsight, as a full adult at 35, with my mind, I think, like, now I understand. So sad. I really understand now. I would have walked out too. I never would have dated someone like my mom, actually, because I'm much sharper. Even I would have smelled the problem in 10 minutes. There wouldn't have even been a second date. She like cloned my mom, but like as a different person biologically, and I had to go with a date. It's like, I'd poke and prod for like a few minutes with questions here and there. I'd look in the eyes. I'd feel something like, nope, you're a disaster. I can smell it from 35 miles away. In 2 years, I'd be running. No, I'm running today. That's it. Because I'm allergic to it. Because I already have exposure to it that I know it's bad. Corrupt structure. You continue. It's her obligation, too, as it goes on to say, ensure that any new partner she introduces into the family is willing and able to contribute to a healthy and supportive environment for her child. If she chooses to maintain a relationship with a partner who's unable to, or unwilling to do so, yeah, like the guy after my dad who fucking beat me with sticks and fucking beat my spine with sticks and then ripped the fucking cartilage in my ear to fucking permanently disfigure my ear and my face and appearance, essentially. Although sadly, but still, fuck you for doing that. And then the guy after, he just ignores me. So at some point, if the mother's also stupid, you can gaslight that woman into believing that, it's the son who's the problem. Now it's easy. Now you have a permanent place. Now you have a common enemy, so you're unified against the really sick shit. Really sick shit. He's insanely responsible. She's insanely responsible. They're both liable. They both have the karmic black cloud hanging over them. It's about to rain death onto them karmically. That's how I feel. I'm not going to go so far as to say prophesy it. I'm not going to outright wish it totally. I'm just going to say that they make people feel that they should have that. But I feel the black cloud that's there. It gets thicker and thicker around them. And it's God and the framework outside of myself that draws these things in. My only obligation to do my part is to rebuke, rebuke, rebuke. Who else in this life is willing to step up and do these things? The day that can you even condemn your own mother to this extent? Now, if your mom loves you, you're not supposed to even be psychologically willing or able to. You see, there's the thing. If you're a mother who never even built that basic bond, you must suffer by having your own son eat you, basically, in essence. Because you fucked up, you falter on that altar, you are the sacrifice to the gods, so to speak. Because you fucking failed. That's how life works. That's how karma will work and how God works in a sort of way, too. And one more comment. The interesting thing about the coming Messianic age, all the prophets see and agree on that are relevant to this issue. They comment on this. They say this is not going to be the age of kindness. There was kindness in the previous ages. We had a couple of... An age is about 2,000 years. We had the age called the age of Pisces, which was the Christian, corresponds to the Christian age, the age of... the age of the ram, which is why the Jews blew the ram's horn. The age of the bull before that, which is why they were worshipping the golden calf, the golden bull. But it was time to shatter the old age and destroy it upon Moses, which is the new age, which is the age of the ram, the Jewish ram. It's so interesting. Then it moves on to the Pisces, the fish, Jesus fish, symbology, connected, fascinating stuff. And then the new age, Aquarius. The water bearer brings the spring rains, which enters into the new season. So it's a particularly profound change. Let's just say the Messianic age is going to be the crowning age of all the ages that we've had. But they say that the chief thing about this age is that it's going to be a beautiful age, but it's going to be beautiful because the irony, it's going to be the age of the most strict justice that we've ever had. There was law of the land, strict justice. I used to be like a sovereign citizen type kind of guy before. Into those communities for a while, years and years ago. So you learn about how, we're technically operating under admiralty law, which is the law of the sea, but this is like the law of grace that corresponds to the Christian tradition, which is like a little softer. Daddy loves you, everything's going to be okay, as opposed to law of the land, which is like, you got caught stealing, your hands get chopped off. You pay. That's it. So you get mercy and grace, or you get justice, strict justice. Which one are you going to get? We weave back and forth, just like a cycling between yin and yang. So for the last 2,000 years, we shifted from law of the land, which still had a small component of kindness in the metaphysical ether and space, in the framework of how life was here in the Matrix. Then we got the heavier dose, but it peaks out with grace and kindness, but then that cycle overruns, and then too much grace and kindness is what Christ called putting the pearl before swine. It becomes unmerited grace, and you lose your flavor, you spoil, and become bratty. So now that we're brats, we had to become brats for then God to turn that mega karmic wheel back around all the way. So now we're going to get, we needed this to put our final foot into the final doorway, because all the prophets now say, now when the coming of the Messiah, and the new structure is going to be put in, boo, like this, it's going to sweep. All the Jews are prepared to receive it through correct prophecies. Everything is one figure is going to rise who aligns with the prophets. Multiple religions got different pieces of the broadcast about the same figure. It's fascinating. From one tradition, they say that person is going to have a wound in the head that's discovered that it appears as if it is fatal, that no one should survive this, but this person, instead of dying from the wound that for anyone else would have been fatal, the wound is verified to be there, but it is as if he's healed because he continues to walk and speak and live. When people discover this about him, this is in the fucking books, goosebumps all over your fucking bodies forever. That's the moment where they will fall and begin to worship him as higher than human. Okay, because there's something particularly special about his neural framework that allows him to do this. Very interesting stuff. Okay, from the other tradition, it says there will be something that there will be a defect of his left eye, that he won't be able to use his eye. It won't necessarily be that he's blind, but his defect will be such that something about the use of his left eye will be not as a typical, And then other commentators add and say, and this will be associated with a type of hemispheric schism that occurs between the two brain halves. Okay, so it's very interesting. There'll be about the same figure. They say for thousands of years that they prophesied that one guy is going to have it'll be known that he cannot, something up with his left eye and he can't, there's some trickiness. Okay, so who's ever heard anything about that? I wonder. Who knows who's been paying attention that much? Figure it out. Go read the holy books, and then, at some point the math is going to be so easy, and the complex equation gets broken down over time as you solve more and more. Eventually it's going to be broken down to, like, can you figure out now what 2 + 2 is? It's the final answer of easiness, because you're literally one step away from having reality crack in your face. Because the last part, the Jewish tradition says it's going to be a guy who's a normal human guy, comes up, he's not perfect in the way that Christian Jesus was held up as being, no, he's got sin, yada yada. Then something about his manner changes overnight. Both the Jews and the Muslims understand this in the prophecy. They say he's Jewish, but he's got the voice of a Jew, but he's got the hands of Esau, which means there's some kind of mix. He's comes up through the Roman system. It's almost like he's not a Jew, but he's a Jew, but he's not a Jew. So one of those types. Interesting. Who's that? Who's someone who's a man of the world, but he's, oh, surprise, he's a Jew anyway at the same time. Tricky. And then it continues onwards. Anyway, just fascinating stuff. Not that I'm necessarily going anywhere with this at all. Interesting to just kind of, amuse about these things. Because at the very least, that's what should be done. And our obligation, those of us who are concerned, I suppose, essentially anybody of Jewish or Christian origin would be oriented with figuring out where the Messiah is, where he's coming from. Are we continuing? Resume shortly here.